Hello, Warcraft world! Exciting times! We got an $8,300 tournament that goes into the next stage of the round of 32. We got a PTR up. We're gonna discuss everything. And what a beautiful, beautiful group we have today. Oh, the match order is actually swapped. Huh! Didn't know that. We got B Cup, $8,300 on the line. We got a lot of Western players today. We got Starbuck as the current reigning vice champion of B Cup 16. We get a rematch against Foggy. Ain't that nice? Man, their matches were so good in the WCC qualifier. We got Sheik, who didn't perform too well in the CIS qualifier on Sunday, but hopefully performs like I'm used to seeing him today. And then we got RaZZoRMaN, a little bit of a meme player here in the Western scene. Bit controversial as well, but we're gonna show the game. I'm very curious to see that match against Starbuck. So we're in the lobby. Games are about to start with Foggy versus Sheik. Night Elf versus Undead action. Of course, we're gonna talk about the patch, but group stage first and foremost, right? And then I give my final thoughts on this PTR. We talked about this 5 hours yesterday, and I think that's kind of enough, except like conclusive thoughts. And the more I think about it, the more depressed I get. So it's not a good good vibe that I feel personally, which is okay to a degree. We'll talk about it later. You know, I never expected to meet RaZZoRMaN on ladder for him to say good luck, have fun, GG, and him congratulating me on my performance. Oh, that is nice. That is very nice. As so often, people will be asking if the changes are live, but that's why it's a test server, because we're testing that stuff. And so in competitive tournaments, the PTR is not live yet. But our group, everybody, our game is starting. Is our overlay working? Hopefully. I didn't check. I didn't double check. I think it is. Nice. So let's take a look at the group so far. What happened in the round of 32 in B Cup. Quite some results that are to be expected, but also some upsets. Don't have the window capture selected, right? Yep. There we go. Happy and Moon in Group A. Lawlight and Sini in Group B. That eliminated Leon, Lucifer, Live. Not a good tournament for people that start with an L, except Lawlight. And Elegant. Soen and Infi made it through over Colorful and Xiao KK. Focus and unfortunately Blade made it through after Cash defeated Blade 2-0. Blade got his revenge and Inspired also not up to the task yesterday. We got Labyrinth winning the Undead group with Pink and 1-0 and Orkaro. And so the third last group of the round of 32 is this year. Starbuck versus RaZZoRMaN as the second match, and then Sheik versus Foggy now. Tomorrow, Sok PCG, Isok, Dice, Kao, Wudao, Hawk, and Xiao Kai also in. But we are here for some action-packed in-game Warcraft. Let's go. It is the third place of the Western DWCC qualifier against the third place of the CIS qualifier. So here we go. Hey. Oh, I got that thing. I know why this is set to test server, of course. Here it is. Bumpy start. But now it's fine. Foggy versus Sheik is something that excites me because it's two big brain players that can show some extraordinary Warcraft. This matchup is oftentimes set in stone when it comes to especially this map. We start things with Foggy's Warden. Oh yeah! And a DK expansion on Sheik's side. If both players are in shape, we are in for some fireworks, everybody. With an explosive Warden, with high tempo undead play, And I'm curious, who takes 2 wins and advances into the winner bracket final versus Starbuck or RaZZoRMaN? Voila! Thank you for the sub, as well as Slumka. You guys are freaking lovely, man. Slumka with 85 months. That is insane. Warden with the Pendant of Energy. That is 1 more Shadow Strike for her. Good start, good start. It is lovely to see Foggy back in high-level action. And I said this is going to be an expansion, huh? But Sheik is super aggressive. This is why Foggy's creep is taking a little longer than expected. He's able to get the level 2 in. Ancient of War under pressure. And for Sheik, this is quite an investment already. Lots of tools pulled. No second base. No tech. He had a skull in his inventory. So I wonder if that was supposed to be a tower rush. But he abandoned it. So he can't prevent level 2. He can't prevent any big steals. He's not going for the infrastructure too much. Maybe he's hoping that Foggy is overreacting with the second Ancient of War, with instant Moonwells. Or if it's just 1 base. We double down on more ghouls. We still hold the skull in place. The Acolyte is here too. Foggy, no second Ancient of War yet. Will this Echo Owl game not be 2 base, not a high level? Will it be a tower push? Let's go! That's what I mean. Both big brain players. They got a lot of tools to outmaneuver each other. Wonder if he... Oh, nice trap by Foggy with the Berserker with the Wisp. That's a lot of free damage. On the other side, we're hunting down the Shadow Priest, which is, of course, free healing for a bit. And more ghouls are streaming in to protect these towers. Foggy, I guess, wasn't sure if this is a tower push or not. No second Ancient of War is an issue. Trying to get them up now. We're planting trees everywhere. A man should plant a tree in his life, is what they say, right? So, nighttime it is. Moonwells are recovering. Boots and Staff on the Warden are available while keeping the town portal. Oh, Berserker, he's losing control a little bit. Trades the Berzy for 1 ghoul, 2 ghouls maybe. Warden might be stuck, but he can then cancel the Ancient of War, and that is Warden level 3. This game might be in Foggy's hands. He's using the Ancient of War to detonate against the skeletons as towers are up. Has to reposition. Lots of ghouls down. He needs another rotation as they're coming in. So far, Sheik is doing this well. This is one of the best executed undead tower pushes I have seen in a while. And now we're halfway to nighttime. The Moonwells are empty. There's only 3 of them and only 2 available. And Foggy's only tier 1 as well. Quite a surprise by Sheik. This Spirit Tower brings a lot of damage. Well, the Narrow is, of course, first and foremost for control, and great position for that. The radius is insane. Usually, Night Elves got a lot better against these power pushes and defend them in most cases. Not here though. Foggy can still go for some mercenaries. He's only at 25. The ghouls are crazy strong. Foggy is gambling a little bit. 2 Wisp, repair immediately. Moonwell up, so important. Gets instant healing and a little bit of mana. Sheik is about to lose 10 food here. The last moments of nighttime. Lots of Wisps have fallen. No tech. And Sheik is going into Fiends. That's gonna be hard to deal with. How do you break through? Foggy doesn't have a Hunter Saw. He can't go for Glaives. Maybe a Mauler? He's building a Tree of Life.
Are under attack.
Maybe he wants to reposition and rebuild at the bottom. Because this base is gonna go down. Sheik, man. Always up for a surprise. This is why his playstyle is quite beloved by a lot of people. But Foggy is not giving up. He's shown quite some comebacks in the past. But without income, what can you do? Maybe some counter aggression with the Warden, but she's very low on mana. You want to drain the last bit from the Moonwells. Successful undead tower push. Fascinating. Fascinating this still works in 2025. And it wasn't this one-dimensional all-in tower push, right? He prepared it before with the skull in his inventory. Foggy got distracted left-hand side, took some damage left-hand side. And then he decided, okay, I did enough damage, let's go to the base. I only have one skull, that was risky. But the ghoul reinforcements came in time. Foggy has to rebuild from scratch. But a high-level Warden can always create some miracles. Especially with the wizard like Foggy. Sheik just expanding. I mean, of course, why not? This is fortified. Both players are still tier 1, of course, at the 8-minute 40 mark. How do you even deal with that? Foggy is 1 base, tier 1. Sheik is 2 base, tier 2. He's in a 4 times better situation than Foggy right now. Warden level 4. This is basically Foggy saying, I don't need anything else but a Warden to defeat you. Right? It doesn't matter if you have twice the income. Foggy has turned some advantages with the Warden. But the coil by Sheik is sweet. Ritual dagger. Deny! Everybody knows how important experience is for a Warden. The way to level 5 is a rocky one. Yeah, this is mercs. Archers and mercs. At least he got income again, I thought. And then I see there's no wisps here. Kick. That's a bit of an oversight. Ah, there we go.
Forces are under attack.
It is fascinating that Foggy is still in this. DK has no TP. Oh my god, he gets the kill. He's facing a Lich now with Nova. Okay, but this is a huge jump towards level 5. Warden gets a double. No, not a double kill. Muddy is putting in the work with the slow. Mr. 8-Man, the PTR research department was doing a good job this morning, I saw. Thank you, thank you. We're in for a treat here, man. It is a wild situation. Sheik is not mining from his expo, which was Foggy's former main base. Almost losing 2 heroes. Warden 4.5. Guys, are we witnessing a miracle? Mr. 8-Man brought the lobsters. Thank you, thank you. This is all quite complicated, right? Lots of poison damage, no Ancient of War. Warden takes a lot of damage, also wants the mana. Now building Moonworlds. Foggy is doing a lot of funny game challenges on his stream.
A player's forces are
This might be one of them against one of the strongest undeads that we have in the region. It is fascinating. Okay, Sheik. Twice the supply, double the tech, double the income. This should be enough of an advantage to defeat a high level 1. But sometimes it's woulda, coulda, shoulda, huh? Big brain Foggy. Let's try. He's checking now as well. What an opening to this day it is.
are under attack.
Sheik's advantage is just growing bigger. Foggy's only way is level 5 Warden and Harass. Struggles to find that level 5 though, unfortunately. Now we got clarities. Now we got mana again. Okay. DK back, of course. Tier 3 running. And then we get Frenzy, Destroyers, Orb, everything. This is Foggy's way to level 5. As the towers are far away, Warden can just pass here. No trespassing! Didn't read the sign. And we're down to one base, just like that. Okay, big amusement here on map number 1. Surely delivering entertainment-wise. He just gives up that base. Is he not? I mean, kind of.
Forces are under attack.
He's probably going for 3 bases now. But that's level 5. Thank you, Sheik. Okay, now the fun begins. Hola! Quite a night elf move here, huh? Walking all the workers into the creeps. Yeah. Sheik not without flaws here. And there is a real chance for Foggy to win this game. The Lich is absurd, by the way. Plus 10 damage, plus 15 with Orb. Triple Gloves of Haze. And Foggy is taking care of more economy. Can we get her to level 6? Sheik was switching to Fiends relatively early to prevent the mass murder of ghouls.
The town is under siege.
5.0. The fact that Foggy made it to tier 2 and lores is absurd. What are we tuning into? Town portal now to Foggy's former main base, which is Sheik's expansion. And there's no way out for Foggy's main army. That is his entire army. Correction, that was his entire army.
The town is under siege.
Warden is kicking the second base though. So Sheik switching it up once again. And now Foggy has to defeat his main base at his natural expansion position. With the Warden only and a little bit of reju, Destroyer upgrade is finished! Big Coil Nova. And all that progress has been wiped. Okay, Foggy, show us... No! I was about to say show us Warden Masterclass, but we ain't getting that. GG. A very unique game. Unfortunately not with the turnaround that would have made this a game for the ages. Sheik 1-0, and surely a development that not many people expected to see. Sheik going up here, but Foggy was probably prepared for a lot. That Warden play was nice, but that Warden play got pretty much countered by Sheik's tower push. Nice game, GG. Great start to the game. I agree. But yeah, I think Sheik took it slowly, right? Not taking any risks. It's fine. And that won him. Slow and steady won the race here, right? Sorry, I have to brief someone real quick. Okay, sorry. That was a task that I forgot yesterday. As we have our German championship tonight and tomorrow. Continuing with Playdate 2. And I had to brief my social media team. Hey, Shorty. Nice to see you. Wrong score. Ah, sorry. The game didn't start yet. We're waiting for the other casters to join. Next map's going to be Autumn Leaves. Another chance for a tower push, actually. Also good basis for an expansion. Snow Torrent, thank you for the Prime 3 years. Much love, mate. 2 minutes, they say. Okay, I think these breaks in general benefit Foggy. Resetting the mind has always been something he likes to do. Some organizers force quick game starts. This is not the case here in B Cup. So, a little bit of an advantage here, I think. Or at least he can play the way he wants to. But will that be the case on the map as well? Foggy has, of course, several options. You can go Demon Hunter. You can go even Keeper, man. Even Keeper is an option in the hands of Foggy. He has destroyed Sheik with Keeper before, if Sheik then goes for an expansion. As we're all waiting for the go. Bring back Keeper. As I said, man, Foggy did that successfully. Could also be a play against tower pushes, right? Maybe that's the call, but a Demon Hunter would also add a lot of stability, so maybe that is the play. There's a little bit of rock, paper, scissors involved. For Sheik, it's one base play. Like, it's always going to be DK Ghouls, right? We assume that. It can be one base timing push. It can be expansions. And in the hands of Sheik, it could just be another tower push. So you never really know what you're going to get with Sheik. For Foggy, it's always going to be archers, of course, if that's the viable play. You can still go for a Hunter's follow-up that has gathered a little bit of traction recently. But is it Demon Hunter, Keeper, or Warden, or even a Tavern Hero? We'll see. So that's the great thing about Warcraft at the moment. So many options, so many possibilities, map dependent, player dependent, style dependent. I guess the first 2 minutes of the game will pave the way. Let's go! Quickly looking up the stats. Between them, 2-0 on this patch for Foggy, 43-1 historically? That's crazy. 43-1. Wow. Foggy left-hand side on Autumn Leaves. Sheik right-hand side. Rush distance is fairly short. That's why it leads to a lot of brawling matches, especially if Sheik is going, or if someone is going for expansions. So Foggy, what do? No Tavern Hero, we can confirm that much. So it's not going to be that crazy. He goes back to the tried and true. That is the Demon Hunter. Which has led to quite some good results on maps, at least, for the Night Elves. Also a relatively normal Ancient of War. No Ghoul push by Sheik. Fair play in that regard. Yes. So what's in your toolbox now, Sheik? Keeps the Acolyte around. He sees, oh, that main base won't have the Ancient of War for a while. It is exposed once again. But with a different hero comes a different ask. I like that Foggy is playing a bit more conservative. You can also start here, right, at the shop, but then your base is wide open. And if you just got hit by an undead tower push, that is probably not the play. So, a little bit of a distraction. Ghouls, Sacrificial Skull again. Only one skull again. And Foggy scouts this and saw the inventory and must be on high alert now. Wisp must be at the ready for the Dispel against the Blight. Demon Hunter's got it kept. With the ring +4, enjoy him while it lasts.
player's force
I think this is one of the least controversial changes on the PTR. Ring plus 4 into ring plus 3. I think this is something everybody agrees with. And now the tables have turned. Sheik not going for as money detonate. This is all the blight gone. You can't play this much better than Foggy just did. Undead expansion coming. This is even mana, not immolation. Immolation was wonderful against the ghouls for quite some time, but takes the blight away, takes the ziggurat away. Huge opener for Foggy to tie this up. He's not playing greedy, doesn't plant a tree. It's okay, I'm in a comfortable spot. You're gonna try this again? Well, let's rock and roll. I'm here for it. DK, no mana, is basically a glorified ghoul. And the Acolyte falls. This is the ultimate disaster for Sheik after 3 minutes 40. Pooh, Foggy strikes back with vengeance.
A player's forces are under attack.
How can Sheik save this game? It was the question on map 1. How can Foggy save this game? Now Shu is on the other foot. And usually the answer is ghouls. Oh, and surrounds, of course. The staff was just used to get back into the fight. We got boots to maneuver away from this, and yep, Foggy does this well.
A town is under siege.
He stalled so much time though. Tier 2 is finished. Hunter's Hall a little bit late. But expansion has started as well, so Foggy should be fine. Sheik just defense mode, waiting for Foggy to come in with the punch. But he's not giving him an angle really, right? Archer position is fantastic. Shuts down every scout, so Sheik is completely blind right now. That ain't easy at all. Panda Naga. Naga it is. Yeah, full control. Sheik didn't start the tech yet. He's still tier 1. He's still 1 base. Both games very one-sided so far, but that makes for an exciting series and makes us hopeful for game 3. But let's not count Sheik out. He has a fantastic late game due to much FFA experience. And Foggy doesn't have the levels yet. Archer in position for the block, even slowed. Boom. Well played. Nice surgical strike, wasn't it? Tree of Life also. Not super close to the expo. Not here, not here, not here. Very defensive position. In case some ghouls break through. We got some parallel creeping here and here. I like that. As the towers are up now, she can stabilize a little bit. But Foggy bought so much time. So much time! Foggy has never been the greatest mechanically gifted player. But he's a strategic mastermind. And he made the right adjustments. Paired it with good control. And this is the result so far. Who's dead? Nice. Creeps were woken up. RaZZoRMaN. I say this basically every day, but the fact that Night Elves introduce more Shredders into their play is great, and it opens up their play a lot. Sheik with lots of skeletons walking into Foggy, who of course wants the level 3 Demon Hunter. A good way to get there is just picking up ghouls one by one. Last coil available. Sheik with a solid counter. I wouldn't be too surprised, by the way, to see this match again in the lower bracket final, as we have a double elimination group here of the 4 players. And Sheik. Ooh. There might be a way for him to win this still. Triple crypt, we're going Garks. And Foggy is not well prepared for that, I gotta say. Demon Hunter, solid-ish. Naga, not great against
Players'
Garks.
forces are under attack.
We've seen this more and more on the pro level. Labby played it. Happy played it. Now Sheik plays it. As an FFA player, well, he's not a full FFA player, right? He's like a hybrid. Very, very, very experienced with the army compositions that include guards with works. Sheik's still at 50 food, man. This is not a foregone conclusion that Foggy wins this. Just like Foggy was hanging in and trying to bring the game back. So is Sheik here, and with Dark, there's a solid chance if Foggy is getting overwhelmed. And that's always been a problem with Undead Night Elf, right? You think you've cracked one play style of these Undeads, and all of a sudden there's a new trick up their sleeves. These pesky, pesky dead people.
Players' forces are under attack.
Scouts are getting better. Darks are flying in. How well is the prep? Well, Shredder is helping. No AP. Foggy's anti-air is 4 archers and a Dryad, but they're all here. Now he sees the guards. Careful, buddy. Heal ward, kinda nice. Nova hits hard. Cool still on the ground. This is only a tier 2 army. But Foggy is scared since his tier 3 hasn't fully unfolded yet. Doesn't have a panda, doesn't have an orb, and soon doesn't have archers no more. It is fairly rare to see the Gargs involved in a fight this early in the game, as most of the time their target is just wisps. Now we got the roar. Now we got an orb. Now we're getting solution to the Gargs. And tier 3 has started. This base is well fortified, with the potential of fortifying it even more.
A town is under siege.
Yeah, gargoyles, incredibly annoying as a night elf. Wisps are super fragile and at some point die in one volley. Staff, thank you. Needs repair here now. Quickly, he has 1,000 lumber. That's expensive, guys. Oh, but the forklight. Lovely. Yep, so far, Foggy is not missing a beat. And the Gargs aren't overwhelming him. Oh my god. Foggy is not missing a beat, huh?
A player's forces are under attack.
B2W rip. B2W rip. Well, it's only a level 1 hero, right? It's better that the panda dies to the creeps than to Sheik. We got double heal scrolls already. Shop control will be very important. Dryads, APs. Neo hating on Night Elf reminds me of Artosis hating on Protoss. I am just reacting to things I see on the battlefield, guys. That's all I'm doing.
A town is under siege.
And hey, I was in a call with account create yesterday, the leader of the Night Elf Discord, and we had a good laugh about this Night Elf Lose Their Heroes meme, okay? So I think we're good. I think that was the blessing of the Night Elf community that I can keep on doing this. Double orb, panda bag. I still think Foggy is in full control, despite this little blunder. Foggy is still making the right calls. Sheik needs big damage. That comes in forms of worms. Both players a crazy amount of lumber.
Forces are under attack.
The Geomancer isn't strong enough, is he? Okay. Yeah, Foggy is no color. He assembled quite a scary Garg army. 2-0 upgrades. Worm coming. And Foggy... I mean, it's always hard to counter mass air as Night Elf. I love that Sheik did not decide to go for an early hero. Early third hero. A Naga is of course always useful, but if Foggy goes for hippos, Dreadlord is the best answer you can get.
A player's forces are under attack.
Sheik's even an A-bomb. Foggy is in way more trouble than one would have thought 5 minutes ago. But he's going for that third base, right? So that's an investment that hasn't paid off yet. That should give him the edge. The Panda is close to level 3. The Demon Hunter keeps on burning, which I think is nice, especially with Rejuvenation, as Sheik's army doesn't have a Destroyer for Dispel. Big Mana Potion, fantastic. Demon Hunter items, good. But we're going for the third attack upgrade in Disease Cloud. Like, this is fairly even. Sheik has a chance to win this.
Forces are under attack.
If he outperforms Foggy in the fight. The early game was super rough for Sheik. Oh, he needs that last hit. He needs the Panda 3. Doesn't have it yet. And a TP out. With one Dryad loss. Plus, he's getting the full camp. And the Ancient Django. That's damn good. Sharks are here. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? The tree, surely. No Nature's Blessing. It's just an oversight. We got 1800 lumber. There's no reason to not have Nature's Blessing at this point. And he pays the price for it. One more click and we're down to 2 base. Oh, Foggy is in trouble. Guard army is burning, but it's picking up one right after the next. Panda out of the fight after a nice Coil Nova. Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire countered with the Stone Form. Bears on the ground, Heroes on the ground being controlled by that worm. And Sheik still has 1,000 gold to bounce back from this attack. I think he's doing a lot of things very correctly. The heal scroll also holds huge value that he just used. If he has another... Oh my god. If he has another coil, he can't even... Yep, save that worm. Can he get another kill in? He can. Sheik with a huge fight. And an Expo kill. Sheik is the favorite to win this game now. Instantly back to 80. Brilliant Garg worm play. The heal scrolls, man, made a huge difference. Panda didn't have the impact that he was supposed to have. No hippos to soak up damage to create another threat. So the Gargs have to attack that first. The Demon Hunter falls and Sheik with a big turnaround on map 2. That early game was pretty much flawless by Foggy. The Expo was so late, but he didn't force the issue. Third base, pretty greedy. Demon Hunter back. I like that Sheik is not overcommitting to worms. One is totally fine. Hero levels are just not really there yet. Gargoyle damage is absurd at some point. We got the heal ward in the back. Nuke on the panda. He still holds that big mana potion that he could never use because he's out of the fight so quickly. Yeah, and this is the gargoyle play of an FFA player. And this is why the strat is so scary. This was the only way Sheik got back into the game. Once the Expo was up and fortified with the 2 towers, going into Gargs was the only way to bring him back. And that was a smart decision. Foggy didn't punish it fast enough. Gargoyle worm play scales incredibly well into the late game. With undead heroes, with the worm so strong, with Abomination's disease cloud.
A town is under siege.
And there's no real answer to this. Yeah, this is not the style Foggy wants to play against the Sheik.
A player's forces are under attack.
Foggy lost this base. Sheik is expanding on the left-hand side. Foggy with double orb, double staff. Not too bad. Beautiful. Underappreciated part of Autumn Leaves. Very pretty.
Players' forces are under attack.
Unlike Foggy's situation in this game, supply-wise, it's still kinda even. It's going more upgrades. Finally, Nature's Blessing. At the 20-minute mark. That is way too late. He wants it. Oh, cut gas pipe for Sheik. Yes, please. He wanted to move the tree over then, I guess. But yeah, that upgrade was necessary when your third base was pushed. Against gargoyles, heal scrolls don't make that much sense unless you have hippos, because it's mostly single target damage. I understand, focusing more on potions. Double anti-magic is quite nice in the absence of destroyers, actually. And Foggy is getting 2-3 upgrades. He has to fight with the 100 food, right? This base is unbreakable. Forget about it. You have to break him here. How do you outmaneuver the best FFA player in the game on 3 bases in the late game with almost the perfect army composition? Is rough, man. The nuke is strong. Papa J, thank you for the 9 month. I think a lot of people expected a Starbuck Foggy rematch. According to the stats, this was supposed to happen. But she could get his 2nd win ever versus Foggy. Yeah, he's going high upkeep. But so is Sheik. With the 2nd worm, heroes far in the back. There's a little choke here. Shredder in the mix, can't connect. Tree in the mix, can't connect. And a lot of Avons with disease clouds clogging up that choke. Naga is in trouble. Dryads are falling so quickly. Demon Hunter never made it to level 5 thanks to the Panda as a 3rd hero, which was necessary, soaking up the XP. We're still trading quite a bit, but the Dryads are basically deleted from the game. We still have a cheeky Nova, against these heroes. Reposition with the Garg, Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire. Okay, lots of mischance. Foggy is having a better fight than expected, but at some point you can't defend this nuke anymore. I don't blame Foggy for the loss here. The game was lost earlier, since he allowed Sheik to build this army, this late game army, who's now still on 2 bases, still with all the heroes. Didn't decide yet if he wants to go for Aura or not, but should be soon, I guess. And we don't have the critical mass of Gargs anymore, but he's still suffering here. That was pretty close. Good fight by Foggy. He did what he was allowed to do. Holy fuck, dude. Sorry, there was a chatter that had to permanently be deleted from the channel. Yes, this was as good as Foggy could have played it, I think. Now he needs heal scrolls against Disease Cloud. His forces aren't really there anymore. Go then. Sheik looking for the knockout punch. Oh, dodge with the anti-magic. Love it. Third Demon Hunter killed this game without mana burn. It is impossible. Foggy still trying somehow with the second kill. And I think this panda won't live much longer anyway. It is game, and Sheik takes a 2-0. Impressive. This feels like a lot better than Sheik on Sunday when it was the CIS finals. DWCC CIS finals, where he underperformed a little bit. His second win in a row, not in a row, the second win of Sheik versus Foggy. Impressive. In game 1, he took the initiative and played the game from there, not dropping the ball. Nice, I like that. Not allowing Foggy a crazy Warden comeback. But game 2, he was in the ropes already. He took a big hit at his expansion early on, and then Foggy fell back and gave him time. And it was even bases. And there was more damage that Sheik did to Foggy than Foggy did to Sheik. And everybody knows late game scenario is in favor of the undead. So 2-0 it is. And Sheik is in the winner's final, where he will meet Starbuck or RaZZoRMaN. That game's up next. And of course, Starbuck goes into this as the big favorite. We can expect some wonky plays here for sure. Sheik versus Starbuck, surely a match that, if Sheik is well prepared, can be really competitive as well. Don't underestimate Sheik. He has his ups and downs, but today it seems like it's surely an up. For Foggy, there's room to improve for sure. He will be the favorite in the lower bracket semifinal, then maybe get a revenge. And we have seen, from example from Moon, how different a series can look. Also from Blade vs. Cash, unfortunately. First time appearance for RaZZoRMaN, right? Making it through the qualifiers. This is surely gonna be interesting. Surely gonna be interesting. Mr. 8-Man is sending me a short about the PTR.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh man, I can only imagine. Okay, Soul Research Man is investigating PTR mechanics, including the Vampiric Aura.
it's a new PTR and we have Vampiric Potion. It's a consumable. You use it on your hero with a lot of damage. It can be ranged, doesn't matter. But look, it works with crit, so this potion can get out of control. In the late game, you can buy it in the marketplace. So it's definitely good in the early game, good in the late game. And look at this Blade Master destroying 3 abominations and healing at the same time. You may say Soul did Blizzard nerf Pala Rifle a little bit, Militia was nerfed, Blood Mage was nerfed, like how long the Siphon range is, and Footies are in between. Human got very small buff, so nothing fancy. Speaking about fancy stuff, maybe Dark Ranger got jealous of Siphon mana from the Blood Mage, because Dark Ranger can now give HP to the allied units, but there is one catch: if you give too much HP, the Dark Ranger will die. And also the most important...
This will happen to every Night Elf player that picks the Dark Ranger. I call it now. It will happen. Of course it will. Everybody knows it.
Important for Orc now, those Taurens, they have resistant skin, so it means you can't possess because it's a resistant skin. You can't devour because it's resistant skin, and when you want to hex or use a polymorph, the duration is very, very slow because it's basically like a hero now. So Taurens in the late game can be very, 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 very dangerous. As we can see for the Night Elves, we have ability to make the permanent night, because now Moonstone has 45 seconds uptime, and if you use it on 2 heroes, you need 2 shops, you can constantly buy them. So in the late game, when you have a lot of Moonwells, it can be quite oppressive. And look, the night is still here, and what is...
Wait, was he exaggerating? Or can you really do a constant nighttime?
Cool about the undeads, Nerubian Tower was actually buffed, and when you change the target after one attack, it attacks so quickly that you can slow up to 4 units. As you can see, if you just attack, we can spread the slow, and it's perfect buff for Mr. Happy, because Mr. Happy is a player like that. And look, there is still night, and I still have 1 Moonstone. And to finish this PTR, there are bugs on the PTR. They change Orb of Darkness, and they change it in the way it's bugged. So if you pick it up, even with Paladin with Divine Shield, the game will crash. So that's enough PTR to test things like that. Of course, Blizzard is working on this, and for the new updates, check out the YouTube channel. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen...
Man, what a nice, concise, well-summarized video by Soul 8-Man. Best patch summary in the world. Very well done. Man. Yeah, this short needs exposure. Can you like this? Can you watch this? Can you push the algorithm? Thank you, chat. People were saying Grubby was testing Torrent yesterday. Yes, it was fixed already in a patch to the PTR. So Torrent are working as intended now. Yeah, there was a PTR patch yesterday against the resistance skin. Permanite is real. That's funny. Permanite. How much does that cost, though? 50 gold every... yeah. So it's one gold per second, basically. Okay, funny. But then, of course, you have to be in the main, right? But then you can use staff. Yeah, as I said, I am not pleased with this PTR. Alrighty, we're ready. Go, they say. Waiting for RaZZoRMaN to give us the green light. Now, come on. Maybe doing some crypto trades on the side. Self-proclaimed crypto millionaire, if I remember correctly. Not sure if we can believe that. Hey Neo, any chance for a mini tournament on PTR? Only if War3Champions puts them on War3Champions. Otherwise, there's only the US West server, which makes it pretty much unplayable. And to be honest, the past PTR tournaments were all very bad. So I'm not mega motivated to make this work. If Blizzard comes along and says, here is a bunch of dollars, organize it. Sure. But, yeah. We'll see, I guess. Here's the tail of the tape, everybody. B-Cup is the second tournament appearance by RaZZoRMaN. He is up against the vice champion of B-Cup 16, only bested by Happy in the great final. Starbuck goes into this group as the favorite, and with Lin and Fortitude not playing and with Life already eliminated, I think everything but another grand final could be quite disappointing for Starbuck. So the journey to the grand final starts here. Starbuck is the human, bottom left hand side on concealed, RaZZoRMaN on the right hand side. His playstyle is surely out there. It is Footman. It is Farseer. It is Grunts, Raiders, Firelord. Everyone knows. And then Starbuck. We'll see what he's doing against it. He is like... He knows what's coming up. Everybody knows the meme strat of RaZZoRMaN. If you don't know it, you can surely be overwhelmed by it. But Starbuck has a big head and a big brain inside that big head. So he'll surely put it to good use. But RaZZoRMaN earned the spot in this by winning in the qualifiers. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Winner is facing Sheik. Loser is going down to the lower bracket up against Foggy. Forward shop. Instant aggression. This is why Starbuck should never go to the lab, because the harass will be there. He knows it. Adjusts his creep route. Creeps the safe camp. Do not give RaZZoRMaN an inch here in the beginning.
A player's forces are under attack.
So militia creeping at the same time. Wolves are harassing. He's going for the tower. I like that move. Of course, you want to have the wolf with good uptime to do lots of economy damage. On concealed, expansions are pretty impossible against the RaZZoRMaN playstyle. But so far, all the peasants safe. This will change now. Surrounded! Oh, just like that. That's a way, of course, to deal with harass. Just surround the hero. And now, plan B, huh? Now, plan B. I guess this might be a quick one.
A player's forces are under attack.
You think Starbuck is angry at himself for losing that worker? Maybe.
The town is under siege. A player's forces are under attack.
So surely a level of dominance by one of the world's best players in Starbuck cancels the healing, not allowing a bath at all. And yeah, RaZZoRMaN surely without a plan B. That doesn't happen to him. Oh, tech isn't done yet. Who needs the speed scroll? Makes this early game so expensive. Yeah, Starbuck with the perfect counter. For sure, for sure, for sure. Rifles, casters, tier 2 halfway done. Incredible map control, solid defense. That's the problem when everybody knows what your strategy is. But it's also like the nature of a round of 32 first round, right? You've gotta have these matches where one of the high seeds meets one of the lower seeds. Can be quite fun though. If one of the player comes up with creative play,
a player's forces are under attack,
or plays some shenanigans because he's that favored, we'll see where this goes. Starbuck, surely a person who might have some fun, especially on map 2, or when he's far ahead.
a player's forces are under attack.
Boom! Next round. After the Farseer gets it done. And RaZZoRMaN can't really do anything, man, this entire game. Paladin second. Huh. Didn't expect that. Starbuck experimenting. What's the reason for that? I thought Mountain King would be the choice. Or maybe a Blood Mage. Anything with crowd control. I mean, there's gonna be hero focus. A lot of hero focus. So yeah, having Holy Light against that, it's not bad. Okay, not going for the heroes, rather for the footmen, but these spells on level 1 aren't that impressive, to be honest. Starbuck messes up the surround a little bit, but has the Holy Light at the ready now. These footmen have a lot of value, but not against the Chain Lightning. RaZZoRMaN actually getting some stuff done. That should come in as a bit of surprise. But here's another... Oh no, it was only a 3 units around. Maybe the sheep was blocking the water elemental? Hiroshi. Now you'd love to have Soul or Stormbolt. Rifles, mass casters, even without an expansion. That's interesting.
A player's forces are under attack.
Radar Walker against this. Oh! Alright. Here comes the slow. Here comes the block. Militia as well. There's Cow on the menu. Starbuck going for a double surround. Oh, man. That was a guaranteed kill. Starbuck a little lazy today. Cow well oiled up. So yeah, against the Ensnare Focus Fire, Holy Light is obviously very good. And I guess the question is if Starbuck wants to play with his prey, or if he wants to activate him. Because the Orc heroes, man, they need levels, and what they don't have right now is levels. Oh, come on. Nice deny. Militia called back. Are we scaling in any direction? Nope, just more priests.
Forces are under attack.
Classic rifle caster army. To be honest, based on Starbuck's vibe, I suspect he's enjoying this a lot. I would agree. He's probably a bit mad at himself for like a peasant loss early, 2 missed rounds. But yeah, for sure. He likes to bully people, I think.
Player's forces are under.
So can RaZZoRMaN get one of his infamous hero kills in? With Stomp and Chain Lightning and Ensnare. Militia are here to create a little wall and distract for the red spot to finish. Items, battle bongos, good for rifles. But with the creeps involved, and especially this Bloodlust Ogre Magi, it's not a horrible fighting position. You do have Devotion Aura though, so all that physical damage is reduced. It's a Gruntier TC, finally level 2, but it's not more damage, it's just more movement speed first and foremost. Against slow, that doesn't really matter. And yeah, the fights are pretty one-sided, I think we can agree. But it's not a 3-minute GG. Solid timings. A kingdom for a heal scroll, eh? But RaZZoRMaN, no level 3, no combat items. And Starbuck basically wins this 2-1 against the collab of RaZZoRMaN and the creeps. And now everything is bruised. Did he rebuild a shop? Oh, he did not. Yeah, that's a problem. No heal scroll, no clarity, no nothing. Peasants?
A player's
I mean, peons. Alright. Final fight then, I guess. Slow and painful death for this poor cow. RaZZoRMaN right hand side goes for the shop. He wasn't... Okay, he was allowed the left hand side. Starbuck is outscaling him with 2 levels. That is a sign of dominance for sure. Finally some creeping. Here comes the shop. Interesting position. Just more of the same. I expected wonkier stuff by Starbuck, to be honest. I expected some polymorph shenanigans. MK first, Tavern Hero first. Basically making a statement. But alright, we're pushing into the base for the first time. Breakers undeniable, I guess, at the moment. With 1 Kodo. That's rough. He couldn't even get the dragon. No Sag. Stomp is nice. Chain Lightning is nice. We have field scrolls against it though. The Breaker is not the massive frontline they're supposed to be. DC down to 50%. Cast is suffering a little bit. Field scroll has been used. RaZZoRMaN, no real way to save his heroes except killing the enemy in his own base with the burrows. But yeah, Kodo falling. Army mostly repositioned. And that was the last spell that RaZZoRMaN can cast on this army. It is still a whooping 15 food. No more income. The burrows are annoying. But so is every orc unit falling. Double level 4. It is the expected dominance by Starbuck. A little less than I initially thought. This CC is now locked in. Finally, G and game. Starbuck confidently cruising towards the 1-0. As expected. As expected. Yeah, no Firelord mass hero focus. I'm a bit surprised. I'm a bit surprised. Mr. Dandy, welcome, 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 welcome. I saw the 2-2 with Knopf yesterday. What a great vibe that was. Just 2 dudes with a big smile enjoying the game. That was super lovely, man. RaZZoRMaN a bit of a meme player, but I mean, he's up against one of the top 3-4 players in the world. And he survived until the 10-minute mark. I don't think we can give him lots of shit. Watching for Foggy fight. Foggy has a lower bracket run ahead of him. First series wasn't too great. He needs your energy, mate. He needs your energy. For it's not impossible to make it through the lower bracket. Winner bracket is for bitches, right? Everybody knows. I think I have to restart my client. Later tonight, we have our German league as well. 8:30. With some cool matches, actually. Looking forward to it. We got Tekko versus Tom, the league debut of Tekko, who I'm pretty excited about. And Tom already with a little bit of a do or die situation. He lost the first match last week. He is surely the underdog in this entire league. And Tekko is a grinder, man. Tekko is a grinder. Then Kevin versus Ito is an absolute classic. If this best of 3 lasts 2.5 hours, I wouldn't be surprised. And then tomorrow, the match for Orc Supremacy in this league with Tetsa and Francis, and Toxie versus Leon. Our 2-time champion against the champion of the Polish LAN. Wonder what Toxie has prepared, as he's usually a Pally Rifle player, but in Mirror it doesn't work, and Leon has defeated Moon, so switching to Night Elf is also not that easy. This is a good week for Dach Inferno. I'm sure. Okay, we have 2 more minutes, so Woody coming in with 100 bits. I really appreciate the upcoming idea that gives Tauren resistance skin in the next patch. Oh really, Woody? While some players have already called it a Woody patch and criticized it for supporting a playstyle they don't enjoy, I actually see it as a healthy direction for the game. One of the main reasons I often play late game fights against undead and rely more on towers is because banshees can possess my Tauren, losing such expensive unit to possession without a real counterplay. That I see. But what is the counterplay to Tauren now? Is the question that everybody is asking. Especially with the cheaper expansion plus undispellable stasis traps. I don't know. Worms? Worms against a cheaper Orb of Lightning. Really? Is Tauren with Pulverize the best for destroying buildings? Pulverize doesn't work against buildings. It only works against units, right? I think. I'm actually not sure. I think. Not a fan of this patch. Not. Destroyers. Destroyers beat Tauren. Yeah. I mean, technically, a Gargoyle beats the Tauren too. So one chatter said it works on buildings, the other chatter said it doesn't work on buildings. I'm confused. I'm right. I'm pretty sure the other person thinks so too. I like the confidence though. This is how I do it too. My way is correct. The other person is wrong. In every patch discussion, there's only me. All right, broadcast is ready. I'm ready. I think I am ready. Yup. Go, 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 go. Starbuck says go. Winner faces Sheik. Starbuck 1 map away from that. Okay, go, 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 go. Both players give the go. And here we go. Twisted Meadows, everybody. The macro map. Starbuck still a contender for being the 3rd player to ever reach 3,000 MMR on War 3 Champions with 2,918, which is crazy. For some wins, you don't get a single MMR point. Ain't that disappointing? But here's our game. Starbuck and RaZZor on Twisted. Lots of room to unfold the play. Boom. It is the greatest map of all time. Starbuck surely one of the greatest players that we have currently. Are there gonna be some shenanigans? Blood Mage first. Anything? Or is it serious competition? That's the question now. Maybe Starbuck wanted to have the safety net of a 1-0. So he can play serious in game 1 and serious in game 3. And maybe try to style a little bit on map 2. That's my hope at least. As he's that big favorite. So, what is it? Show me the way, Starbuck. Hatchmage again. Freedom 15. Thank you. Come on, lady, say it. Oh, I disabled this. Sorry.
For Warcraft 3.
Yes. Oh, Warcraft 3. Yep. We got 2 farms. Instant tower, as the Farseer of RaZZoRMaN will surely be knocking on your door again. This is the loser's pick of RaZZoRMaN. His classic playstyle wasn't displayed on map 1, right? He involved walkers. It wasn't too much hero focus. More like AoE on the units. Okay. Good scout. Why would you be here? Does he not know that Twisted is always cross spawn? I don't know. So making space for supply. Okay. Nice to find more armor early on.
Player's forces are under attack.
And now we'll see how much damage he can do here. Block. As I said, Starbuck is probably going to be mad at himself if he is losing a worker. And that happens again. Second time. Good counter pressure though. Everything now that's here is still healthy. Can still creep a lot. Starbuck, how many farms we got? 4? Alright. Expansion play then. So RaZZoRMaN, curious to see if this is his patented Mass Raider play then. Shop always forward, high harass uptime with that Farseer. Nice to see. And we're faking the Expo left to go down to the bottom right to get level 3, to get that Expo running. But oh, he's actually going for the Footman.
A town is under siege.
Interesting. I feel like he should be here. But hey, that is precisely level 3 as intended. It's more HP, and which is great because everybody knows that there's so much hero focus. And then having more HP is the best thing you can have against hero focus. So with the base secured with an Arcane Tower, Starbuck trying to hold here, and RaZZoRMaN is pretty much gonna be all in tier 2, I would say. But this is more peasant kills than I expected. Timing is nice, without Chain Lightning even. Losing a Grunt though is a big trade, 200 gold. Basically, only from the gold perspective, a Footman and a Worker are worth as much as a Grunt, so that is a huge loss. And the second Grunt fell as well, so yeah, not the greatest trades here. But it was just a warm-up, right? It was a warm-up, possibly for a Fire Lord, for Raiders. So yeah, trade is fine. Economy is fine. New Militia for the 5 worker power build. And Lumber is looking fantastic, actually. Okay. Vintage RaZZoRMaN. -2 grunts, Firelord coming. No dispel against this. But the safety of an Arcane. How much damage is this really? Just tower up, bro. Just tower up. Arcane towers are the hard counter against this strategy. If not clobbered down early, here comes the Popo to arrest RaZZoRMaN. Expo, once it's up without raiders, should be unpunishable. But the raiders are only coming up now with the beasteries. Deals with the summons really nicely. It's always a target if you upgrade the towers because they're easy to cancel early, hard to kill later. Good saves, I gotta say. But another grunt fell. And with the Fire Lord, you are all in. I wonder, does Starbuck need a tech? He's gonna get the gold in a second.
A player's forces are under attack.
Yeah, RaZZoRMaN has always played this strat. 15, 20 years. And then there are counters in play, huh? He can never really fight. He can go for buildings, but it's already fortified here. I can only imagine. Yep, we're gonna get the masonry, exactly. To make buildings more sturdy against this. It seems like it's a foregone conclusion. I wonder what RaZZoRMaN can bring to the table. It is a tough group, by the way. In the lower bracket versus Foggy first round, that's hard. I gotta say, no clown strats by Starbuck is surprising. Nice timing here. There is surface area. Do we have pillage? Just finished. Oh, Blizzard early, level 4. Let's go. Base race it is. Yeah, that's a nice way to counter this. More towers. A raider is here to intercept it. Is the Ensnare on cooldown, really? Or is he waiting for the staff to be used? Ay, this is expensive. You shouldn't build burrows like this when you're up against an Archmage, I guess. Staff now. Nah, RaZZoRMaN, are you looking? Nope, no Ensnare. Great value on that raider. And the Shredder is fighting. And the towers are fighting. And the militia are fighting. And we're still mining with these. Bottom left, bottom right.
Players' forces are under attack.
Why would you build burrows in a square? It looks nice. I guess. That's the main thing, right? So we build a little sanctuary here whenever you move forward. We're gonna have a wall. Then there's towers. Less surface area for footies. Yeah, that's a point if you want to make one. Seems like this is all checkmate. But the tech is very late. So many towers. Yeah, surely necessary. Surely necessary. He's fortifying up, man. He's building Fort Knox Square. Who the real architect now, huh? Raiders should be relatively easy to deal with, to be honest. Hero will do good. Shredder will do good. Footman will do good. Towers are alright. And then Swordsman. Sorks will be the knockout. At the moment, quite annoying to only have tier 1. But probably super fun to play the Invis Archmage. Hell yeah, let's go!
A player's forces are under attack.
And it's not getting any weaker. Everything that Starbuck loses can easily be rebuilt at the bottom right, so I don't think he's in trouble at all. He has so much Blizzard. He's already at 12k damage. Look at him go. 12-2, 12-4, 12-5, 12-6. Oh no. End snare missing. End snare missing. End snare missing. End snare missing. Ah no. Ay, 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 ay. Yep, worth it. 1300 gold. Farms up to 74 food. Good luck. Smiley face. Hard counter. Ah, RaZZoRMaN wasn't ready for winter. No, no. He wasn't. Winter was coming. And RaZZoRMaN had no code. GG. The expected result. Fun little game. But yeah, Starbuck was the major favorite. And he proved to us why. And that's how you get punished for building 4 burrows together. A simple counter, I gotta say. GG. This gives us Sheik versus Starbuck, which could be a banger. I don't know. I haven't seen too much of Sheik's anti-pally rifle play, actually. And that also gives us Foggy versus RaZZoRMaN. Plus the lower bracket final. Yeah, nicely done, man. Fortifying the bases. And then play it from there. Was kind of lovely. So, Sheik vs Starbuck coming up. I hit the restroom real quick. And then we got more Warcraft. Check out backtowarcraft.com/support for all the ways to support us, including Prime Sub. What's the coffee saying? Coffee saying. All right, Sheik vs Starbuck. Damn this hype. I haven't seen this match in a while, to be honest, I think. At least I can't remember, which doesn't mean much. Let me see. Starbuck versus Sheik. Whee! 16-1, really? I thought Sheik would have gotten some wins. Damn! Okay, we got a clear favorite. A very clear favorite. Last game is a couple of weeks ago, though. And Sheik looked really good today. Like, really good. It's always a bit hit or miss. I think this is purely based on his motivation. Against Foggy, he looked hot in both maps. Good question. What's the state of War 3 Champions and the KK servers right now? I saw the video from a month ago and wonder how it actually impacted the scene. Okay, I think we have some time for this. So, it was a total disaster in the beginning, as expected. All the Asians are not on War 3 Champions anymore. They are on KK. Including other people like Happy and, well, Happy to a degree. He plays as much as he has to. Leon from time to time, Hawk. So there was a huge exodus. Tournament integrity was upheld because the tournament organizers decided if Western players are involved, we use War 3 Champions. That was super important. Now, War 3 Champions got a season reset, and I think that, alongside the promo that the server got from Grubby and the OnlyFans participants, revitalized that server big time. Big time. So, while the top players are gone from the ladder, it is way more competitive on the Western high end. And I think that is very healthy to have this kind of region lock. So while everybody at War 3 Champions was, I guess, a little stunned by the effects of the KK server, now it feels like the server is alive and kicking again. I see good development behind the scenes. I see great player numbers. I see people being motivated to grind it out. I am incredibly hyped for the upcoming War 3 Champions finals. So, while we don't have this paradise where all the players play on the best conditions, with almost everybody having access if they want to, I think it is actually healthy for the Western scene. KK, I don't know anything about KK, to be honest, except that it's very flawed in functionality and usability, and of course, non-Chinese can't enter without special passes and stuff. There's only one server in China, except 30 around the world. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm having the greatest time watching high-level War 3 Champions games right now. Like this ladder standings, so cool. Jens active in one-on-one again. Death Note super strong. Cash back to one-on-one. Even Hitman back, even though he's Night Elf. Tiesiok this high, awesome. Neutron back to one-on-one. Grubby back to one-on-one. Seeing Nabu this high, being Francis in one-on-one, like this was so revitalizing. Love it. Cloud, all of a sudden, boom. Seiso being active in one-on-one again. People like new rising stars like Hinagiku. I love this. I love this. My man Fra, love this player. Dude, that series was that match was Knopf yesterday. Holy moly! The Muslim back. Who's Riverflow? 2100 MMR from Canada. Also old school. I don't know who that is. Players are in the lobby, by the way. Perfect ping conditions. Nah, Kiwi is no Night Elf. Kiwi was diehard Orc. Finrod, I saw your comment on the Battle.net forums, by the way. And if I'm not mistaken, that's the only sane comment in the entire Battle.net forum regarding the PTR. Appreciate you taking the time and feedback this. It's important, guys, to feedback this. Everybody should do it. If you have an opinion, post it. And Finrod is a prime example. He's not only the most stylish undead player in the world, he's also doing good community service. Well, I guess there's Kaz. Kaz is a different kind of stylish, though. Kaz is like, I'm taking a bunch of funny mushrooms and then play Warcraft. And Finrod is like, if you take the negative connotation away, like a stylish Berlin hipster before that was a bad thing. I don't know, I can't come up with something better. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Are you saying Big Murphy with his robe isn't stylish? Mr. Murphy is a very special specimen, of course. That has his very own way of approaching the game. I have the feeling devs are listening mostly to Grubby, which makes Night Elf the hardest race to play. Oi, 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 I have a lot to say about Grubby's patch review. Maybe I have to meditate before reacting to that. But let's react to some class Warcraft, everybody. Winner bracket finals, the playoffs on the line. It is Starbuck versus Sheik, two players that display some brilliance every now and then on the battlefield. And here is the first showing of today of the Pala and the Rifles, everybody, with the fast altar new build order. It is time. I haven't seen a Pally rifle play in a long time. And we need this variety. Good for us. Not that great for Sheik, but yesterday a lot of people said Pally rifle has been figured out. And that surely stands true for Happy. But is it the same for Sheik? I think there is a chance Sheik is going Necro Wagons. Sheik oftentimes has his own solution. He's rarely following the meta, and I like and respect that a lot. So usually the answer to Pally Rifle, and if you're up against Starbuck on this map, you should expect Pally Rifle as an undead, would be Crypt Lord. Crypt Lord, Mass Ghoul, flood the base. Not the case here. It's also no Tet Fiend approach. So we'll see. I don't dare to make a prediction how Sheik plays against this. Could be anything. If I had to bet, DK Pit Lord Necros. Trying with early aggression. This chat will be flooded, by the way, by Pala Rifle players who say, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is not optimized. How could he do this? So get ready for some Pally Rifle University backseating.
Players' forces are under attack.
Is Tet Fiend good against Pally Rifle? No. It is actually horrible. But Expo is. And now, this kind of takes the Pally Rifle player out of the comfort zone, I think. Marching across the map and canceling things is not necessarily what you want. You want to approach things slow. With the Paladin leveling But maybe with Militia you can, and Starbuck has a very good idea. This is why oftentimes Cryptlord is the best solution. With the beetles, you have a lot. And here's the 3 rifles into tech. It's rather fast. But yeah, if Sheik pins down Starbuck here, and there's no damage here, maybe that's working. So far, I don't hate what I see. From Sheik's perspective, question is, of course, when can he tech? Can he reach the human economy? Can he disrupt it? So we'll see about that. Last hit, sweet. Illusion's kinda nice. Good block by Starbuck. Though with the damage ghouls fall quickly, but if you steal more experience here. Sweet last hitting. And if you get the expo up and fortify this expo, this might still be Sheik's game. But I don't see a graveyard. I don't see more towers. This is a bit worrying.
A player's forces are under attack.
But we don't go full force towards the second base. Yeah, Sheik had the ghouls ready. Might be creeping with them. New rod, interception in the middle. Starbuck waiting for the blonde devil. It still takes 2 minutes. Okay, Sheik, what's your response now? I'm genuinely curious.
A player's forces are under attack.
Starbuck playing around the last hit. This was a little premature by Sheik. How many ghouls we got? 11. Fascinating how Sheik is not following into Happy's footsteps. No graveyard, no spirit tower, no mass fortification. Rather an earlier number of ghouls. Paladin level 3. Damage distributed already, but how do you engage? The healthy Paladin up front. Good positioning, but he doesn't deny level 3.
A player's forces are under attack.
Okay, off we go. Can the ghouls connect? Can they do the damage? Can they hold this expansion? Damage is split. You only have 1 Holy Light every 6 seconds. Using only in that sentence is... I know. Is Starbuck seriously saving every single one? Oh my god. You gotta respect the micro. With the last Holy Light saving the last Rifleman. Sick. Sick! That was well done. It was easy to lose 3 rifles here. Now we get the graveyard. Now we get the second crypt. Sheik still has the extra economy. But he lost quite some ghouls. Quite some.
Town is under siege.
And now the devil is coming. From here on out, Starbuck can just double down on everything he has. Yeah. And this is what's not allowed to happen to Sheik. He does have the Necropolis up. The double Nerup is alright, but somehow, unintuitively, Spirit Towers are doing the better job. And here the Militia, ready to arrest. Yeah, that DK. The missing 6 beetles make this quite hard. that's the end of this expo, I guess. Dreadlord second. Ooh, okay. Okay. The darkness way. Sleep on the Blood Mage. Carrion Swarm later.
Are under attack.
And that still work. Is it too late? Sheik has to hold. Oh boy. Doesn't have repair anymore. Oh my god, the Manor Town Hall right in his face. Jesus, what a statement. He surely held back with the clownery against RaZZoRMaN. But this is just taunting his opponent, and that without Mountain Giants. Bro, he's already dead. Oh, is he? Well, oh, this is so hard, man. How do you engage when everything is clumped, when everything is clocked? Oh, gnarly. He gets to sleep on the Blood Mage. So no Siphon at the moment. Another sleep to prevent the mana transfer. But this position is way too good. You want always multiple ghouls to attack one target. The sleep is just to delay the Siphon. The shop is up. The towers are coming up. Brilliant play by Starbuck. And now the Dreadlord got no mana no more. And this push is dead. GG. Wow. Pala rifle excellence, everybody. I don't think you can play this much better than Starbuck just did. Great saves on the rifleman early. Very streamlined build order. And this is one of the reasons why a DK is oftentimes not the play, but rather a Crypt Lord. It truly feels like without Crypt Lord, there is no real chance. Yeah, not sure what the DK advantage is over a Crypt Lord, to be honest. As much as I would love to see this work. And then, like, the Town Hall, shop, towers, clogging up the positions. Brilliant positioning. Brilliant positioning. So yeah, that is a little bit of a challenging situation for Sheik now, who has to win 2 maps against one of the strongest Pally Rifle players, who unfortunately can also play other stuff. And the Dreadlord was promoted as a very, very good counter. Didn't see about that. Didn't see about that. Didn't see that. Don't know about that. Broadcast is asking for 2 minutes. Gladly taking that. That looked fairly simple. But yeah, if you don't attack the human's base, I think it's down to you as well. Is Crypt Lord Mass Ghouls really the only way? Yeah, I think regarding community suggestions and chat and everything, the time where we can have a discussion about play is over. It's all change this value, change that value. That's the PTR times, everybody. That's what it's going to be for the next 4 weeks. Match points for Starbuck. Playoff points for Starbuck. Go! Ooh, it is Turtle Rock as Sheik's pick. Really? This kind of forces Paladin Rifle. And it is a hard to expand map for Undead. Maybe you can expect here at the neighboring starting position. Wolf Tweet! Oh yeah, I don't know if he did himself any favor with that map pick. Maybe he has a great plan. Maybe he has a great plan. With Sheik, everything is possible always. But seeing this group, I'm pretty sure... he's focusing on that match versus Foggy. The potential lower bracket final. DK again. I'd say Sheik is one of the very few players in the scene that is familiar with Necro Wagon rushes due to FFA. Maybe that's valid. Maybe that's worth experimenting. But maybe it just falls flat on its face. I don't know. So this is excellent for the new Pally Rifle build order. With the fast Paladin, with the Militia creep, because everything is medium armor. So Militia deal extra damage. And then you can creep quite a bit. And now we got the rifle out. Sheik on the other side. Okay.
A player's forces are under attack.
For an expansion left-hand side. Do we have cannibalism? Please go cannibalism. I love that play. Just for the style, bruh. He needs a little bit more lumber, but he's gonna get that in a sec. Yeah, it is fascinating how well Undead started to creep this after a while. It's a rat spot. It's not even summoned.
A player's forces are under attack.
It's just the way ghouls can be used. And a devotion aura. Devotion aura, nice. Doesn't help against holy light, but helps against rifle shots. Starbuck seems to have a good read. We have the dagger for healing. This is level 3. It's a very clean and fast level 3. And from there on out, it's mostly one-tapping duels. PK coming in. Off I go then. But these ghouls, man, it's not enough. There's not enough ghouls. Holy Light at the ready. Rifle still surrounded. And he gets the kill. Okay, Sheik fighting. At the moment, just focus on one rifle. Should always be split. Now he's starting to do it. And Starbuck on the way to a somewhat retreat. Didn't get level 3.
A player's force.
Quite some time bot for Sheik. I think Sheik would do himself a favor by going early graveyard, second drags, and lots of towers. Heyo, Dark! Thank you for the 35! Very good showing on the call yesterday. You were
A
praised
player's forces are under attack.
in DMs for your wisdom that was shared with the people. Unironically. Yeah, that did surprise me. It probably surprises you too. Now we got level 3 Pally. With lots of armor. And this is, oh my, this is just wide open. Oh, that's not good. We do get the earlier graveyard. Look at that! Can you keep it closed for now? New ghoul positioning. Oh, Sheik, I like it. No! So much for neutral Neo, by the way. It is done. Sheik with a better hold than expected. But with the Paladin breaking free, there was 2 ghouls sacrificed for that play. Oh no. The Necropolis is dead. Ooh, only 1 tower. We don't have a ziggurat here for spirit towers. That attack.
Town is under siege.
Yeah, I am not sure about that fast tech. To be honest, I'm not sure about picking Turtle Rock at all. Why isn't he massing ghouls? I mean, yeah, he has 1500 gold. And he has 11 ghouls. Rushes tier 3. Huh.
Town is under siege.
I don't understand this game plan. Maybe I don't have to. Maybe Sheik is showing me the way and showing some wisdom. Or he's gonna lose with 1000 gold. Both possible. But yeah, that expo is done. And the Pally is leveling. And we're expanding here again.
A player's forces are under attack.
Ivory towers. Oh my god, you're punishing him so hard. Quite a gift by Sheik towards Starbuck. I like that Dreadlord play, but if he pairs that Dreadlord play with like early graveyard mass towers, mass ghouls, I think there's so much potential. An unused potential is painful. And we click at one ghoul after the next and the next. Make it 3. Yep, that's over. Hey, we killed the rifle! We killed the rifle! In my book, Sheik should be able to get the win here because of it. Maybe there is no problem with Pally Rifle. Maybe we just have to switch the win condition. The anti-Pally Rifle player is losing the game if he loses all buildings. The Pally Rifle player is losing the game automatically if he loses one rifle. That would fix the problem. So in my book, Sheik wins this map. Tier 3 finished, that's the win condition. That could also be a win condition. If you're able to reach tier 3 at any point in the game, you win the game. If you survive 10 minutes. Yeah, I think we can get creative with that. Ooh, Firelord Dreadlord. That's a nice disable combo. And again, this setup, without the donated expo, I think is very promising. Soulburn Sleep as a disable to Holy Light and Siphon can be really cool. Sometimes I wonder if the Pally Rifle player has Warcraft open, or if he's like doing stock trading on the side, checking the weather, looking for a recipe what to cook later. I mean, you can multitask quite a bit as a Pally Rifle player. We got Disease Cloud now. So, if you think, oh, Sheik is holding him back, he's alive. Well, it's 30 food against 2 bases, tier 3, double workshop. Sheik's about to win this? Okay. Let's see. The skeleton death animation is quite beautiful, actually. Now that I see it. So, is Starbuck going double workshop gyros? Or is it just normal mortars?
A player's forces are under attack.
Firelord dangerously close to getting a single XP point. And see, like, this is why I think the strategy can work. It's really cool. I also like the wagon and the disease cloud. It's really effective and it's the right thing to have in the late game. But the late early game was completely messed up by rushing the tech. Oh, it's tanks. Tanks on Turtle Rock, man. It's been a while. It's been a while. That second crypt is probably 8 minutes late. Bye Sly! Thank you for the 50 months! Okay, let's see. Everything is hurt via Disease Cloud. Level 5 melodies is deeping out, man. But hey, we almost got a level 2 Fire Lord. Sweet. We got a level 2 Crypt Lord with Vamp Aura.
A player's forces are under attack.
Oy, 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 he has no clue that mech units are hitting him. Carrion Swarm is the way. Mana Sustain is hard, but Carrion Swarm, man. Here are the tanks. No AoE damage. Mountain King is coming in. Being nuked, being surrounded. Lovely. Soul Burn here. Sleep here. Ah, if he wouldn't have messed up the early game. Easy, easy, easy. Playoff participation for Starbuck. This win was handed to him on a silver platter, and if we're honest. And then, of course, he takes that gift. I would love to see that strat. Dreadlord, Firelord could be so cool. But you need to keep your expo up. You need to fortify the hell out of this. And he didn't. He rushed the tech. There was no fortification. There was no double crypt. There was no 20 ghouls. And then Pally Rifle wins. It's rather simple. But yeah, that was the expected outcome, right? Sheik has another chance. We said it at the beginning of the broadcast. It was rather predictable that Foggy versus Sheik is the first match and might also be the last match. And that was the winner bracket. All right, we got the next match set up. Foggy goes into this as the big favorite versus RaZZoRMaN. Clinza, thank you for the 17 months.
Neo sexiest man alive.
Are you? Are you? So not true. Such a lie, but I gladly take it. Thank you. Why rush tech when you have an undefended expo? That is a very, 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 very good question. He was floating 1500 when Starbuck attacked. That is very true. Yeah, that was a bit disappointing. Yeah, I mean, I said what I think, right? It's like early game was a bit ruined, very much actually. And then the games look like this. That's just what it is. It's like you're building a house and you build the foundation and you got the walls up, and then you spend a lot of money on some fancy interior and decoration and stuff, but you forget the roof, and then it starts to rain and it keeps on raining and your fancy decor and your fancy furniture is ruined. That's what happened here. That fancy furniture being like tier 2. Before you have the stability to be able to prevent that push. Well, in case you need help against the Pally Rifle play, there's thankfully a wonderful, wonderful guide by Echo Goodman, who is a very good undead. And he has written a guide called Facing Paladin Rifle as Undead. And Sheik should read that guide. And I understand that he maybe doesn't want to play like Happy and doesn't want to play Crypt Lord. But there's still some takeaway that you can apply to other strategies. That guide can be found here. Shout out Warcraft-Gym. Shout out Echo Goodman. Shout out Vez, who did this together. That's a fascinating thing with Pally Rifle. Everybody struggles against Pally Rifle. There's solution against Pally Rifle. There's knowledge against Pally Rifle, but nobody's using it correctly. Ugh. That is a bit of a frustrating thing. Where's Lemme's guide for orcs? On WC3.no. We're in the lobby. We got the map selected. We're waiting for the broadcast. And we go! The fight for survival in B Cup 17. It's the lower bracket. Foggy lost to Sheik. RaZZoRMaN lost to Starbuck. And now whoever loses here is out. As Foggy is an experienced player, he will surely have faced RaZZoRMaN on ladder and must know what's what's coming, because everybody knows what's coming, including RaZZoRMaN. Wink, wink. So let's go. Foggy versus Sheik is the game we want. Foggy versus Sheik is the game we need. But let's see if RaZZoRMaN can make this weird. I'd say RaZZoRMan's style is pretty much hard countered by a keeper, is it not? I think there might be a time and place for a keeper here, guys. A Foggy keeper is always a joy. Yay! Great minds think alike, don't we, Foggy? Off we go then. Keeper, Entangle, Treants. That's gonna be like a vintage keeper show. Because RaZZoRMaN is known for not playing with any dispel, especially Shaman. I don't even know if he has a hotkey set for that. And that makes the life of an orc really, really, really hard. He chooses to go down that path. So we'll see. We'll see. Foggy has to clean up his game a little bit compared to the series versus Sheik. There were a couple of mistakes that one should not do on this level. Starting with no deny and a claw, that's nice. So, obviously, Farseer grunts, forward shop, into Firelord Raider should be the play that we all expect from the RaZZoRMaN.
A player's forces are under attack. The town is under siege.
Ooh, Wisp kill. Okay. Yeah, Foggy has to weather the storm, and then from there on out, it is very likely to be his game, because when the Keeper meta came up, the first lesson always was don't expose your grunts to Entangle, and he is walking straight into Entangle.
A player's forces are under attack.
You know, some people who play a lot with their head and not with their fingers. For some people, it's the opposite. That's the second one. This is so predictable, man. This was so predictable. I don't know what to say, guys. I mean,
The town is under siege.
the second Foggy was in the lower bracket against Reza, I knew this would be exactly what's gonna happen.
A player's forces are under attack.
When you don't respect the Entangle, you're gonna get trashed. Fascinating. And it can't be that this didn't happen a million times on ladder. You're facing a lot of Night Elves on ladder. It has to happen basically 10 times every day to RaZZoRMaN. But at one point it will surely work, eh? At one point it will surely work.
A player's forces are under attack.
Well, well, well. Let's see if there's recovery. How can one be so stubborn? For some people, it's not about success in a series or in a tournament. For some people, it's just playing their preferred style. If that works or not, if the balance is made for that or not, doesn't matter. And to a degree, one can respect.
A player's forces are under attack.
I wonder though, what the Chinese audience is thinking if they don't know RaZZoRMaN. A lot of head shaking at the moment. In the Chinese Warcraft community, probably.
A player's forces are under
Hive,
attack.
Grunts, Shadow Hunter.
A town is under siege.
And Brood Strike. One target chain lightning. Okay. Speed scroll to get away from Entangle. Solid. That was the only one. Foggy creeping the panda in the meantime.
A player's
Radar
forces
Walker.
are under attack.
Double. No, not double, right? It's this thing. Radar Walker. Okay. It's such an easy game for Foggy. This is the easiest tournament game he probably ever played. Here was hoping to learn something about the Orc-Native matchup. What you can learn is don't play like this. When you see a keeper, Shaman are your best friend. Keep the grunts away as far as orcishly possible from the keeper. He's gonna entangle you, he's gonna kill you. That's just a fact. You can only engage if you have disable. If you have disenchant. Purge. And Purge is beneficial from Shaman. Because you either have to get rid of one entangle or like 3 treants. Definitely like entangle is the main thing that holds you back. You will scale better than a keeper. And that's what you do. As an orc. So we got the hero focus. The panda's dead.
A player's forces are under attack.
Which again shows me that Foggy is not playing the cleanest today. And soon we're gonna have this. But the issue with this spell of walkers is it's not a lot. And there is gonna be a lot of entangle.
A player's forces are under attack.
Panda level 3, Rune Braces, kinda nice. Shadow Hunter on the way to 3. Dryads are out for Dispel in a bit. Dryads are hard to make work on just one base. So we'll see. Expo coming up. I like that. But Foggy has pretty good knowledge about this.
A player's forces are under attack.
Heal scroll, I guess. Oh, sells the bracers. Yeah, makes sense. It's only chain lightning that affects it, really. Foggy has oftentimes been a king with the keeper. Drunken Haste, Breath of Fire, big disenchants here against the Treants, but Keeper has full mana and a mana potion. Solid healing. But yeah, that was the last disenchant. And now Trouble City starts if the panda stays up. Are we going for the hero again? Are we? Are we? No, actually. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Heal scroll. That's huge. Ooh, not bad, not bad, not bad. Foggy is bleeding some units here, but boom, the panda gathered some mana up one more time. And you can't afford infinite heal waves and heal scrolls. So from here on out, oh, more disenchant coming in. Good timing, actually. There's no TP though. Boom, Fastia dead. Was basically a glorified headhunter at that point with no mana. And now Foggy trying to find a way towards the top.
Players' forces are under attack.
Nutrients necessary. Yup. It's close. It's either the perfect timing or too late. No repair though. And Treant uptime is noise. And Foggy has to fight a bit harder than I expected him to. His enchant is big. Berserker falling. Don't tell me. Panda has no spells anymore. And Foggy has to get out and the X goes up. Uh-oh. Bro, imagine he plays this with Shaman. He'd probably slay. I'm a bit worried, guys. I'm a bit worried. That was some good fighting by RaZZoRMaN, actually. Not only focusing the heroes, but going for the units. Mana management, item management. Not bad. So let's see for how long he can hold this. As he is out of position. Got a town portal. We can't trade because Foggy has no town portal. Ooh, what? The Demolisher! The worst position after a TP possible. It's not even his fault. That was very unlucky. It could have been a nice touch to get a lot of damage in the right position. Panda level 4. Foggy's supply lead is growing. And the Panda has some quality inventory. Wisp for the detonate. Yep. Now there's no dispel anymore.
Players' forces are under
And that is RaZZoRMaN down to kinda useless walkers because they can't attack Dryad. The heroes are falling, no items anymore. As good as the fight before was, this TP bit him big time. And that's game. Okay, Foggy made this close. For the entertainment, for the viewers. Yeah, but imagine this, and especially that mid-game fight, with a more solid early game when you're doing what you're supposed to do. That would have been odd. What's this oh-oh? What's this oof? Why are you oh-ohing? Did I say something? I didn't intend to. That TP? Ah, yes. Yeah, that TP wasn't great, was it? Oh, that's what RaZZor said. Ah, I didn't even see. I'm so not used to reading chat anymore. I didn't even notice. Mr. RaZZoRMaN in the chat. Wonder if people are confused why RaZZoRMaN is in the chat and on the game. Ah, I didn't even look. All right. I think everybody wants the rematch of Sheik versus Foggy, and we're getting there. We're getting there. But yeah, that fight was good. Can say what you want about RaZZoRMaN, but that fight was good on the right-hand side. But everything before and everything after wasn't. Mr. Wonder Brown, I will probably do a patch conclusion thingy after the B Cup. With a good TP and a protected demo, he could have won. There would have been a better chance. And imagine this game without 3 donated grunts, with Shaman. Hmm. Yeah, today I saw Vampiric Potion in action. It's a funny item, I gotta say. Units didn't connect and he didn't have room for kiting. That, yeah, he was kind of stuck there, unfortunately. Beard looks good. Thank you, Mr. Zoohead. It has to go, though. It starts to itch. It has to go. Spring is coming. Can't wear that winter beard no more, eh? It's starting to look very, very homeless. Yeah, FK, it's 75%, plus 12 damage. Looking like Hobo Forzen. Kind of. Yep. This is the third last group of the B Cup round of 32. Tomorrow is going to be pretty chill, I think. Tomorrow we're going to get Sock, PCG, Ice Orc, and Dice. Bit room for upsets, I think. And then on Thursday, it's Kaho, Wu Dao, Hawk, and Shao Kai. Pretty big disappointment for Hawk, I guess, that he got eliminated from DWCC. 3-0-3-0. He got no chance there. That was, to me, a big surprise. You should do a shave or save beard vote with every sub. Good idea, man. Are you working in marketing? Do you need a job? All right. Broadcast ready. Foggy ready. RaZZoRMaN? RaZZoR? Knock, 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 knock. Torben Dietrich, danke dir. 40 month, let's go. Maybe busy on Twitter. Who knows? When is B Cup layoff? Oh, I hope they don't have to lay off people. That'd be bad. I mean, they are 3 casters. But who would you kick? I don't think you... Oh, playoffs. Well, this is the 3rd last day of group stage. Afterwards comes the playoffs. You hear the sound, the most beautiful sound in the world? Foggy versus RaZZoRMaN 1-0. Will RaZZoRMaN learn from game number 1? Or will he again be a bit stubborn and walk into a Keeper of the Groover? We'll see about that, huh? Foggy should surely treat this as a little bit of a warm-up for incoming hero focus versus Sheik, because it will happen. He will still play the exact same thing. Oh, are you sure? RaZZoRMaN not adjusting? Huh. Yeah, to anybody not familiar with the player, RaZZoRMaN has been doing this for 20 years. Regardless of the meta, regardless of the opponent. Pretty much always the same 2 strats. And so he's easy to counter. Foggy decided this time it's Demon Hunter time. No Keeper anymore. That actually makes grunts quite a bit useful. So we'll see about that. Yep, as expected. Fascia, grunts, forward shop, and go! Demon Hunter quite a better fighter. You don't have the benefit of the lovely Entangle and the lovely Treants, but he's sturdy. He's sturdy. And the good thing is, if you're surrounded, you just put on Immolation and you do tons of damage. Both can be fun.
Player's force is under attack.
Ooh, RaZZoRMaN is actually creeping, waiting for his shop to finish. And he will probably be delighted to face a Demon Hunter. The one player in the world who likes to play against Demon Hunter. In comparison to the Keeper. What to do when you watch your replay and can't find your mistakes? That's tilting. You can go to the gym Discord.
A player's forces
Exclamation mark gym and ask people for help. That is the lowest amount of aggression that I've seen from a RaZZoRMaN in a long time. And you said he can't adjust his style. What? But we'll see, hopefully Foggy's brilliance with the Demon Hunter. Grunts are very sturdy. Nothing should die here. Demon Hunter is very scary against a lot of low HP units, but since grunts have, oops, wrong click, 700 to 800 HP, that should be fine. And you should be able to save them all, unlike last game. So automatically a better opener for RaZZoRMaN, I'd say.
A player's
waiting in the shadows, probably for Naga. Damn, that's some evasion creeping, man. Is Keeper second viable? Yep. Against Orc, always. Entangle, Thorns Aura, very nice.
A player's forces are under attack.
It's still gonna be very good against Entangle, I think. The Keeper. Thorns Aura, mega good. Especially against Raiders Grunts. Demon Hunter has a comfortable time creeping. Finding the heal wards. Love it. Yeah, Foggy is giving RaZZoRMaN not too many openings. He is level 3 now. I think that RaZZoRMaN is one of these people who go for Chain Lightning too. And here's the classic 5 grunt attack. So let's see if Foggy can deal with that. Chain Lightning would have gotten 2 to 3 kills here if leveled up. Ancient of War goes down. Does RaZZoRMaN stand a chance? We got the Scroll of the Beast actually. Full focus on the Farseer, who's creating a lot of distraction. And Foggy doesn't have any lores up. Shadow Hunter is resting and waiting for the decisive moments. What the heck? Is that Farseer move? Could have kept up the pressure even more. He was maybe lurking for a second lore to cancel it. Haven't played this game in years. Should I get the Reforged version to play through the campaign? Talia, if you have an old Reign of Chaos key, you can still use that. If not, it is a wonderful campaign and it's a wonderful experience. Yes, it is a bit bugged, but still lots of people have lots of fun.
A player's force is under attack.
Starbuck. Pato emoji, always fitting. Always fitting. There is a wonderful custom campaign, by the way, that's basically Warcraft 2 that is playable with the Reforged version, and that is awesome! It's so good! Holy! It's so good. It's called Chronicles of the Second War. We have a panda once again, no keeper. Quite a passive game, I gotta say.
Player's forces are under attack.
Solid scouting. Foggy no expansion. Continues to play one base. Still mass dryads. Raiders should be good, but we only have one. Again, Raider Walker, huh?
The town is under siege. A player's forces are under attack.
Well, well, well. Let's see if RaZZoRMaN can pull off a fight as he did before in game 1. He has a heal scroll, he has a mana potion, that's a lot of sustain for an orc. And no entangle, but oh, that heal ward was lasting for a bit. Nice cancel. Now, get used to it. Panda did a wonderful, wonderful job. And so, RaZZoRMaN is falling apart a little bit. He lost his TP earlier when he stormed into Foggy's base. Via, I don't know what that was. But that's the kill. That's the first hero down. I don't think anyone had any doubt that Foggy is gonna demolish here. And he did. Not struggling as he was on map number 1. A couple of archers might be falling, but this Demon Hunter can probably finish the game by himself now. Good luck, champ. GG. That was almost a foregone conclusion. We do get our lower bracket final of Foggy versus Sheik. Ah, this is what we wanted. This is what we get. I hope the match is going to be even closer than the first one. Because we're in for a treat if Foggy and Sheik are facing off, aren't we? Yeah, that was the prediction from the get-go. The first match of the day will probably be the last match of the day. And that's why they call me the Prophet, everybody. That's why they call me the Prophet. Hope it was a nice experience for RaZZoRMaN. Haven't seen him in a tournament since DreamHack 2021. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Right, Starbuck? I'm just a prediction machine. What can I say? I'm just that damn good. Nobody else would have been able to pull this off. Starbuck, I was actually quite a bit disappointed that you played so somewhat standard. I expected more. But then with human, it's kind of like, what do you do, right? There is no clownery with human. It's just all legit. I was speculating on Blood Mage first. The Blizzard was a nice touch in the end. Yep. But actually, it was alright. It was alright. Yeah, Qbert here, Starbuck here, Dave here. What a chat. What a chat of chats. Predictable group? Man, I don't know. I got no clue what's happening here now in this match. I think both should meet on eye level. The highs of Foggy have surely been higher than for Sheik. But now, on average, they should be pretty similar. And then, of course, a little bit of balance talk and reactions and stuff. So, you behave, I get a coffee, be right back. Because our players still probably need some time to map, pick, and ban. And get in the lobby. And we need to advertise some beef jerky over there in Asia. Hype for Sheik Foggy? Me too, man. First series was good. Tower Rush and Expo Garg play? We haven't seen a single regular game between the two, right? Have you seen Grubby's reaction to the patch? We'll watch that. I think we can learn a lot from each other. Actually, Starbuck, you got praised for your siphon idea in some Reddit comments. I like it as well. Starbuck thinks the human nerves are reasonable. We have to nerve him more. If Starbuck is not up in arms, I mean, he's gonna switch to Orc anyway, right? So he probably doesn't care too much. Starborg. Do we have Infi patch review? Oh boy. I can only imagine, dude. Closed captions don't work. That's unfortunate. I'm glad Blood Mage gets nerfed. Ah, Blood Mage. Oh, wow. I was thinking Ogre Mage for some reason. Sefid, you should do a patch review video. I'd enjoy that a lot. I would enjoy that a lot. So we're still waiting for the players. Sonic is in as a caster as well, probably cheering Foggy on. I heard they practiced together. I don't know if that happened before. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'll do a patch review video and yeet it into the void. Hey, Sefid, your one Reddit thread that you did, it is a long time ago, but it inspired them a lot. And now years later, you still see some effects. You're an overshadowed influence on these patches. And I know, and you know. So they kinda somewhat maybe like what you do. Still waiting on the nerf to piercing damage. Sefid, I did research, man. I have a whole Excel sheet of that. And I was waiting for it too. Piercing damage OP. Everybody knows it. That has to go hand in hand with lots of unit nerfs, though. Or buffs. Both. Probably too much work currently. But yeah, piercing damage is very OP in the game. You'd want to adjust the dice rolls? I changed the entire damage type for what they do to heavy armor. Okay, Sonic is leaving the game again. Other casters are leaving the game again. Here in B Cup, they surely do take their time. Oh, Sheik has arrived. Nice. The map is put on concealed. I'd almost be surprised to see concealed. Does make sense, right? A little bit. It's hard to expo. It is pretty much impossible to town portal. To town portal? Bro, to tower rush? Could be a regular one base play then. Make heavy armor heavy again. I. Okay, waiting for Foggy. He's streaming, right? So let's check it out. Sheik is streaming too, but he's always streaming without a cam. Oh, he's not. Is he? No. I thought Foggy was streaming. Yep. Some people are not affected by having their stream on, and it's totally fine. Some other people, like yours truly, totally get distracted by it. Sometimes it's also a performance thing to squeeze out a couple more FPS. Or, okay, Foggy joined the lobby, then he left the lobby. But we are like a minute away maybe from starting this, I would say. Yeah, but to spoil a little bit from my patch notes summary that we do after, I don't think we're gonna get groundbreaking changes. Anyway, the best sound in the world was just played. It is the lower bracket final. It's a best of 3 for the playoffs that will start in just 3 days. Starbuck won the group decisively. This is a rematch from the winner bracket semi-final. It is 2 of the finest players that we have in our scene. It is Sheik as Europe's, or one of the Western's best undeads. It is Foggy, one of the Western's...
Nice streaming.
Let's go! Thank you, thank you, thank you. As one of the best Night Elves, and of course, former Vice Champion of the world. Sheik upper right, Foggy bottom left. We indeed have Concealed Hill, and while the first series between them was very atypical, with tower pushes and gargoyles, Let's see if this can be a normal game, or if Sheik finds a way to still make the gargoyles work. Foggy on the left-hand side. I'm very sure that this is going to be Demon Hunter. Thrives on a Demon Hunter. Foggy played a fine Demon Hunter. And then play the game from there. Sheik is a mystery to me. He could be anything. Yo, thank you Lord 12 for the sub. We see some Foggy emotes in the chat. Love to see it, Mr. Apeman, cheering for Foggy. Always against the undeads, huh? Except Mr. Vez. DK Ghoul opener is the mega meta, but this is a surprise. Look at him go. Keeper. Foggy has been playing a lot of Keeper versus Sheik in the past, and he was very successful with it. Is that still the time? Is there still a place? This works the best if Sheik is going for an expo, which I would not expect here. But maybe Sheik is fooling me, who knows? Keeper can be really good or really bad against gargoyles. That is an interesting dynamic, isn't it? So obviously Entangle and Treants don't work that well versus gargoyles because gargoyles are in the air and these spells don't work against air. But if Foggy answers gargoyles with hippos, all of a sudden the Thorns Aura makes a big impact. And Thorns Aura can be crazy. So maybe that's an interaction there. But yeah, early game, standard opener by Sheik, Keeper opener by Foggy. He could play a little bit of a lame game, as they say, as a Keeper sneaks behind enemy lines, is going for hurt ghouls, is going for acolytes, especially during tech. This has been a Moon specialty, and if something is a Moon specialty, it's always also a Foggy specialty. Because they inspire each other a lot. It's a cool dynamic. But Foggy has to react to this first little push. Sheik is going tier 2 already. This time no expansion, no tower push. You can play Gargoyles 1 base. It is a lot harder to make work, but it is a possibility. With the fast tech, with the second crit, with the delayed second hero. But Entangle, king of the early game.
The town is under siege.
And that's 2 ghouls down. You don't want to be close to a Keeper. And that's number 3. And that is a 3-for-1 trade, which is, I think, Foggy's best early game. But it's also what the Keeper enables. A very strong early game before he falls off late. Ooh, that's getting painful for Sheik. Ay, 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 ay. Similar mistake that RaZZoRMaN did, actually. Run straight in, get entangled, get F'd. Couple of gifts. With the Keeper and Entangle, you could also play mass Fairy Dragons as Foggy. It felt like he was oftentimes... Ooh, Sheik! Well, he gets a 2-for-1 trade this time. Oh, is it a 2? Oh no, what the hell is going on? No way! Sheik, what the fuck? That's a disaster! Bro, he's down to 1 ghoul. I was so excited for this series and it starts like this. What a disaster, man. Foggy with an incredible save on this archer. Which is now all in vain. Oh, man.
A player's forces are under attack.
Nice trap. And
is
Sheik
under
ran
siege.
straight into it. Dude, lumber is an issue. He's going Gargs, but he's like, seriously, he has to build ghouls for lumber. This never happened. An undead without lumber. What
A
the
player's
heck?
forces are under attack.
Interesting start. Surely a million times better than anything in the first series.
The town is under siege. A player's forces are under attack.
Okay. And he's going Panda. Bro! Panda and Thorns Aura. Nice steal by Sheik. Panda and Keeper are incredible versus Gargs. Especially if you go Hippos yourself, which is not the case for Foggy. So I wonder what the Keeper late game will provide. He must have an idea. Gargs are a numbers game. If you have a lot of them, they're great. If you have few of them, they're shite. So, with low lumber and all that delay... Huh. Three archer defense. This has been established as enough, right?
A player's forces are under attack.
In the early game, at least. Sheik has to postpone the second hero. Too expensive at the moment. You need the Garg numbers. You need some momentum. There's still a use case for the Gargs on this map specifically, as it has a dragon here, and it has a dragon here. And the anti-air of Gargs is the best. Get some solid steals, actually. Delaying the Panda level 3 for a bit. Do we step home? Yep. For more rods.
Player's forces are under attack.
And a tier 3 actually. For... Do we need Frenzy with 4 ghouls? I'm not sure.
The town is under siege.
Panda 3 is the goal for Foggy in the rest of the early game. He's only tier 2. So no big upgrades here, no Wellspring. And Sheik is finding a little footing. But is it enough? Is the question. Always attacking the Shredder. Classic FFA tactics. And this time, like, Foggy can't really defend, right?
Player's forces are under attack.
So he's buying a lot of time. He got a lot of lumber already, but it's still an expensive loss. Archer's creeping for the Panda level 3, which has now been acquired. We go second base. Foggy's flowchart. I see a lot of check marks behind it.
A player's forces are under attack.
And yeah, you cannot be close to this Panda. Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire. A phenomenal tactic against it. Shop now for staffs. Armor upgrades would suit Foggy really well. Even though... Dryads will still fall like flies. It helps. And the first one is really cheap, so why not? Should Sheik be allowed this mid-game, I wonder? As long as the expo is coming up, we're fine. First the Ogre Magi, then the Turtle, 2 Archers. Look at the block. There's only a staff, and a staff can be cancelled by Entangle, so Sheik shouldn't feel too comfortable, actually. Can't help feeling that Kenshin successfully pranked the entire Back to Warcraft audience with that panda weapon. You should see that panda weapon in pink player color, Sefid. We had a good giggle. Maybe even more than that. It is very reminiscent of something else. We fight for the dragon. Foggy should never be allowed to get the dragon due to the guard. Oh, did the Coil Steel get it? No, Foggy got it. A little bit of an oversight. That item, is it blocked? He's trying to get it now with like Nature's Blessing. Pick it up. There we go. Ring of the Archmagi. Don't want to leave it there. Nice Drunken Haze, nice Breath of Fire, but without Drunken Haze. Lich, who gets punished, but so are the guards. So are the Dryads. Yeah, Sheik's guard play is really good. It is still a numbers game though. Breath of Fire is one more heal scroll that was used before. Foggy, as so often in the past 6 years, very, very keen on taking out that Lich with an orb. Makes sense, but Sheik knows Foggy's plays, so he prepared an Invo Potion, which I really like. But the supply gap stays the same, with the economy getting more and more in Foggy's favor.
Players' forces are under attack.
And that's the problem with Gargs. If you don't get the momentum in the mid-game, you're big screwed. Why the stone form during combat? Good question, Militum. So the panda has Drunken Haze, which is a debuff for a big miss chance on every unit that is affected, for less movement speed, etc. And it can be ignited by Breath of Fire for damage over time. So if you use stone form, Drunken Haze is dispelled. Disappears. So as soon as the panda is throwing the Drunken Haze, you use stone form to counter that. Because stones can't be drunk. Good. And ideally to dodge the Breath of Fire. Good point. Nice Nova here on the Ogre Lord. I don't know who got that, because the lock is not working functionally after some time. So does Sheik still stand a chance? He has to break. You can only be stoned or drunk, not both. Strong, Sefid. Strong. First appearance of you in many weeks. Strong chat. Dude, is Foggy truly getting 2 dragons on Concealed Hill against Darks? It's the first time I see this in my life. Incredible. Rune braces as well, perfect. The problem, one of the problems of the Keeper is that he's very squishy and easy to kill. Rune braces reduce magic and spell damage. So against Coil Nova, that item helps a ton. Still doesn't have a shock though. Foggy with the second shredder of the game. Lol. Double slaughterhouse. Sheik with the transition. He finally had enough lumber. Still trying to outmaneuver him with these guards. I like the movement. Very experienced. Cool to see how Night Elves don't have to spam Ancient Protectors anymore. But yep, that Dryad positioning flies in, gets the cancel. There you go. You statue Coil Nova. You can creep even without the majority of the army. But I was quite surprised in the late game in their first encounter too. So let's not count out Sheik. Even though it's a 23 food lead. The Panda's level 4. The Keeper's level 4. Tier 3 is finished. We get orbs now. And staffs. And super moonwells. Oh, Foggy special with the sapper. Had to detonate early, otherwise the coil would have killed it for no impact. Nice heads up play by Sheik, being in the right spot at the right time. Pretty much exactly what you gotta. And now there's no dragon here anymore. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
A player's forces are under attack.
Okay, for a short while I thought this is double shredder, but that would be excessive. Now we spam APs. Very good and very hard to kill for guards. And Foggy, oh, I love 3 upgrades. Gargs are already doing little damage. That's why you need them in masses. And Foggy is getting the 3rd defense upgrade. Wow. A Panda with Breath of Fire can slowly burn away at your base. Foggy is getting so rich. The Panda's very tanky. The Dryads can't be Colnovad. Have a little bit of an ambush here, actually. Spread the poison, kill the Gargs. And since it's a 1-base, 2-base situation, that is a problem. We do get a lot of wagons, though. And maybe Sheik has 1 push in him. Even though this game was less than optimal for him after losing 6 schools in the early game. 7? 6 or 7? Too many. Wait. We got Disease Cloud up. Very good. I am quite fascinated that our overlay is displaying Disease Cloud as a unit. Was that always the case? I only noticed this now. Well, I noticed it in the winner bracket. But wait till the thingy is like doing the thing. Is Disease Cloud a unit? Is it an infected shade? Wait, see? 1 Disease Cloud here. 2nd Disease Cloud, boom. 3rd Disease Cloud there. I never noticed. That's not the case with Abomination. It's only the wagon shot. Hope that doesn't ruin your viewer experience, everybody. Foggy with scouting. Preparing more late game. Main bases are empty. Sheik is expanding.
A player's forces are under attack.
Leon, thank you very much for the raid.
Town is under siege.
I hope you're ready for Toxie tomorrow in Dach Inferno. Hope you weren't too pestered by balance talk. We're here in the final series of the B Cup day. Foggy was defeated by Sheik before. Now he's looking for some revenge. And Foggy's in a great spot. Like, very, very, very good. 3 upgrades on the way. Panda and Keeper, not level 5 though. Double orb, big investment. We need a potion soon, but that should be fine. Breath of Fire is not hitting the gargoyles. Disease Cloud will do some work, but it takes time to pay off. Darks are attacking the illusion. Oh no, what a waste of damage. Did he misclick? Ouch. She still has 2 heal scrolls though. That's huge. Expo isn't up yet. Dryads are splattering to a million pieces. 1 tower is up. Okay. He finds the real panda. He did stand up. Oh, Foggy has no heal scroll. What the hell is going on? All the Dryads disappear. Foggy. Oh my god. He couldn't kill a single wagon. The damage is way too crazy. No!
Player's forces are under attack.
What a total disaster! Why? I mean, he wanted to cover for the tier 3. Oh, that was crazy unnecessary. And this wasn't even a great fight by Sheik, to be honest. It was good. But it wasn't like perfect targeting, one volley after the next kill stuff. It was the wagon. He couldn't deal with the wagon. And he allows that expo too. Yo, Foggy, you got some fights ahead of you, mate. Oh my god, level 3 Unholy Aura is crazy strong. Yep, and you can play that game with the Dryads over the forest all day, baby. As long as you have vision, the wagon can also attack it. Some crazy aiming here. I remember when I learned how to use a computer, there was a little game on like MS-DOS where basically 2 cannons were shooting at each other. That's what the meat wagon is doing here now with that entangled without being fired back, of course. Oh my god. The rune braces are saving the keeper for now, but level 6-5 against level 4-4. How is that allowed? We still have a heal scroll. We still have the statues. He double morphs the destroyer. Okay, mistake. Little bit of a panic button here by Sheik. Bear's marching forward. He needs to get these kills. He needs to get the wagons. Almost a stone form surround on the bear would have been fun. Disease Cloud is making the dream work, man. But Foggy can retreat to the fountain against Disease Cloud. That opens up the wagon play here, though. Foggy's game is in jeopardy. That's all the feeling necessary.
The town is under siege.
Double mana potion and heal scrolls. Do we have heal scrolls available? Yep, but both players are kind of broke. Foggy is still mining for 4k. Has to re-establish this base. Why would you not build talents? Because Nova and gargoyles destroy
Players'
talents.
forces are under attack.
Hippos would be the way to play. Mass hippos. Talents are rather fragile. Die very, very easy to call Nova. Hippos a bit more sturdy. And the keeper would actually support them well. Foggy is waiting. I thought he would be waiting for Sheik to appear here, to then Breath of Fire the wagons, but they're back on HP.
A player's forces are under attack.
Hopefully Foggy keeps the nerves together, but Sheik has a chance to make this work if he cancels the expansion again. I kinda like this Invis play, but it might just be a non-impact one. Oh damn, Sheik saw that the Invis potion is gone from the shop. Had a thick reveal, but just a little bit.
Players' forces are under attack.
Foggy has 1,000 gold. If he gets the heal scrolls, yep, that's such a big help, man. Oh my, is that a big help? To get the heal scrolls while stealing them away from Sheik. That's like 4 heal scrolls right now. Foggy doesn't want to overcommit though. Understandable. We get more bears. We break into high upkeep.
Players' forces
With that,
are under
the economy is kinda even. And here we go again. So annoying, but so effective as well. He's flying straight into the panda. Is that the play though? He needs some staff or potions. Got the invul ready. The redo would be amazing and he gets it done with that. The panda will be back in full health in no time. Shredder is falling. If he takes out 1 or 2 of the wagons, I think this is Foggy's game. Or the Lecter Force is burned to a crisp. The coil arrives just a second too late. And Foggy, after almost throwing the game away, is in a very, very good position now, as the statues are also exposed to an incredibly strong Pandaren Brewmaster. And now the cleanup crew takes out the trash, which is the remaining part of the undead army. This was a little shaky. He got the Lich back from the tavern with high cost when he's down a base. That's not what you want. And this supply gap is, even for a late game specialist like Sheik, pretty much unwinnable. And once again, the rule of thumb: if Night Elves don't lose their heroes, they win. If Night Elves... if Night Elves... Yeah, if Night Elves don't lose their heroes, they win. If Night Elf loses the heroes, they lose. And this was a no-loss Night Elf game.
Forces are under attack.
So Foggy now with a Dryad Trap. This makes it so hard for Sheik, man. This is like a 360 surround, including the trees. What a play. This flank by Foggy, beautifully done. Gotta be careful with that panda. Not that I praised him too soon, but 10 food destroyers dead. That wagon should also be an easy cancel. Glitch. Where them coils, bro? There we go. Wagon down. Sheik at 27. This is unwinnable from here on out. It really turned sideways quickly when the ghouls were donated to the keeper and to the creeps. And now all Foggy's got to do is to kill the workers or a hero. It is the victory lap on map 1 for Foggy. Again, the double morph. This time, it was kind of necessary as well. Off I go then, with the DK kill, double level up. We're not giving the pleasure of seeing an ultimate. Who would ever do that? Not use an ultimate in a Warcraft game. GG! Foggy takes it back and is now 1 map away from the playoffs. Ooh. Order reestablished, I'd say, here on Concealed Hill. But yeah, if Sheik has a better start into this Gargoyle game, I think he has a good shot. Foggy's fight at the Expo was not good at all and almost through the game. But yeah, if you have some more momentum on the Gargs, they can work. If you get the dragons, that can surely work. About the cloud in the list, I think it's the list of... Oh, I gotta join the game real quick, sorry. I think it's a list of potential non-hero unit-based damage output. Okay, the broadcast is giving us 2 minutes. If Sheik cleans up the early game, he can get the same result as we had before in the group stage. So there's definitely a way to bounce back here. Turtle Rock is next. Is Undead Fast Expo vs. Night Elf viable in some way? It's very, 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 very strong. This map we just saw has possibly the hardest expansion spot in the entire game. So that's why it didn't work. Or why it didn't go for it. And Gargoyles on 1 base on Concealed can work because the fountains are easy to creep usually, but Sheik didn't go for it. This was a very unusual early game. Foggy shouldn't bank on the fact that this is working again this way. He still has to play a little bit better if he wants to take the series. This was a gift. He gladly accepted that gift, obviously. But this wasn't prime Sheik. Sheep. Match points Foggy though. This would be the 3rd time this tournament where a player who lost the winner bracket semifinal gets the revenge in the lower bracket final. That's very unusual. Does anyone play Lich first versus Night Elf? On selected maps, yes. It is rare. It's a style thing. A player called Labyrinth loves to do that on maps that start with an L or have an L in them, like Last Refuge and Autumn Leaves. Maybe it's the combo of Labyrinth is spelled with an L, Lich is spelled with an L, the maps are spelled with an L. I'm not too sure. It shouldn't be the best. Like, there's a reason why we almost exclusively see DK. It's so good. Even though the mana gets burned quite a bit. We are on Turtle Rock next. This is one of the very few maps where you don't know immediately where your opponent spawns. It could be two different ones. Either on your lane or cross position.
Less than 3.
Gabiro-sama, thank you for the 4 years, mate. Thank you. We always have to think about tower pushes when Sheik is involved. Could just be more guard play though. Hello, Disengage from Disengage TV. Hope you had a wonderful night. Close position on Turtle Rock are not existent anymore. Those were patched out. Okay, broadcast ready. Sheik ready. Neo ready. Chad ready. And Foggy ready as well. Go, 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 go. Sheik is facing elimination. He has had a top 16 run before in B Cup. Would be nice if he could repeat that. But this group has been very, very tough. This is the 3rd place finisher of the CIS qualifier for DWCC against the 3rd place in the West. So let's see who's superior here. We do have cross position on Turtle Rock. It is Foggy's match point starting on the left-hand side. And with cross position, what does that open up? It's a little bit more time. If we get a cheeky Sheiky, he could expand here. But then it's also kind of a solid rush distance for Foggy to just burn it down. Why did you make Chad sound like Patrick from SpongeBob? Read chat and you will know. Any special place? Okay, it is. Demon Hunter, it is. So switch up for Foggy. No Keeper Craft anymore. The worst thing about competitive Warcraft is, in my opinion, best of 3. How is a lower bracket final a best of 3? This is a round of 32 group stage.
Players' forces are under attack.
I think this is very fun. We still have... This tournament already goes 2 weeks. And playoff games are best of 5, best of 7. But of course, I can appreciate and do realize that you want to see more Warcraft, because more Warcraft is more good. you have LB final. Yeah, it's the lower bracket final of the round of
Players'
32
forces are
groups.
under attack.
As I have group stage written in the title. Yeah, I don't think it's too low for a group stage at all. I think it's fine. So slipper start for the demon. Nice. Any indicator for expansions? Not really. Or Foggy with the interception. If he ruins the creep route on level 1, there's no coil. As Sheik decided to go
Players' forces
aura.
are under attack.
And now we burn away. It gets the last hit. Sheik does. Important. Surrounds him as well. Seems like Sheik is a lot sharper than in the game prior when he was up against the Keeper. Keeper was always a weakness of his, as long as I can remember. Gets the level 2, gets the coil, gets the surround. Yup. Well, about that get the surround thing, but he gets the coil. And that is a Demon Hunter level 1 without mana burn, huh? That's why this level up was so important. New graphics are so good. New graphics are so fun. Glad you like them. This might turn into
A player's forces are under attack.
Sheik's first regular game in this series. He's losing another goal to creeps. That's number 5. This series, that is. I don't know if Foggy is doing himself a favor harassing here. Oh, he realizes it too.
Players' forces are under attack.
What camera distance is this? I think 2100? 2050? Something like that. Okay, a little bit of a stalemate. We don't have a second crit. So, Sheik with Ghouls, Fiends, Statues, Destroyers. In the 4th game between them, the first regular meta setup. Foggy then? Oh, goes blind into Panda.
A player's forces are under attack.
Ooh, okay. A Panda is obviously phenomenal versus Ghouls. Nice lasted here. Demon Hunter gets level 2. Has the mana burn now. Drunken Haze for the crowd control, but movement speed reduction isn't that big on level 1. Panda is like a Naga could have slowed the Demon Hunter down here and potentially get the kill. Did he just expect Sheik to go guard? Is tankier than a Naga. Not sure if that's the right call, but okay. Sturdier, bigger AoE, bit of a debuff as well. And Foggy is working on the tier 3. Panda needs a little bit more work and more creeps, and on this map you do have
A
that.
player's forces are under attack.
Solid scouting. Foggy doesn't care. Is there a camera zoom to respect in tournaments? Nope. Everybody can do whatever they want. Some people even still play on 4x3. Can you believe it? Demon Hunter underleveled. Panda underleveled. And tier 3 by Sheik is done. Classic undead 9-minute push. Or roundabout. Happy's pushing a little later. 120 is pushing a little faster. Let's see where Sheik ends up. Still needs Frenzy. He saved a lot of points.
A player's forces are under attack.
This upgrade is key. Plus an orb. Everything else is bonus. And Foggy knows he has to hurry up. Downside of a Panda is everything until level 3. Ooh, this Demon Hunter though. 11.7 armor plus 9 damage. Frenzy finished. This is getting a little bit of damage here. Which level 2, Naga third. Call for go. Panda didn't even skill Breath of Fire yet. He's still creeping. He's a bit too late. 2.7 though. He has a town portal. 2.9. Okay. Oh, this is so precise. Boom, level 3. He hurt though. 2 bears in the back, Orb of Venom on the Demon. If Foggy holds here, he's in the playoff. And if Sheik breaks through, he forces game. Panda looking solid. Destroyer upgrade not ready. Sheik pulling back. That was expensive with the TP. But seeing the double level 3 scared the heck out of him. Because now the Panda is a weapon of mass destruction versus ghouls. And now it shines. And Sheik needs the heal scroll. And the gold for a Destro. These timing pushes are so razor sharp and they are so strong at exactly that timing. The timing is past. So for undeads, whatever they do in the match against Night Elf, there is a plan B. He can eventually expand, but if Foggy scouting is on point. Shouldn't be a chance. Gets an invuln, has crazy damage, big mana on the Panda. Everything points towards a 2-0 for Foggy. It was a big surprise that Sheik was able to take a W in the winner bracket. Here's the Coil Nova, but an invuln against it. 3-2. Got it. He is running into a freaking Night Elf wall. For now, at least. But, you know, you never know. There was the heal scroll. Scroll of the Beast. Sheik also with the heal potion. But what about that demon? He's taking way too much damage. Has the potion at the ready. Lich should have to save. The coil is too late. Too greedy for an invul. For once, it's not the Night Elf to lose the hero unnecessarily, but the undead. Oh boy. Sheik's in trouble. Sheik's almost out. Lich back. Breath of Fire big. I don't see a way except hero focus. How he's gonna lose the game. There it is. He can't buy him back though. Foggy down to 35. Lots of Dryads have disappeared. Naga needs to die. There we go. Foggy level 4. It's only the 2 heroes basically. Destroyers without mana, useless birds. New world record in Prophecy Challenge. I had a similar one with Moon vs. Lucifer. It's 2 in 1 week. That's why they call me the Prophet, Toxie. There is a reason. God damn it, dude. It's an addiction for the elf, I think. But yeah, this was the scariest push. From here on out, the ghouls have disappeared. He's down to 1. 4-3-2 heroes, never to be underestimated. But on the ground, there's nothing. Wisp, Archer, Scouting. What do you do now, Sheik? Fiend transition. Fiend's a bit better versus Panda because they have more health. Do not get one shot. Oh, deep spot. Carry. Good usage of Reju, but that's the red spot for Sheik. Naga 3. Nuke gets better. As long as there's mana. Creep still there, that's odd. Double dispel, but Sheik seems a bit overwhelmed. There we go. But the Naga, once again on the menu, there's no potion. He gets the Katga's pipe! This time we got the staff. Breath of fire into absolutely not a single unit. Fascinating. Oh man, if that one hits. Not too great. Ooh, both shaky. Destroyer folk. Oh, expensive morph. That's probably a fiend for free as well. No burrow is a bit of an issue. DK has mana for days. Look at him go. Sylvie Mask for mana regen. Katka's Pipe for mana regen. Plus more mana as a whole. Nice. Foggy not expanding behind this. 40-40 food basically. Oh, it's noticeable that I spent some more time with Dondo this week. The more basically slips into my vocabulary, the more time I spend with Dondo. That's the series we wanted to see! And Foggy taking the risk here. He has no TP, double step though. Those Kelly steps on cooldown. He just wants to snipe the red spot. Does it work? Yes. Item on the ground. Oh my god! This Demon Hunter gets more edgy and more HP. Such a beast. He sold the... No, he didn't. Okay, he sold the slippers. Okay. Didn't see the boots of Katanas for a second. The Foggy reaches level 5. That should be it. Staff is not ready! Invo potion last second! Jesus, that was way too close for comfort. 7 seconds. Then he can save the demon. That could have been the beginning of the end of the hero form. What a beast it is. Sheik needs to end this game rather quickly. It's all about heroes. Really nuke the panda, but better use the mana before it gets burned. No heal scroll against the high level panda is quite an issue. This choke position also weird.
A player's forces are under attack.
Getting any close. Oh, we get Disease Cloud. Next step in Sheik's evolution. Fork lightning faster than the breath. A-bomb, Disease Cloud, next problem. Foggy doesn't have crows. Hippos though. Sheik no web. No time for crows. Need the upgrade for the talents, and the nuke is strong. I like that choice, I think. At least one or two to soak up a little bit of damage. Goddamn, Sheik wants to stay in this tournament. Now we got Disease Cloud. Sheik going up to 70 is rich. Very rich. What to do now? Breath of Fire hits a lot better than before. Stack Q's not too much mana. Destroyer about to fall. Sheik sees this is not great. Needs one attack. Destroyer falling. Naga save! Oh, Foggy with a big hold. Big hold. And no expansion for Sheik. That position wasn't great.
Players' forces are under attack.
4.6, 4.0, no huge level ups nearby. Foggy knows there's some creeps left here. And the shop holds heal scrolls. And invulns. Most important. Invulns. Demon Hunter is just standing here. He should be burning, I think.
Players' forces are under attack.
Love that wagon. Makes it a lot easier to spread disease, and we've seen the impact on Concealed. If wagons can connect to Dryads, and it's a lot of Dryads, that's a problem. Bears, not really used as a fighting unit, more of a supporter unit with Raw Reju. The way I think they're meant to be.
Attack.
One good or bad fight decides it all. We're close to mining out. Less than a minute. Foggy scouts everywhere. Are you having a cheeky base up? No? I will. Are we selling the base? Build an ultimate army?
A player's forces are under attack.
What do we have? 300, 400 gold. That's the heal spell and an invuln. Exactly. Sheik doesn't have an acolyte out. This all in. Ooh, he's not selling the tier 3. That could have been 2 more heal scrolls. Is he expanding then? Here maybe. Depends if that's enough gold or not. It looks like an all-in though, but... No. No, 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 no. Another base it is. Foggy has to figure this out. We have web for the first time. Sheik is laying siege to Foggy. Did I say Sonic a couple of times? Yeah. full mana undead. This fight is not prepared by Foggy at all. And that's a problem. Needs the big mana burns, but it's not the level 3 ones. Panda and an Invo Potion immediately. The Concave is quite nice, but can he threaten these wagons is the question. Barely any web. Where is the web? This free damage on the Destroyer. That's not supposed to be that way. DK in trouble. Foggy seems to have a great fight. No Invo Potion. DK down. GG. What a disaster of a fight for Sheik this was. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Foggy gets 2 gifts by Sheik in the lower bracket, and he gladly takes and unwraps them both. Thank you for the playoffs, Mr. Sheik. He played a lot better in the winner bracket than in the lower bracket. Sheik is. Bit of a missed opportunity, but Foggy played well. Didn't give him too much of a position. But yeah, that was odd. That was rather odd. Fun series though. Fun game as well. But Foggy goes through onto a rock and Concealed Hill. Revenge for the winner bracket. Foggy has historically been the favorite against Sheik, and it works out here as well. So that concludes almost all days of the group stage, and we get more and more and more playoff participants. In B Cup, if you advance through the winner bracket, then you will be seated in the winner bracket, and if you come through the lower bracket, you will be seated in the lower bracket. So basically that gets rid of 1 life of yours. Happy and Moon going through the upper part. Group A. Lawlight winning Group B alongside Sini, who eliminates Life. That was the biggest upset of the tournament. Suin and Infi over Colorful and Shao KK. Focus and Blade over Cash and Inspired. Labby winning Group E 1-0 in the lower bracket already. No tournament life remaining. And Pink and War3 Orc out, that was to be expected. RaZZoRMaN and Sheik eliminated here with the favorites in Starbuck and Foggy continuing. And then we still have Sock, PCG, Isork, and Dice tomorrow with all 4 races represented. As well as Kaho, Wudao, Hawk, and Shao Kai. Then we fill this big double elimination bracket with best of 5 and best of 7. And that's going to be our program from the Friday on. So this will be a lot of days, everybody. Decided to install the Kenshin mod. Does it work if you don't own Reforged? Yes, it does. It works in classic graphic, on War 3 Champions, on Battle.net, everywhere. Can't get it to work. Mr. Qbert, please slide in my DMs. We will troubleshoot this together. I'm with you. Did you execute that registry file? Because you need to allow local files. In the download, on a call with Kaiser, he says hello. Hello! I need a bit of help now. We have 2 things to do. A, react to Grubby's balance video. And B, my summary of the balance video. Balance patch. What should we do first? What makes more sense to do first? I think it makes sense if I make my summary. Or? Nah, you might be right. You might be right. I feel like I need a bit of food though. 2 hours? His video is 2 hours? Holy shit, I don't have that much time. That's excessive. Okay, I think we can fast forward a lot, huh? We have Inferno at later as well. Okay, I need to get some breakfast. That will take like 5 minutes or so. I just sent you into a little break. React, Grubbies, Patch Thoughts, Final Patch, no, Neos, Final Patch Thoughts. Okay, I sent you into a little break to grab a slice of bread, and then we're back in 5 minutes with Patch Talk! Patch Talk. Patch Talk. Patch Talk.
into the silent night, an endless fall, like cuts from 1,000 knives. I hear you call, but I'm still stumbling in the dark, a silent howl as I dissolve into your arms. I waited now, seduced by a sweet mirage. We could leave or we could stay, sedate a state of wide awake. I can do this anymore, and it's hurting like it never has before. We could leave or we could stay, sedate a state of wide awake. I can do this anymore, and it's hurting like it never has before. Jaded, the scar you left is like an open wound. I'm down and low. Don't wake me up, it's still too soon. I hear you call, but I'm still falling deep in love. I'm washed away and carried to your sweet embrace. I waited now, seduced by a sweet mirage. We could leave or we could stay, sedate a state of wide awake. I can do this anymore, it's hurting like it never has before. We could leave or we could stay, sedate a state of wide awake. I can do this anymore, it's hurting like it never has before. And it's hurting like it never has before.
Yay, we're back, everybody. I have prepared bread, which is great. I need some time to eat it, though. And do we have new shorts by Funny Warcraft? Not really. Okay, 4 things you should know about Warcraft. Let's go. Then, Grubby review.
What is it now? I must act soon.
I am yours. Yes, Lord. Our hero is
Imba.
I am the Iron Hand of Justice.
What lies before me?
What trickery is this?
What you got? I'm on top of it.
Why?
I grow anxious to act.
We are enemies. Hide. I hear there's so much. Right away. Shall we do choice, man?
Well, fine. What?
How?
I'm ready to track.
Let me investigate.
I hear there's someone. We are enemies.
I
Behind
will not be trifled.
I'm all geared up.
What is it now?
Unscoutable tunnel.
Let me investigate. Let the hunt begin.
What is it now? I can hardly wait.
That's so dumb.
I'm all geared up. Let's roll out.
When you portal, you can't report.
Our hero is fallen. His mana.
Always put your heroes first. They will live. There is remoulade, mustard, and sriracha in the sandwich.
Our hero is fallen. Magic. Our hero is fallen.
Ashvalano.
My vengeance is
Aye.
yours.
Wanna blow something up?
Transmute to weak. Didn't know that the snowball is this slow.
This prattle bores me. For my people, Andu Falah.
For Cosmodon!
Even here, Night Elf are losing the hero. Unreal. Okay, finish line, guys.
My prey is near. My prey is near. My prey is near.
I stand ready.
Ready to work. Ready to work. My life for the Horde.
All right. Done. It's time. Grubby. Is it that Grubby talks? Yes. Warcraft 3's new patch is all over the place. Some of these changes are insane. So, I watched... Okay. Hey guys, this is a reaction video. Neo reacts to Grubby about the new patch that we got in Warcraft 3. PTR test server version was released yesterday. And while I have a very good relationship to Grubby and we like each other, I think, a lot, we have a very different perspectives on the game. I'm a caster who's watching a lot of games, basically every game. He might have a selected vision on the pro scene, but therefore he's playing a lot more and on a higher level. So if we combine both of these visions, we should get the ultimate experience, I guess. So just because I disagree doesn't mean I don't like Grubby or respect him, but it's the result of a very different perspective. And I watched this a little bit yesterday already, and I can tell you that we will disagree a lot.
I have ignored spoilers from Twitch chat. I don't know anything about this. And in fact, I haven't previewed these changes internally either. I don't know. So let's look at what Blizzard is planning is going to be happening in Warcraft 3 with the balance. Version 2.02 build 22692 PTR patch notes. What is a PTR? It's a public test realm. It's an environment where you can test changes before they go live. This way, users can see if there's anything broken, and then Blizzard can iterate and change how it actually goes live. I will be able to test this later today, and I am gonna be testing this later today. And if you want to see those changes, head over to my other YouTube channel, youtube.com/followgrubby.
I will be skipping quite a bit as it's rather excessive.
Fixed an issue that causes the game to hitch every 3 seconds for certain players. Nice. Hopefully this actually works. A lot of people had this issue. I believe it affected people that had an AMD CPU. General update.
I'm not too sure if that's the same issue. I hope it is the same issue. Since I have an Intel CPU, I can't test it myself. But that they address performance is good. But it was reported before that things are fixed that then weren't fixed. So I hold my horses on this.
Updated various campaign. This one, very light. Notable differences, but here's how classic W3 champion. We get down to the nitty gritty. Let's actually go one change at a time. Sentry Ward vision reduced from 1600, which is about this big. If this is the full Warcraft 3 game screen, then 1600 is about this big. Wherever my hands would be with stretched out arms. It's quite big. 1000, if I'm an Archmage and I'm on the screen, if my nose is an Archmage and I'm on the Warcraft 3 screen on 2100 zoom, then 1000 range would be about this. This is where a mortar shoots. This is 1000 vision, and that's on both sides, of course. This is, you have to double it because I'm at the center of it. This is mortar range, 1000 range. So basically, Sentry Ward 1000 range is going to be less than how a mortar team can shoot at 1150. That's quite smaller. I will say that Sentry Ward is quite a powerful item that has been nerfed multiple times. I kind of like this. It's easier to find them. You have to be more precise as where you place them, and they don't reveal as much.
Yep.
I think it's a fair nerf.
I agree. First agreement.
Healing Ward charges reduced from 3 to 2. By the way, one of the most poorly used items in the game. People shit this out like it's nothing. Pum, pum, pum. Whenever it's easy to cancel. They are by far the most powerful outside of combat, because a good enemy will look at them and will cancel them as fast as possible. It gives 4% healing per second to all units around,
2, right?
But it has 5 HP, so it can be single tapped by a single worker to be removed. Regenerating your army's health while creep camping is...
I think here is a clear bias by Grubby visible for the first time. He says that a worker attack can easily cancel this, But what about the Night Elves, guys? We have to think about the Night Elves. They cannot do this. Grubby is blatantly ignoring that fact. Poor Night Elves.
Amazing as Orc. Does this now bring it in line with other drops? Oftentimes Healing Ward is the best thing you could get. I think it's equal to Book of the Dead, Healthstone, Mana Stone, Wand of Cyclone. Wand of Cyclone has also been dropped from 3 to 2 charges. Makes sense. I do always feel like we're missing something when something very powerful gets weakened. If you keep doing that, then eventually everything is weaker, which isn't fun. It might be balanced, it might not be as fun. So, oh, it's 2% health, not 4%. Okay. Like, I still miss Tome
I agree. Oh, sorry.
of Experience, even though it was a very powerful item that was too powerful and too imbalanced. So it is a fun.
Yeah, strong things are fun, obviously, but fun thing on the one side is oftentimes frustration on the other side. And yeah, having fun keeps you engaged, but being frustrated with something drives you away from the game. So that's the balance act, right? Tome of Experience is not competitive and not fun. It's just luck. I think 3 Cyclone charges are a bit excessive. Just like this is a bit excessive. As long as the item is still in and still has a use, that's good. And 3 heal wards was a lot of healing. So yeah, it's not taking a lot of fun away to have 1 heal ward charge left.
Fun nerf, but maybe it is fair. Let's see how it plays out. Vampiric Potion. Okay. I don't know what this is. Is this a...
Okay, I cut this short real quick to save some time. 20-second duration, plus 12 damage, 75% lifesteal.
Assume that a hero uses where he gets lifesteal for a brief period of time.
Yes.
Let's say Vampiric Potion, media, which is how obscure it is. Okay, someone is giving me shedding some light. You get 12 damage, 75% lifesteal, 20 second. Okay, that's way too good.
Yeah.
I think that's way too good. If you get 1 auto attack every second, and you have 12 damage, that's 120 damage, sustained damage item. You get 75% lifesteal. Let's say you do 35 damage per hit. You get 250 times 10. You get 25 times 25. Yeah.
It's really good. Let's
You
cut this short. It's really
discussing
good.
whether it's 75.
Yesterday, we weren't sure if it's 25% lifesteal or 75. It's now confirmed that it's 75. And oh my god, is that thing freaking crazy. It's so crazy. I saw a video on Soul 8-Man stream. And I think that illustrates it quite nicely. How crazy this is.
Does it work on range? It works on range heroes. I tested it yesterday. Look at those crits. Look at those crits. Crit! Oh! 120. Oh! Yes, we are, for a moment, like Polar Rifle. We are creeping and healing at the same time. Look.
Yeah, well put, Mr. 8-Man. Let's see what Grubby... I think Grubby was realizing this early, right?
25% lifesteal? Okay. I think this is very powerful and too powerful. None of the other level 2 drops are as much of a power boost as this would be. You know what the biggest level 2 consume... by the way, the level...
It is competing in the same slot as Watch Awards, Replenishment Potion, Illusions, and that's it. If you find this early, pop it, go into a worker line, destroy. That's like Lightning Shield.
To consume drop, is that Lightning Shield?
Yep.
Or is it above Lightning Shield?
Nope.
Maybe that's level 1 Lightning Shield.
Nope.
Drop. Equal to Illusion, Potion of Replenishment.
Yep.
Yeah, this is way too strong for that. Replenishment is non-combat. Illusion doesn't deal damage. Sentry Ward doesn't deal damage.
Yep.
And Lightning Shield used to be on that list. and dealt a lot of damage, and it was extremely problematic to find it so early.
Yep.
Because you would go in and you would kill workers with it, and it was game ending.
That's exactly what you're going to be doing.
And I think this is also very game ending, potentially.
So, Grubby, what's the solution? By the way, 3 out of 3 patch notes, we completely agree.
I think this is too good and problematic. Maybe as a level 3 drop, because greater healing, greater mana, Scroll of the Beast are all game ending as well, potentially. So it fits it as a level 3. I don't think it could be as a level 2.
Yep.
Added Rune of Lesser Healing as a level 2 drop. Way too good. Way too good. This is completely out of whack with Potion of Replenishment. Even if it only healed 75 on all nearby units. What is it? A Rune of Lesser Healing is normally something that you cannot carry with you. You pick it up, it gets consumed upon click, and it gives an instant healing scroll effect to all heroes and units around. So if it keeps working that way, it would give a lot of health. Now, how much is it? Rune of Lesser Healing, Warcraft III Wikipedia. 60?
125?
100 gold, restores hit point. Yeah, that's
crazy.
Insane. A healing scroll.
This is mental for ghouls.
Was 150. This is 125. You're finding a free healing scroll during the first nighttime. That is insane.
It's also amazing for human.
Impossibly strong.
Cool. Good catch. I didn't realize how broken this is yesterday.
Heal scroll is a huge commodity in the game. And you can only get it the second daytime, or in other words, the first day break, or in other words, after the first night. This could be found your first creep camp. Very powerful. If it is a rune and it's used in the same way and it can't be sold, then it cannot be saved to use later. However, it would be weird that all level 2 drops can be picked up and saved and used later, but this wouldn't be able to. How would that play around with Marketplace? Could you buy it from the Marketplace if it's not a drop?
Okay, that gets a
if
bit
it's
theoretical.
Even better. Too good, in my opinion.
Yep.
And unbalanceable.
Yep.
Ring of Protection +4 back to 3. I agree with that.
100%.
I mean, Ring of Protection, the way it used to be was we had Ring of Protection +2.
Okay. He's adding context, like historic context. I don't think that's kind of necessary, and this is a 2-hour video, so I will skip these parts because I don't think we need to know the historic context of stuff to evaluate their place in the patch right now.
This is like circlet. Speed. The base attacks. That's 10.7. Was really not that powerful. Like Panda, TC, Mountain King, and it's even really good on Blade, Demon Hunter. And I think people undervalue the power of armor because it's not as exciting. And I will say that in games, generally attack is better than armor. Why? In Warcraft 3, if you get bonus attack speed and attack damage, you can creep faster, you can kill heroes faster, you can kill buildings faster, and you can kill units faster. Attack is cancelled out by enemy armor, but if you get bonus attack damage on your units or a hero, and you're attacking something that can't get armor upgrades, like Night Elf Building, Moonwell, or a Kodo Beast, you're outscaling. And that's more important than taking less damage from creeps or taking less damage from towers, which is what armor would do. So attack is better, you can farm faster, and that's exponential growth. But Ring of Protection is still very powerful, and it was a little bit too slow.
I think like a year ago, this would have been true. I think everybody realized, or 2 years ago, but everybody realizes how strong armor is. On some heroes like a Demon Hunter, it's essential actually to make it competitive. Yeah, so I don't share that assessment, but I think we go in the same direction anyway.
To take damage with 4. I think I like 3, especially now that Circlet is gone. Nonetheless, if it's 3 again, you will once again prefer Claws over Ring, which was even true at Ring +4 for the most part. But I do think it was too strong. Okay, next, backpack shop requirement removed. That is very interesting. I like it. Backpack overall is not used much. And the shop requirement made it so that you needed a tier 1 shop and then you needed upgrade time in your main base. Now you can upgrade, and usually by the time your shop is done, your tier 2 has already started, so you can't upgrade. I think either they could do this, or what they could have done is allow the backpack upgrade to be researched inside the shop.
Someone mentioned this before. There is a limitation to this. I think you cannot put upgrades into a shop, technically. And if you do it, it would mean that you can't buy items during the upgrade or something. So this would require a lot of work for very little impact. So I like this solution better. Even though in a perfect world, you might be right.
Which I actually like more than this. By offloading the upgrade requirement away from the main base into the shop, you still have a shop that signifies this opponent could go for backpack upgrade. Because it's important in RTS games to have signifiers. Something that gives away, hey, are you afraid of Chimera? This Chimera roost is warning you that the opponent might be making Chimera. And without the shop as a prerequisite, there's no longer an indicator that backpack could be coming soon. You put backpack on the shop, the upgrade that is, now it becomes a point of elimination where you can say, well, he doesn't have a shop, so he's not going to have backpack soon. It's good to know. But I don't.
But do you see the upgrade in the main at the moment and think, oh, he's going backpack? Or do you think, oh, he's building another worker? I don't think that matters.
Hate this, and I would love to try and play around with it. Okay, next up. Orb of Darkness will now spawn level 2 skeletons. Ooh, wow. Oh man. Not a lot of maps have Orb of Darkness. I don't think this is needed. Guys, don't confuse this with Orb of Corruption. Orb of Darkness is the drop that drops on level 6 trolls on Twisted Meadows. It's the purple orb that gets sold often because a better orb exists, like Orb of Venom, Orb of Corruption, Orb of Lightning, Orb of Fire. Everyone has their own orbs. And Orb of Darkness is not as good as those. It's not very strong. If you last hit, you will summon a level 1 skeleton, which gives 12 experience, probably has like 160, 180 life, probably deals like 12 to 15 damage, something like that. And it happens on every kill you get. It's pretty cool, but usually people favor more money instead. If you sell the orb, you can make an expansion for that money. So just think about that. I mean, not quite. That's not true. You probably get like 200 gold. You're closer to an expansion. Or you could sell it by a heal scroll.
It's a lot more gold than this, right? Isn't it? Is it 400 gold? I think it's 400 gold. It's crazy.
Summon level 2 skeletons is going to give Undead better synergy, where they put it on Death Knight, or not on Lich. He already has Orb of Corruption. And then they can Dark Ritual better. And it's going to make more beefy, more tanky skeletons that I think are bigger as well and don't fit into the gaps between Human Farm Town Hall. It gives more experience. And yet, generally, even though this Dispel magic gives experience and that can be used against the summoner, I do think that overall it's a buff. Like, I can't say just because it gives more XP, it's a nerf. If you don't want to give XP, just sell the orb. So I don't think there's a situation where a player says, no, I'll make level 1 skellies, but not 2. Very rare situation, to be fair. Sometimes people keep level 1 water elemental or wolves so that they can still be used, but they don't give too much XP to the enemy priest or destroyer. Fair enough, sometimes.
I think this is like a bit overthinking. Like, Orb of Darkness is complete trash in comparison to the other items, which are kind of situational. This boosts it up. I think it makes it a bit better. But yeah, is it? I don't know.
But not frequently. Overall, it's a buff. I think it's unneeded.
But If you don't buff it, then the item stays trash. So what's the solution then? Take it out of the drop table? I think the drop table is fundamentally flawed, by the way. So this entire drop table should be redone. To elevate the Orb of Darkness is the right thing to do, because Orb is by far the weakest. So it's alright. I don't think it can do much harm. It's too rare anyway.
Ancient Django of Endurance movement speed increases from 5 to 7.5 and attack from 3 to 3.5%. Oh. Yeah, this got nerfed, right? This used to be 10% move.
Historic contest, you guys
I believe. From 575, even the attack with that. I like that.
Wait, you like that?
At 3.5%. And the attack speed went from 5 to 3. They're thinking about 3.5%. Okay, I'm okay with that. I like that.
Really?
Attack rate still worthless? No, it's pretty good. But because Orc can't use this, this is a direct nerf to Orc a little bit, right? And the same true if any other aura gets buffed. Legion Doom, Horn, the Death Knight aura. Same treatment. They did buff other items as well. These items compete with a +4/+4 item.
So, okay, wait. I hate that movement speed is a findable stat. Movement speed is too strong. I'm really curious he likes this. Movement speed is one of the, if not the strongest stat in the game. It shouldn't be influenced by item drops. IMO. If you want to make them stronger, buff the secondary effect, not the primary effect. That's crazy.
Which gives 8 stats.
And it's +5/+5, by the way, on these.
Which is like 1.2 levels. 8 stats is just a little over Circlet. So you have a level 3 perm drop, which is Circlet of Nobility. And then you have a level, whatever this is. Is this 5? Is this a 5 perm drop? 4? That has a 4/4 drop. But it got buffed to a 5/5. So you can get 5 strength, 5 agi, 5 agi, 5 int, 5 int, 5 strength. And then they nerfed the aura items. What about Brilliance? They're not changing the Khadgar's? Khadgar's Pipe of Insight is 0.5.
Yeah, because they know how strong passive mana regen is, and that it shouldn't be game breaking. This is already strong enough.
5 mana per second. Got nerfed as well in 2021. And what is the TC aura actually?
Less. Okay, this is history.
It was so good, dude. Now. So the aura is a lesser version of level 1 TC aura. I'm okay with this. I don't feel too strongly about it. It's not a huge change.
I hate it. I hate it with a passion. I understand it should be fun, but it should also not be frustrating. Same as above. I think if you lose 3 units because the opponent has endurance aura and the other does not, then let's see how much fun you have because of it.
Aura do not stack.
Movement speed and mana regen, 2 things that shouldn't be touched too much, IMO.
No, the strongest has effect. Militia armor reduced from 4 to 3. W.
Yep.
Defense piercing reduction reduced from 65 reduction to 50. I thought I asked recently because I forgot. Someone said it was 50% already. I guess they were taking only 35% from piercing. Now they're taking 50%. W. Defend cost reduced from 150.
Ooh, there's something missing that was in the live stream that is cut here. Because a viewer said that the piercing damage reduction isn't the problem, but the reflect. And Grubby says, no, I don't think the damage you take from reflect is the issue, but there's another problem with reflect. So I explained this yesterday, but for the context, I feel like this is very much overlooked. I don't want to do the math. I just want to write it down and then you get an idea. So, defend. Defend has 65%, okay, they have 100% chance to reduce piercing by 65%, right? So every hit, at the very least, gets reduced by 65%. That is very strong. They also have a 30% chance to reflect piercing damage, which is equals to 100% damage reduction, because reflected projectiles do 0 damage. And this is very strong. This is ridiculous. And this is why the reflected projectiles and the chance to fully absorb the damage is the problem with defend. And I don't know if that's slipped his mind or if he doesn't know. But if you ignore, if anyone, whether that's Grubby or Blizzard or community, ignores the insane value of reflect, then defend will still stay as strong as it is, if not better, because at the same time, they reduce the resource cost and the time. So with this little change of 15% defend damage reduction, you make it cheaper, you make it available earlier because it's cheaper, and then you make it available earlier because of the research time. And that is bonkers.
100 to 125.75. And the research time from 45 to 40. Yeah, I like these changes.
Yeah, I don't.
But the defend issue is reflecting, not about not taking damage.
Oh, lol.
I don't think so. I think the issue is about not taking damage. I don't think the reflect is as big of a deal.
Yeah, the issue with reflect is not taking damage.
For instance, burrows don't take any reflect damage from attacking footmen, but they cannot for the life of them kill footmen. I like these changes. I think it's good.
I think it's the right thing to nerf defend. It's totally the wrong thing to do this, the piercing reduction, and it is even worse to make it cheaper.
Siphon mana, yes! Siphon mana range reduced from 6 to 500. Good. Let the Blood Mage risk his position a little bit more. Make it easier to break and not be in range of. But more than that, I feel like they should address leash distance.
Well, I mean, they do.
I wonder if there's a reason not to have break leash to be the same as initialization. So right now it's 600, 800. Start at 600, break at 800. This guarantees a channel. Maybe that's good gameplay design.
Mm-hmm.
It's to prevent immediately broken links for a character in motion.
Yep. I would hate it if it would be the same. Because if you chase and you cast that spell, the very next millisecond it would be broken, this tether. So I think that there's a buffer zone is really good. In general, we have seen blood mages though in the middle of a fight, and they do not care one bit. So the range, I think, makes no difference at all. It could be 300. It would still be strong. So this won't change anything, IMO.
You love all the things that are good for Orc? You might be right, Grimwind. You might be right. I like to think of myself as a more neutral arbiter, because I want the game to do well, and if one race quits the game, then that's not good for the game, and then that's not good for me too. So I shouldn't want to be that way, but I cannot deny bias, especially since I've been spamming Orc recently. Let's see how biased we are when we get to the other races. Okay, so I do agree with Excalibur saying that it's good gameplay design, that there is a difference between initialization and braking distance.
Yep.
So they're keeping it that way and just reducing both by 100. I think that's good. I think this is a great way to address Paladin Rifle. Nerfing Siphon a bit.
I agree that Siphon is too strong. I think this won't change anything, as I said. I think cooldown and banish is the way to do it. This is like a bit of quality of life for the enemy of a Blood Mage, but it won't reduce the power level of the Blood Mage. So if you want to fix Pally Rifle and you only do this, I think this is not good, and people will notice this extremely fast that it's not good.
A slow duration reduced from 60 to 45 seconds. Wow, for Sorceress.
So
How do
I don't know. This feels a little too simple. Like, effectively, there's a nerf towards Blood Mage. So it's addressed and it's good. But it doesn't really address the problem, in my opinion. And it doesn't fix the problem. So just because it's addressed doesn't mean it's fixed. Right? Does it make sense? I hope. So similar to
like
defense.
that.
Like, addressing the spell, the skill is great, but you pull the wrong lever.
Human Sorceress slow? I think it lasts way too long. Fairy Fire lasted too long. Slow and Curse last too long. I think those already got nerfed in duration too, no? Let's see.
Yep.
Curse.
It did.
Of Curse minute bonkers. So
Yeah, it was cut in half. Okay, history lesson,
Okay.
history lesson, history lesson.
Sorry.
Here again,
Duration
like,
after
this is not really interesting to me, because I want to
Don't-
know if slow is too strong at the moment and if it should be addressed or not.
inch
And I think
long.
the answer
30
is
and then 15. Yeah, 15 is what I always played with. I think this is fine.
Yep.
Heal range. Oh, that's for priests?
I think slow will still stay strong, because if you're still slow, like the 15 seconds of slow don't really make an impact. You have to apply it a little more, but you have a lot of mana anyway with Archmage. So it doesn't reduce the effect of slow. That would be a big change. It just gets rid of a crazy stat that is still in the game because it wasn't touched in a long time.
Heal range increased from 250 to 350. Huh. So priests can be in a better position. This helps human against undead. I mean, it helps literally in every matchup, by the way. Heal range is insane. Big buff. If human gets some nerfs, then maybe they should also get some buffs.
But what if the nerfs are meaningless and the buff is meaningful?
It is a fun change for priests. Priests are very strong. They're not used versus undead much. They're ubiquitous in Human Mirror. They're very common against Night Elf. Not always, but common. You won't go for them if you're against Warden. Against Warden, you just go tanks, knights, and breakers. But against Demon, you'll definitely see some priests. Human Mirror, like I said, and against Orc, common. I know many of you are meeting Paladin Rifle, but AMMK Rifle Priest is very common. This will be big for it. That's a huge percentage increased range. What is it, 40%? I don't mind change. Up and down. I think it's interesting to play with. Let's see how it is. What does it mean, ubiquitous?
I think it's more interesting than like buffing HP or anything. I don't know if it's necessary.
Like unmissable. I think they're only talking about priest. I know it's written as means largely present. Oh, not quite required. Okay. Arcane Vault requirement. Removed from Dragonhawk and Cloud upgrade. What? Okay. There's almost never a situation where people say, hey, I need Dragonhawks fast, but I don't want to build a shop. It's a problem. So this isn't about making Dragonhawks have a more seamless rush. Dragonhawks are almost never part of any build, including rush. They're a counter unit. but you could say they're not used much in general. They're good against wyverns, yes, but so are other things. Flying machines are generally a better investment against wyverns. They're really broken against wyverns. Despite the existence of bat riders, if you just make 2 to 4 flyings, you win every fight against any number of wyverns. Because the wyverns are...
What? The anti... Like, I don't know if he's memeing or not. That's just ridiculous. Like, that is... Is he memeing, rage farming me? Because it's been such a... Like, me versus the people that hate on Wyvern has become a meme. I got no clue if he's memeing or not. Because that is like... Theoretically, yes, if you micro... With a, like, tool-assistant micro... Yeah. Yeah, maybe. But even with Bat Rider, that's just ridiculous. That's just wrong.
Are forced to deal with the flying or they'll be torn apart. Venom Spears doesn't work on flyings. And they're so cheap that they're barely worth blowing up with bats. So having like a steady flow of like 1 new flying every time beats any number of wyverns. 6, 8, 10. Ridiculous. So even though hawks are good against wyvern and bat, they mostly don't get used to support rifle caster or caster breaker because there's a better option in flying machines. Hawks mostly get played against Orc when it's mounting Fast Expo into Mass Griffin, and then you support with Hawks to deal with any wyverns or bats. In addition to the armor upgrades and the devotion aura.
Also versus Night Elf Dryads and versus like Dreadlord first builds.
So it's not really about rushing Hawks against Orc. Human Mirror barely has any Hawks either. You can go Hawks to deal with enemy Griffins. Usually people that go Griffins in Human Mirror will prepare that by going for a Pandaren Brewmaster second. Brewmaster counters flying machines and steam tanks, which are the best counters to Griffins. So then, because flyings are so low HP and Fire Breath wrecks them, if you're against an Archmage Panda guy who's going Griffins, then instead of flyings, you'll probably want to get Hawks. And you will already have shop at that moment. It's not going to be without a shop. So I feel like this is mostly a tiny, non-targeted streamlining buff that makes Hawks infinitesimally more likely to happen. Just because they don't see much play. Just to maybe open up some play that hasn't been considered much.
I think, I said this yesterday, it's probably because it's really weird that there's a way that you can't produce anything from the Griffin Aviary. There is a possibility for that. But I totally agree that it's very meaningless.
Some kind of trim Hawk rush. A little bit of a placebo buff question mark, right? Yep. There will be cases where a shop dies and Hawks are no longer possible.
Yeah. Well, same.
For a brief period of time until you rebuild it.
We agree.
So it's kind of like a streamlining buff for Hawk.
Yep.
Just to make them a bit better without actually buffing their power.
Yep.
I don't hate it.
Yep.
Other races have received similar treatment, where Totem can be built at tier 2 now instead of tier 3. Walkers were moved from the Lodge to the Totem. And by doing this, you can use a Totem at tier 2 and have a more easy transition to the Tauren, which was such a maligned unit that never got played at all. And they had a streamlining with that. What other streamlining happened? Sacrificial Skull no longer requires a graveyard. There were others. Night Elf... Boneyard no longer needs a sacrificial pit. Yep. And now Dragonhawks no longer require Arcane Vault. Archer Hippo...
Before the Night Elves complain, Chimera Roost doesn't need Engine of Wind anymore.
No longer needs the Hippogriff upgrade. Invisibility range for Sorceresses up from 300 to 400. That's a fun change.
Nice.
That's very fun. Invis is a fun spell that has good play and counterplay. You can cheese with it. You can do sneaky stuff. I think they are hype for observers to watch.
Yep.
Like for spectators, Invis is always fun. You can save heroes. There's easy counterplay, unlike in StarCraft II, Heart of the Swarm, where invis detection was really difficult against Swarm host Spore Crawler lines. You can just get Dust of Appearance. And you have some other racial tools as well. Yeah, I like this.
I agree.
Next.
Especially as it's a little compensating for the slow nerf thingy. Both not mega game breaking. Some races will suffer a little more than others, but it's fine. It's fine. Invisible is very clunky.
Mirror image cooldown increased from 3 to 5 seconds. I am glad I got to play so much Orc recently with mirror image. I have felt that image is kind of busted. It's annoying for opponents to deal with. When spammed, they give experience, yes. Their DPS increase, their confusion, their tankiness, they're cheap now, tiny cooldown. I don't hate this.
Right.
Mirror image creeping feels strong. I think this is good. Something had to be done about them, in my opinion. Now, do I think Orc is the best race right now? I don't think so. I think the best race right now might be Human. Undead has the best player, together with Fortitude, Happy and Fortitude. But I think it's despite the race. I think Orc might
That is probably a solid assessment.
be the weakest at the moment. I said it.
What? No way. He didn't say that.
The race. I think Orc might be the weakest at the moment. I said it.
What? Okay. I am very curious about the reasoning behind this. That is rage bait, that's clip farming, whatever. Like, this is not, like, how can someone truly come to the conclusion that Orc is the weakest race right now? What I would love to, like, is he explaining this? Is he explaining this? Should I keep watching?
I said it. Could be Elf as well.
Okay, that's more reasonable.
But overall, the balance is pretty good between all. But I think if you put them all on the same pile, I think Human is a little stronger than the other races right now.
That's also true.
Okay, but let's go on.
But bro, like, come on. It's very competitive versus Human. It's slightly favored versus Night Elf. It's very competitive versus Undead. How, like, where's the weakness of Orcs? Is there a matchup that is weak for Orcs right now, with the exception of Pally Rifle, which is not every matchup versus Human? Am I missing something? Mirror. Yeah, they always lose it, eh? I don't see any Orc matchup that is nearly as one-sided as Night Elf Undead. You can make the case that, yeah, against Pally Rifle they're so weak, but I think they're still playing it wrong. Especially the agents are playing anti-Pally Rifle so wrong for a month. And that's not the race issue, that's the player issue.
Having said that, as long as there's plus and minus, give and take, you rub my back, I rub yours, I think this is fine. In context of there's going to be pluses and minuses. I think this is a fair minus because Image is very strong by itself. Okay, let's move on. Tauren now have... Ooh. That is exciting. That is very exciting. Let me give you the full context of what this is. Let me first say the sentence. Tauren now have resistant skin by default. What does this mean? Resistant skin is a type of treatment that gets doled out to all heroes in the game and to upgraded mountain giants. What this means is that if you look at the Druid of the Talon, for instance, and you look at Fairy Fire or Cyclone. Let's look at Cyclone. Cyclone. 20 parenthesis 6. Wait, 20? I thought it was 15. Okay, maybe there's a bug? I don't know. Anyway, let's talk about the concept, not the detail. Cyclone. Lasts 20 seconds or 15. If it's on a hero, it's 6 seconds. That parenthesis is where resistant units and heroes stand. Not the parenthesis is where regular units stand. Walker is also resistant by default, Tauren Walker. It also means that the Banshee possession can no longer be used on Taurens, which is an insanely big change. Possession cannot be used on flying units, heroes, or creeps above level 5, or units with resistant skin.
Yeah, so I think our audience, we kind of know the implications, right? No Devour, no Possession, shorter slow, etc. The damage stays the same of like Coil Nova or whatever, but the effects of these spells are lower. For example, the slow of a Nova would last shorter, but the damage stays the same, right? So I fast forward
60 seconds. Last Dryad slow point. Dryad and a Naga at the same time. 1 second everything on Taurens and heroes. 25 seconds on other units. This is maybe the most egregious difference of unfair treatment of anything. How do undead counter? Kill them with destroyers, worms, which still works the exact same way, by the way.
What?
Fair treatment of anything. Kodo Devour, guys. How do you counter Taurens? You devour them with Kodos. How do undead counter? Kill them with destroyers, worms, which still works the exact same way, by the way.
I mean, you have to see this in the greater context. But I don't think anybody, like, how would you be able to afford worms when Wyvern exists? And Wyvern, like, one-shot worms. Plus, you get the cheap orb. Who plays right now, like, worms? Of course, nobody, because Wyvern are so strong. You can barely get air superiority to keep one destroyer alive that you need for Hex Dispel. I don't think worms, like, I'm curious. And if you have destroyers up, you blast their orb of annihilation on Wyvern to get the air superiority, that then you wouldn't have any mana anymore to kill the Tauren on the ground, which would then take like 200 shots for a no mana destroyer to do anything about the Tauren. I think that is a very questionable interaction.
Eat them with possession. Human, kite them with clap. Okay, how long does clap last on heroes and units? 3 seconds on Taurens, 5 seconds on grunts. I think this is a scary change. I think it is perhaps the biggest bombshell of the patch notes.
And then the Tauren revives. True. Yeah, you're right that this will not be working together as you like. He makes the case that you have worms in this scenario, and if an undead has worms, then you as an orc can surely go Wyvern Tauren. That evens each other out, right? Is that realistic? Absolutely not.
So far, I think it is an interesting and fun change because it sets apart the Tauren by design from the Grunt. The Grunt and the Tauren are the same unit. They have health and they have damage. That's it. One has more health and damage and costs more and comes out later. But a Tyler, you guys keep talking about Tyler. Tyler kind of looks like a Tauren. A Tauren is a grunt. Now, there's one special thing. Pulverize. There's Pulverize. And that makes him different. But with the amount that Tyrants get... Tyrants? Tyrants. With the amount that Taurens get kited, they don't get that many Pulverize procs, usually. Tyranids. Tyrants. Griffins can't attack Taurens. No. Resistant skin is not magic immune.
Yeah, we know this, right?
What it's gonna be. Spirit Walker. Where's the resistant skin? Reduces the duration. There it is. Polymorph now lasts 1.5 seconds on Taurens. Work anymore. Version of minor difference. It's an even bigger difference than Venom and ratio. Right? 25 second or 1. Alright, let's move on. Lightning Orb. Cost reduce.
So...
Crazy. Alright.
Did I miss the assessment if this is good or not? Did I skip too much? So... This is an isolated case, right? Because he did not see the change in witch doctors. So let's keep watching. Because he'll probably have a conclusion at the end.
Let's
Scary
move on.
but exciting. I don't have the feeling that it's necessarily exciting. This is less exciting than an upgrade. This is less exciting than a new passive. This is like, yo, you're an AoE damage, no taunt mountain giant now that gets this for free. This doesn't add any timings, really. I think this is, like, from a gameplay perspective as an orc, of course, this is amazing. You're going to ruffle stomp a lot. I'm having a hard time seeing counters. And I think one could be creative. More creative with Tauren.
Lightning Orb. Cost reduce. Valid.
For example, a resistance skin that is not a passive, but an active with a cooldown would be a little clunkier and would require micro, like a BKB basically, in Dota. But that would excite me. That would be a new element. And it would automatically be weaker because it has a cooldown than 100% uptime magic resistance.
Totally valid. The best orb in the game, Orb of Corruption. Second best, Orb of Venom. Third best, Lightning Orb. Fourth, Orb of Fire. Always been that way. Sometimes you could say Venom is better than Corruption when it's like a one-man army type of thing. But Corruption better in the average fight. This was expensive, guys. Which one's the best? It's Corruption, Undead Orb, Corruption, over Venom, over Lightning, over Orb of Fire.
Is it really that simplifiable? I think Corruption is slightly above Venom. It's slightly above Lightning. And then it's a huge gap towards Fire. I think this is very simplified in a way to argue in favor of Lightning Orb. Lightning Orb is really, really, really good.
This has always been the case. You could say sometimes Corruption and Venom are equal. Because Venom used to do 88 damage. Now I think it only does like 50 damage or something. Because it got nerfed. It's a fair drop in cost. Lightning Orb damage against summons increased from 150 to 300. Okay, I think that's a good change too.
Why?
Isn't it 30% chance to proc? I'm sure you do. Not biased at all. Yeah, 30% chance to purge. It got nerfed. Oh, it got nerfed recently. What the hell? Why did they nerf it?
Because it's
8 August
busted.
2018, the darkest day of my life. Orb of Lightning chance to purge decreased from 35 to 30%. What? Damn. In the game description, it says it slows for 3 seconds. However, the actual slow duration is 15 seconds for units and 5 seconds for
Insane.
torrents. It also prevents movement for 3 seconds altogether for units and 1 second for heroes. Also, it prevents Staff of Preservation for a short period of time. For like 3
Great
seconds. It's pretty crazy, actually. The Orb of Lightning is great to catch units and prevent them from running away. When you use Purge, movement speed will be reduced to 150. Okay. I think this is a good change. But maybe both of these is too much? Envenomed Spears damage per tick reduced from 4 to 3.
So this goes hand in hand with an earlier expo and more gold available for Orc in general, right? So I really don't see the need. I don't see the need for this to change if other orbs don't get a change either.
I think that's fair. Wyvern Venom is insanely high, but it is a trash unit in general. Once you get Venom,
Absolute lie. Wyvern are so usable. And here comes the Orc Corps and we only use them when we have to. Wyvern aren't a bad unit. They're not. They are glass cannons. Yes, you have to play around the fact they're glass cannons. But Wyvern itself aren't a bad unit, and Envenomed Spears is one of the best upgrades in the game.
there's some pretty OP things that sometimes happen with it, but it's almost never a center point of strategy. This nerf barely hurts Orc, because any Orc that makes Wyverns and goes tier 3 with them is usually an idiot. Or like desperate.
What?
Wyverns and goes tier 3 with them is... Once you get Venom, there's some pretty OP things that sometimes happen with it, but it's almost never a center point of strategy. This nerf barely hurts Orc, because any Orc that makes Wyverns and goes tier 3 with them is usually an idiot. Or like...
Huh?
Center point of strategy. This nerf barely hurts Orc, because any Orc that makes Wyverns and goes tier 3 with them is usually an idiot. Or
every Orc in the world, according to Grubby, is an idiot. This is the meta versus Undead for 2 years. This cannot be what he means.
Or like desperate.
Yeah, they are no. Yeah, of course they're desperate. Because Ghoul's Dark Ranger delete the Orc round. So you have to go air. But of course they can win with air.
So the nerf might actually be a buff, because it will disincentivize people from playing Wyverns.
Oh. And then you do what? Then you play Headhunters versus Ghoul's Dark Ranger?
Got nerfed. And that means you're actually winning more games. However, there are niche cases, especially right now the Orc versus Undead meta,
okay,
where you're fast stacking and getting Wyverns and going tier 3 and getting Venom. And the Venom is very strong there. But what about Wyverns in Orc Mirror or again?
How is that? Huh? I mean, if a unit is an essential part of one matchup, that doesn't automatically mean that you can apply it to another matchup. Like, if I say that Banshees are super strong versus human, I wouldn't play them against mass Dryads. I don't understand this at all.
Against human or against Night Elf, where they're completely trash. Makes them even worse. No buff for that.
But they are not trash because of themselves. They are not that great because of the counterparts. That's not necessarily the fault of the Wyvern, that's the fault of the available tools for other races.
That? Sag. Windrider. Oh, there we go. Ah. This was something they played with before. Windrider level reduced from 4 to 3. That means, basically, note. Okay, nice. It basically means level 4 is 85 XP. Level 3 is 60 XP. Usually, supply of a unit matches the level of a unit, which is hidden in-game. So there's a slight lack of clarity. There are already exceptions. This is almost always true, but there are some exceptions. For instance, the Siege engine had an exception where he gave 60 XP, but he was 4 population. Or something like that. There have been a lot of iterations of the Siege engine. Let's see actually what he's at right now. Siege engine is 4 population. You know? Experience bounty increased from 60 to 85. 2020. Yeah. See how it's desynced? They brought him from 3 to 4 food without making the supply did not match at 4. But their level is 3. 60 XP yet 4 food. That's okay, that can happen sometimes. A nerf to deal with the Orc Undead matchup. This looks like a targeted nerf for Orc Undead, where Wyverns is meta at the moment. And a targeted buff to deal with the other matchups. However, this will also affect Orc Undead. And may also hurt Undead in that matchup. I don't know how this is going to play out. I haven't played at top level in a bit. And I haven't watched as many Happy Lin games because I kind of got bored of watching it.
Yeah, because that meta sucks. Let's be honest, as much of, like, I'm defending Wyvern here, but Mass Air, in 95% of the cases, suck. It doesn't matter if it's Griffins versus Orc Bat Riders or if it's Wyvern versus Destroyers. It's just more exciting to see a mix of ground and air or just ground only. That meta is mega boring. But Wind Riders are the essential part right now. If that's still the case later, we'll see if Tauren Witch Doctors take over. But Wyvern are incredibly hard to deal with. You can only deal with them with your heroes because the bats, like Fiends get one shot. Gargs get mostly blown up by bats, and then you fight over air superiority, right? It's actually quite a cool dynamic because there's so many puzzle pieces in place in a fight, from Coil Nova, Acid Bomb preparation, to splitting Wyvern, to Heal Wave, sometimes even Spirit Link, and then the next iteration with the Destroyer moving forward and having to dispel, that then be a target, etc. It is a cool fight in itself. But we need variety, and that's why the meta sucks, because both feel like they're forced into this. So we have to broaden the playing field, and this makes Wyvern way too strong versus Undead, because the heroes can't reach the level anymore. They're pushing other things to make it easier to deal with them later in the Undead section, but I hate this XP change. I think the Venom Spear's upgrade is fair. You have to compensate it. And if you give them more HP, that's also fair. A little bit. They should still have their glass cannon roll. But they can compensate the weakness if you take away from their power spike. So if you nerf the cannon part, buff the glass part. A little bit. That's my take on things. And Wyvern are not a trash unit.
Sentry Stasis and Healing Wards are now magic immune. Wow! That's a great change.
You can feel from the reaction that it's very good for Org.
That's amazing. Witch Doctors have been garbage. That is huge. You, in one-on-one, you almost literally cannot use witch doctors. I think there's a 1 in 1,000 games where you add a 24-minute witch doctor. Like, I've seen...
To be fair, I have seen a couple of orcs really try to make them work. I appreciate the effort. That goes to Tetsta, that goes to Hitman, that goes to Fra, and maybe 2 others that I don't remember. They really tried and it didn't work. But I appreciate the effort a lot. So I have seen some experiments with it. Some, in Tetsta's case, even successful, which was mind-blowing.
The last time I saw a serious Master Witch Doctor was maybe in 2010 with Fly 100%, or maybe like 2009. He was like on a game on Echo Isles, version 1. And it was both have 2 bases, they're turtling, it was Orc versus Undead. I think
this,
it
right?
was 1-on-1 because their inclusion. And in like sub 70 pop fights, it's too easy to dispel stasis. And also stasis does not buy enough time, and sentry does not buy enough time in order to get to heal ward, which is the best. So you cannot make a doctor, put down a sentry and expect to win the game with it, because that's an investment you made at tier 2 at 5, 6, 7 minutes, and now that needs to do something for you. A shaman removes entangle, it removes hex, it removes force of nature, treant, beastmaster summon. A raider immediately comes out with ensnare after the upgrade. A doctor comes out with a sentry. Okay, cool, you got vision. That's like going Farseer with Farsight second. You can't win the game with vision. People already are good at scouting. You can't rely on the sentry to do it for you, and then you don't have the power to capitalize on it. So, doctors never really get played. Even if you made the investment and you somehow had a creative way to reduce risk, where you can get away with getting Master Witch Doctor. Okay, cool. You got 5 grunts. You got 3-4 Witch Doctor with Master training. You now have 3 to 5 stasis and 1 to 2 heal wards. You're against 7 bears, 2 dryads. Doctors have like 11 to 13 magic damage. Dryads or wisps dispel the heal ward stasis. You're cooked. It's gone. They don't need to get out of position for it. They just bring a couple of wisp, abolish, it's gone. That's the best case scenario, where you get rolled by a superior army, right? And by the way, nobody said they should be allowed to be rushed and that it should be part of an integral build. Lots of races have units that can't be used this way. Druids of the Talent can't be used in most matchups, which is also... Actually, that's not true anymore. They get used against undead now, don't they? Because they can counter destroyers. And they've been used a lot against orc. Could still be used against orc. But yeah, doctors get countered by Dispel, but they get countered even bigger by things like Spellbreaker. Control Magic takes all these things away and steals it and gives it to the human. Same with Sentry Wards, right? Fairy Dragon, Destroyers, they all poop on it. But this would mean that Destroyers can no longer use Devour Magic to remove. You would have to target fire it. Okay, I like this a lot.
Which doesn't work with Destroyers because they're magic immune.
Because we could finally see more Witch Doctor. But I think there's a big problem. If this is the only change to Witch Doctor without any mitigation, I think that's a problem. Let's talk about how much health these spells have. If this goes through and they're no longer dispellable, 200 health is too much for a Sentry Ward. 100 health might be too much for a Stasis Ward.
Yep.
And because they're magic immune, you can't even target fire them at all anymore.
Yep.
Not just with Devour Magic, Destroyers can't hit them at all anymore if they're magic immune. With their auto attack. It means Doctors, Priests, and Sorceresses can't hit Stasis
Might be too much, huh? Might be.
Ward anymore. So with like half of the lineup of units disappearing from being able to attack the these wards, and now they cannot be dispelled, I think Sentry should be maybe 100. Stasis might have to be 75 to 50. And Healing Ward, 50, well, it's already 5. So that's fine.
is there a way? This kind of values are kind of crazy. Yeah, 5 is fine. Is there a way to make them non-dispellable, but have them be hit by area of effect magic? So the right-click magic damage still works, AoE attacks still work, but Dispel doesn't? Aren't Serpent Wards exactly that? No. Remove their summon tag. But water elementals can be hit by nukes, right? And they get extra damage from Dispel? Sounds like a distinction between spell immune and magic immune. But if it's only spell immune, then the AoE doesn't work. Yeah, at least they can do cut HP in half, replace the stun with a slow, because stun in general is rather toxic. Increase mana, anything, man. The spam ability cannot stay this way. The HP cannot stay this way. It is completely busted, needs multiple adjustments. And this is nuts.
Nerf it to 4? No, that's too much. By the way, I don't think there's a unit that doesn't one-shot them, so you could nerf it to 4, it doesn't matter.
Could make all the wards 5 HP. So if you're able to attack them, because in the stasis trap situations, right, and also in the sentry ward situation, you have to reveal them first.
But I do think this has a lot of potential to bring the Doctor back, but maybe they should have less health, the wards.
Plus, like, Torren already controls the ground. Farseer Blademaster, both great against ground. Torren plus Pulverize on top, with more CC with the Lightning Orb, with more CC from Stasis Traps, Perfect Vision and Heal Wards, and more gold via Great Hall. This is insane, man.
Healing Ward duration from 30 to 25. Okay, so they're going in another direction where they do some nerf. By the way, this is fine and fair, because they already buffed Healing Ward mana cast recently. Why is it not listed here? I think they miss it. Yeah, they forgot to update it to the version history. If anyone is watching with Liquipedia editing rights, can you add, please, when it got nerfed from 200 to 150? I mean...
So, like, I understand he's excited about this. One should probably put out more alarm signs. That it's potentially... No, it's not potentially game-breaking. This is game-breaking. And it should be called out that this is goddamn game-breaking.
I mean, I should say buffed. Scroll right. What do you mean? No.
We gotta hurry.
So, it used to be 200 mana, now it's 150. Only makes sense that the duration will be shorter. Could change. Could even be 20, I don't care. Great Hall build time reduced from 140 to 125. I once balance suggested for this, maybe half a year to a year ago. I don't know exactly when. I'm not sure it's still correct. That sounds potentially problematic. Let's see. Great Hall got buffed recently, 19 January, 2 years ago, from 150 to 140. The effects will be large. Let's talk about where a tier 2 Great Hall can be played outside of Tiny Great Hall. It could be played against Undead, has been in the past, but I can't tell you how many games Happy or someone would cancel the Great Hall at 90% progress. This is more than a 10% buff. So 90% is when it's done, actually. So that's not going to work anymore. Basically, let me try to give you the maths on the improvement that this offers. 15 seconds earlier finish means you could mine from it 15 seconds earlier. That means you'll mine from it for 15 seconds, right? How much do you get per second from a mine? 10. 15 times 10, 150. So you get 150 gold more from it. The return on investment is faster. For any game where a Great Hall expansion happens, it's like giving 150 gold to the orc. Even if that happened only once, it will be very strong. But it will happen every time you do a Great Hall. Not just the first expo, but the re-expo or the third base. Okay, it's better than that. It's better than 150 gold. Everything can be expressed in gold in Warcraft 3, and it should be in order to understand the value. It's better than this, because there's a percentage of time where the Great Hall gets cancelled, and there's a percentage of time where it doesn't. Whatever that percentage is, whatever the telemetry says, it will now happen less frequently. And that has a gold value too. On average, expected value over the course of all the games that ever get played. Whatever that value is, I can't say, but that's worth extra gold as well. It could be 17, it could be 77, I don't know what it is. So I'm just going to very conservatively say that this is a 200 gold buff to the Great Hall. And it will, and even more than that, it modifies strategical variety, versatility, and possibility. Expansion plays are possible, timing-wise, that otherwise wouldn't have been. It's strong. And the earliest...
I want to put on another example, because not only does it affect this in the gold department, the problem is, do you get the expo up or not, right? So it's a little... I think it's not the issue, like, when do you get this Great Hall, but do you get this Great Hall? So instead of putting a variable number on it, I think it's very binary. That is more important. Yes, I want to double down. And the shorter a building builds, if the HP stays the same, the more HP per second the building gets. So the hit points stay the same, right? 1500 hit points for the Great Hall stays the same. Currently it builds 140 seconds, that is 10.7 HP per second. With this change, it's 12 HP per second, and that piles up. So what's a normal timing? Just like maybe, let's say this is 100 HP more when the attack comes in. That's like 3 attacks. This is a lot. This helps a ton. And then this binary factor shifts way more towards the likelihood of being an expansion. And that enables then every other buff that Orc gets here as well. So I'm not opposed to this change. I think it's a bit extreme. And this might be one of these negotiation changes that Blizzard puts in, where eventually we end up on like 130, 135, whatever it is. But in combination with all the other changes, this is then not the time to do it. It also raises the question, should every race expand at any given time? We already see a couple of tier 1 expansions. It's very close to getting tier 2 expansions without being punished too hard. And tier 3 obviously has the tiny Great Hall. This 15 seconds is a lot. 15 seconds on top of all the other changes is mental.
Could benefit you. And for
shout out to Grubby for here, he points it out like pretty clearly.
Tier 1 expansion is 5 minutes, roughly. Could be 4.5. But the more standard tier 2 expansion that an orc might do against a human, like 5 minute 30, 6 minutes, That means you will benefit 15 seconds earlier, and you'll start to reap those benefits roughly at the 8-minute mark. 150 gold donation at the 8-minute mark. Not bad. Not bad at all. Don't need tier 3 as much. Tier 3 remains just as good as it was. The Tiny Great Hall, this one gets better. I do feel like this has... oh, by the way, this will buff Orc against Pala Rifle, where you will do a tier 1 expansion. Doesn't have to be TC first, by the way. The thing that Happy showed with TC first, Happy introduced multiple TC first against Lemes. However...
I digress.
I cannot see where all the pieces will end, but this is a strong buff. Overall, if we look at the buffs nerfed so far, human nerf, buff, nerf.
Oh, are we counting again? I hate when people count nerfs. Because quantity of buffs and nerfs are meaningless. Quality is.
Nerf, buff. So it sounds pretty even, but if we look at the biggest changes, it's probably Siphon, Heal, Militia, and Defend. Those are the biggest. Siphon nerf, Heal buff, Militia and Defend nerf.
It's not
human.
Yeah, I mean, it's very debatable if it's a nerf or a buff, but I definitely think it's a buff.
One gets weaker if you're playing Archmage, but tier 2 stronger. How about Orc? Nerf on Mirror Image, Tauren buff, Orc buff, Venom nerf, Wyvern buff.
Okay, like maybe it needs an example. I don't know. If everybody says nerf undead, and you nerf every undead unit by 1 HP, it's 12, 14 nerfs. But then you give Frostworm global attack range, that's 1 buff. That's net 11 nerfs. You know, it makes no sense.
Doctor buff, Doctor nerf, Great Hole buff. Overall, I would say Orc gains in power fairly substantially. I don't know how to express it in percentages. I'm not even sure it makes sense. Like if I said 3%, do you understand it the same way that I would? Or are you right? Or am I right? Who's wrong? I don't know. You can't really talk about percentages. Oh, you could talk about how balance is expected to switch. I think this is at least a 1% buff, maybe 2%.
You're stopping him before he's making the point. That is the meta in reaction videos, so the reacting person sounds smarter than the original video creator.
In terms of balance. Like, let's say if Orc was 48 versus 52, it could go like 49 or 50. But even that, I'm not sure it makes sense, because the way that ladders... I'm ranting here, I know. But it's just the way that ladders work. After MMR establishes itself, people that play strong things will meet people that are technically worse than them, that are technically better than them, but the first player plays something strong, and so win rates normalize as well. So ladders have a way of making all win rates really close to 50%, and the only way that imbalances can exist is if you always beat the human and always lose to the Orc. That's how you stay at your MMR. You've got an imbalance matchup in your favor and against you. But yeah, anyways, let's just not try to predict too much. But yeah, Orc goes up a bit, and I think human goes down a bit, but also up a bit. Overall, Orc benefits, and human a little bit less. Okay, next, Night Elf.
Yeah, I think you could be a bit more extreme in the value of the buffs. Because I don't think this is... Is there any substantial nerf? Meaningful but not groundbreaking. Huge buff. Buff. Meaningful but not groundbreaking. Huge buff. Absolutely meaningless. Huge buff. Like, this is a massive increase in power for orcs. Massive.
Nature's Blessing Lumbercast from 200 to 175. Not looking at balance. Not looking at how this is going to change certain gameplay. I have always felt Nature's Blessing is very expensive, lumber-wise. So purely by itself...
If one thinks that Envenomed Spear's nerf is very meaningful, one needs... Did I misspoke? Did I say it's very meaningful? I didn't mean it's very meaningful. It's like, it's solid. Like, it's okay. It's okay. Okay. Yeah, sometimes I don't know what I'm saying, so I better make sure. Okay.
Without knowing if Elf should get buffed or nerfed based on the current game state.
Okay, good,
which
good.
I'm not even confident about. If you're confident about it, then I commend you for your confidence. But I have always felt this is expensive. Anyfusia asked, does Warcraft 3 normally get balance patches? I thought game
Yes, Annie, we do.
Just SC1 does. Years ago, there have been like patch changes every 3 to 6 months. Well, let's say. Remember you being excited. Without giving value judgment, let's talk about the ramifications. In a standard gameplay plan of Demon Hunter, 5 archers into Tier 2, second hero, Hunter's Hole, and double Ancient of Lore for some dryads and bears, the bread and butter strategy that gets used everywhere. Now, Night Elf saves 20 lumber. Interesting. 20 lumber saved. Okay. That's similar treatment what the blacksmith got. You all remember the recent blacksmith change? The blacksmith changed 2 years ago. Has it really been 2 years? Holy shit. Blacksmith lumber cost reduced from 60 to 40. So they're basically giving a similar change. Okay. The reason that got done, I think, and the reason this is being considered, is because to add strategical diversity and streamlining. I think that's the philosophy behind it. Will this lead to strategical diversity? Okay, let's talk about separate units. If you're not going any unit except Archer, you're now more likely to get a Hunter's Hole just for upgrades. Ultravision and Wellspring. If you want to get some Huntress, but not full commit, this is more of an okay segue into some hunts. If you're just doing a regular lore build, this is a 20 lumber save. It will empower... spoilers! It will empower Bottom Hunt Opener, Demon Hunt Opener, Keeper Hunt. All of which have become really, really rare. Even the feared Keeper Archer into Mass Hunters Tier 1 Expo has become more rare against Orc. I'm not even sure why, actually. Why do Night Elves not play Keeper, Alchemist, Mass Tier 1 anymore with expansion?
I'd say... Tier 3 got strong? No. Okay, from the Orc perspective, Orcs just got better against it. Mirror Image was good. Orc hero level scale crazy against it. And Orcs found a way to reach these levels. Ultravision, good. Ultravision nerf, true.
Is it because Mirror Image has become more popular and therefore Night Elves feel that they need to get Dryads to dispel the images? Otherwise, you're just killing images forever? Is it because Image are now very multifaceted? Can be used to dispel Acid Bomb and Entangle? And do all the other things that it does, including making a problem for Night Elf where they don't have Abolish? I think that's why. Okay, so yeah, I'm not sure. I
mean, Mirror Image was used to dispel Acid Bomb before, right? Even when it didn't do damage, but then obviously it's better if it does damage than if it doesn't have damage.
Me feels like not a targeted buff to encourage certain playstyles, even though it did have that effect with rifles, with Blacksmith. Rifle Paladin is better than ever, partially because of Blood Mage buffs, partially because of this, partially because of Rifle buff.
Partially because people finally realized how to play it and optimized build orders. I'm very sensitive when people make it look like a strategy is working only because it got a buff 2 years ago or a year ago. That is dumbing down the game. And did the Blood Mage even get a buff? No, it got a nerf. on Siphon. It got buffs on Flame Strike, but it didn't get a buff on anything else. Blood Mage is as strong as it ever was. Rifles got a buff for sure, and Pally got a buff. But I don't think that's the main reason. Or at least it's only half the reason. The main reason is exposure and fine-tuning.
So we may see more Hunters-based builds again. I think it is okay to have Hunters-based builds come back in the meta. Yo, calm down, what the hell? I think it's okay to have them come back in the meta. Part of the reason Night Elf was really oppressive in Tier 1 previously is because Ultra Vision was Tier 1. And I think that's a kick-ass nerf that Ultra Vision got.
Yep.
Ultra Vision was Tier 1, and now it's Tier 2 requirement. It was so OP that 3.5 minutes into the game, a Night Elf would literally see more than double than what you saw, so that they could perfectly plan every creep jack against every race. This makes Wisp Harass to debilitate the Night Elf lumber economy slightly less effective than before. Just a bit. Not that much, but just a bit. Overall, I mostly see these two as a blanket Night Elf buff to a race that might need it, if that's the philosophy.
There's also a thing that Night Elves in general use a lot more lumber than any other race. Like, a lot. Like, 25% more plus. And I realize they don't have travel distance, right? When it comes to harvesting lumber. That evens things out a bit. There's other race traits that they have a lot of free healing. In comparison to other races who also have some healing, but it costs something. I mean, mana, moon juice, whatever. You can make that argument. I don't think that evens out really. Wisps are also so fragile that it's the easiest, one of the easiest to harass. I don't think the extra lumber cost at the moment in the game are justified. And this is a way to even that out, but it's just a one-time payment, right? You have a one-time payment for Nature's Blessing. You have a one-time payment, ideally, for Hunter's Hall. This will not lower the total lumber cost by much. If you want to address that, you have to address a reoccurring expense. And while I like this change, and I don't think it will do any harm, I also think this is not nearly enough.
I believe that the best Night Elf players have retired. Remind?
Wait, what? What did I miss?
As a blanket Night Elf buff. I believe that the best Night Elf players have retired. Remind, Soju, and Moon have historically been the best Night Elves. And Moon, he's old, and he's got 4 children. Remind, mostly retired. Shy, Soccer, Soju, retired. Right? Who didn't retire?
Are you telling me that Shy, Commander Shy, was better than Lawliot and Life and Kaho? Bro? You want to tell me that Soccer is a better Night Elf than Lawliot? And you are making excuses for a Moon who has children, etc. But then for Lin, it's okay. He's the same age. They're a week apart. And Lin also has 2 children. And Lin is able to compete. So what's the difference, bro? Why are you making... Like, why is it okay that Moon is performing weaker with the same living style that Lin has? But Lin can perform? Is it maybe because Orc is better than Night Elf? Man, this makes no sense. Like, this I heavily disagree with. I totally disagree with.
Which of the best other race players didn't retire? Happy? Lin? Focus?
Lin took extended breaks. And yeah, like the Lin Moon comparison, you can put them 1-to-1 over each other.
120. 120 is new, actually. He's a new addition to the scene. but most of the top elves retired. So I don't.
But Fly retired. Ted retired. WFZ retired. TH retired. Infi went away from human for a long time. Yumiko retired. This point makes no sense.
I don't think Elf is weak right now. I think its greatest players have taken a step back. But if they are, this would help with it. Okay, move on.
What's the... Am I misinterpreting this? Am I missing the point? I do agree that Night Elf players are A, not as good, and B, more inconsistent than their counterpart. Which is probably true. But if you take a Night Elf player at their peak shape, whether that's a Kaho or a Live or a Lawlight. Let's not talk about colorful. They can hang. They can compete with the best. And they're also creative. They're also trying some new stuff. Life was playing Dryad, Bear, Mountain Giant, Crow, Chimera stuff. Lawlight the same. And they realize that this is working in the very, very late game. To get there is the problem. And it's the same for all of them. Oh, I vehemently agree with this, and I think this is kind of a... This is not doing the discussion any favor.
Moonstone, duration increased from 30 to 45. Interesting. Bringing back the night? Huh. That's long. That's a big buff. That's more mana regeneration. Let's take a look at Moonwells. I think it's 2 words. Moonwells regenerate how much at night? Where do we see the regeneration rate? Mana regen 1.45. Does that mean 1.45 per second? And then Wellspring brings it up another 0.42. Okay, so 15 seconds means, quick maths, 22 extra mana. That's 22 mana per Moonwell, which is 44 health. Or 11 mana on a hero. Moon's ult is younger than Grubby. Nah, we're both 1986. We're not counting months here. So if you have 4 Moonwells, which is a common number, and you Moonstone, you get 22 times 4, 88, right? You get 88 bonus juice. 22, yeah. With 4 Moonwells, you get 88 bonus juice. Which is 176 bonus health. Plus natural regen? Oh, wait. Wait, what? No, there's no natural regen in the day. There's none. Night Elf units also more HP regen at night. Oh, you're talking about the Night Elf HP regeneration at night in general. Yeah, that's true. That affects every single unit as well. Night Elf regen at night is twice as fast for elf units as Orc human normally have. I don't know how much it is. How many health per second? It's probably like 0.75 health per second. Orc probably has 0.375 health per second or something. Okay, I think it's an interesting buff to...
I thought today at Mr. Apeman that you can create constant nighttime. Which is a bit odd and maybe shouldn't be that way.
To a pretty cheap item, to be fair, 50 gold. Since when is that a thing? Since game design. So basically, the way that regen works...
HP regen is 0.5 at night. I don't think it's a big issue.
Undead unit off blight.
It's like a Moonwell buff. But with the cost and the obstacle of getting the item.
0. Only regens as a hero. Like, only regens of 4. Heal if you're a hero.
Guys, I skipped this because I think the HP regen is kind of meaningless.
Undead. I always. No. With that. Because. Yeah, you're right. Okay, let's move on. You little nerds. Ultravision research time. It would still be incorrect though if you multiplied by 0. Ultravision research time reduced.
Dude, it was the same argument when Yuan was heavily nerfed when they said Sock and 40 etc. are just tier 2 players instead of saying Yuan was so bad that even Infi moved to random race. And then Fortitude grinded his freaking ass off and got even good and way better before the patch.
From 45 to 30. I think that's fair considering that Night Elf no longer gets to have it at tier 1. Great change. Genius change, actually. It's genius. Orb of Venom damage per tick reduced from 9 to 8. Great change. It's too much damage. Let Night Elf make 1 anti-air unit when dealing with 10 Griffins, Hawks, Wyverns, Destroyers, instead of just relying on Hemandantir to kill everything. You know that there's a problem when a race is buying Orb on everyone, even on Naga and Potom, who have their own Orb effects. They even pick skill points in it, but they still prefer the Orb. That's how freaking strong it is.
Or how weak the other stuff is. That you have to rely on a 300 gold item.
Like, have you ever seen someone with 3 Orbs of Lightning? No. 3 Orb of Corruption? No. Orb of Fire? No. No. Bam! Orb of Venom. But then buff Night of Anti-Air. Night of Anti-Air is insane, bro. What do you mean? They have
What?
so many. Archer, Hippo, Talon, Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter is the best, actually. Oh, and some other great Night Elf heroes are fantastic against air. Pandaren Brewmaster, Goblin Alchemist. Mana burn range.
Yeah, I think this was meant as a joke, right? I mean, clearly, we don't give too much on that. It was a joke. But yeah, while I agree that Orb of Venom is way too strong, I feel like it's completely missing context.
Yes! I almost said FU Illidan again. Oh, I was very close. But I gotta remain impartial. Gotta remain remain objective. Yeah, this is fair. This is good.
This is fair.
Hell, I'll give up all this just to get this. Anyway.
Yeah, this is not objective anymore at this point.
Mana burn range reduced from 300 to 250. Mountain Giant food cast reduced from 7 to 6. Okay. Can I real talk here? I think Mountain Giant Taunt is a...
Wait, that's it? That is the talk about mana burn? This is the biggest nerf for Night Elf in this entire thing. Maybe he wanted to rush through it at this point. I don't know. But this is then way overlooked.
Fundamentally flawed ability. It relies on people being a complete noob. I think Mountain Giant Taunt was great in 2003. So what does Mountain Giant Taunt do? MG Taunt.
We know what Taunt does, right?
MG. Against people or a moment of OP is because they introduced a change notification to get them. And you had Taunt every 2, 3. Like this, for instance. You have swing.
How long
trying to counter.
Are we talking
block,
about
they move
Taunt?
back.
And how short are we talking about mana burn? Like, where's the balance?
Twice as frequent as armor to the...
Yeah, sorry, I'm not interested in the mechanic of Taunt.
It has good armor and stuff. But the Taunt sucks. It does more. Such ability. Should it be like Axe in Dota 2? Or like Sleep from Dreadlord, where the Taunt is temporarily forced? risky play because such abilities are normally reserved for heroes, not units. Healing Mountain Giants is also hard. Yep, Healing Mountain Giants is hard, which is a double tier 3 investment, both balance. Okay, that's my thoughts on Mountain Giant. Now let's talk about the balance change. Going from 7 to 6, I think it's fine. Since they aren't being used much now, I think it's a fine buff. It's a return to part of the form of the previous buffs. I don't think it's going to break them. In fact, we may still not see almost any of them. So, yeah, good change. Let's MG eat trees. Yeah, let's make MG eat trees. And let's invent a type of plastic that you can drink out of a glass or bottle with without having to raise the bottle or glass to your mouth. It could be like a funnel shaped, like a...
It's a good point.
You could call it a straw. You could drink out of a glass. Yeah, like a straw. No, it's a joke, guys. Mountain giants can already eat trees. Someone said let them eat trees. They already kill trees. Anyways, bad joke. I think he meant eat. Now that I think about it, I think he meant eat trees to heal, like ancients.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not a tree, though. Eat to regen. Yeah, I think he meant eat to regen. But for healing, yeah. All right. Anyway, let's go on. Undead, Wand of Negation, charge.
I'm missing a bit perspective here, like a little bit of a summary, because what he said before, right? Orc is the weakest race in the game. It might be Night Elf. So at some they in his mind they must be somewhat on even level. Orc gets Expo help, Tauren mega buff, Witch Doctor mega buff, Wyvern mega buff. That's 4 mega buffs. Night Elf gets 25 lumber, 20 lumber, 30 seconds, and nerf, and a supply. How does that even out? I don't see that here at all. Maybe we're running out of time at this stage somewhat, but it's missing a bit like the implication for matchups and how that is influencing matchups and how that shifts the power levels of the races in combination to each other. But maybe he's doing that later. We'll see.
Charges increased from 2 to 4. Wowzers. Okay.
But after listening to this, people accusing Grubby of having an orc bias and an anti-night elf bias got more fuel, I think.
How much does Wand of Negation get used? I forgot to use them on my undead journey, but I'm not an undead main. How much does Happy use them? How much does anyone use them? Nobody? I thought that this item was potentially going to be broken. Salt from the Tomb of Relics requires Halls of the Dead, casts 150 and has 2 charges of Dispel. That does how much damage? 200 and removes magical effects. Maybe it's too expensive. It's 150 gold. Maybe it's too expensive. It could be 100. Instead they're saying 4 charges. Can I share a conspiracy with you guys? A conspiracy theory? My conspiracy theory is they're looking to settle at 3, which feels balanced.
They're
said doing
the same.
4
Yep.
so that we test it
Blizzard, me and Grubby, we see right through you.
more. This is a testing environment, a rubber band change. It's going to end up at 3. That's my guess. 4 feels too strong. 3 is odd though. Why is 3 odd for an item that's 150 gold? That's 50 per. Feels perfect. Oops. Okay, let's go on. Spoilers. 3 is an odd number. Oh, nice one, chat. Very nice. Yes, 3 is an odd number. That is correct. Okay, move on. Ritual Dagger. Very nice, chat. Klappa. Ritual Dagger cast reduced from 100 to 75, but charges... What? Charges reduced from 2 to 1. Ritual dagger healing increased from 175 to 200. What? Is this a nerf or a buff? It's a buff. It's a nerf. It's a nerf. I feel like dagger has been very useful. I use it a lot. This is a nerf. The total amount of healing was 350. Now it'll be 200. That's a nerf. You're losing 3 out of 7 parts of its healing number. The cost goes down 25 out of 100 parts, 1 out of 4. And the charges goes down from 2 to 1. It's a big nerf. It's a big nerf, actually. Frost Nova range reduced.
I think as an undead player, hopefully without bias, as I merely identify as a neutral observer, ghouls are still too strong. Ghouls are still too strong because of the way they're used. Because they can be rotated. They're basically constant militia. They enable a lot of map control. They enable fast creeping. They are cheap. They are spammable. They give you lots of lumber. They regen basically for free. With this, they regen basically for cheap on the map instead of at home. And enable a lot. Instead of taking away their regen or HP or damage or anything that could make them useless, addressing the dagger is quite smart. I don't hate it. Will that fix the problem? I'm not sure. Maybe not. We will see. But I find this a nice angle of attack.
Reduced from 800 to 700. Wow. Wow. It's true, this spell has bullshit range. Wait, but is it all nerfs just for happy? I think undead shouldn't be nerfed, actually. Who except Happy and 120 are doing anything? Happy.
Labyrinth is currently top 2 or top 3 or top 4? I'm not saying he's on world class Lin Fortitude level, but Labyrinth is top 3 elo. And Labyrinth gets vastly overlooked here. Also, his contributions to the race oftentimes get overlooked. And as Dondo says, no race has more than 2 or 3 players that do anything, so it doesn't matter, and I totally agree. And the distribution of players in the elo ranking in the top 12 are basically perfect. And then it depends on shape of the week, brackets, etc. Thank you, Taker, for the raid. So, 1-0, by the way, crazy decline in the past couple of weeks, slowly recovering. And at the moment, Labby is the one. And then maybe Labby will fall off again, and then 1-0 is crazy good again. Happens.
120 Labyrinth. Undead is the least played race on W3 Champions. I don't know if it's because they're hardest, weakest, or have the poorest atmosphere. Gloomy.
Does quantity say anything? Don't know.
Gloomy and dead. Soda?
So, if only 5 undeads play in the Grandmaster rank on War 3 Champions, but they're top 1 to 5, what does that tell us? I don't know, man. I don't like these.
Yeah, but I thought only depressed people play undead.
Hey!
But then Soda plays it. Oh. This feels like an anti-happy patch? Yeah. Frost Nova range from 800 to 700. Burrow research time reduced from 45 to 35 seconds. Okay, Fiend buff. Anti-magic shield blocks 300 instead of 420. This is how it used to be, right? Oh my god, this had so many changes. AMS, let's take a look at it. So many changes. Anti-magic shell has been
this
redesigned.
is 2003.
Like
I'm not interested. Thing is,
AMS now.
They buffed it, but made it dispellable. Then they took away the dispellability to a degree. And now they're reducing it again, but it's still dispellable. So this is a rather weak anti-magic shell now.
Now costs 75 instead of 100. Still very recent, 2004. I was 500. Spell damage barrier increased from 300 to 420. And AMS can now receive the same summon magic damage inflicted by Dispel, Purge, Abolish. Yeah, this was a crazy change. I feel like the biggest influencees by this are Undead Human and Undead Undead. I guess Undead Night Elf as well.
And Undead Orc if you play Poison Wyvern. But I think that is not necessary to mention because Wyvern is so bad.
Undead Orc a little bit as well.
Also versus Batriders.
AMS is no longer dispellable by just Devour. This is one of those crazy changes that I didn't think Blizzard would ever do. These are like, basically, this is one of the first racial only changes.
True.
Versus Human and Undead and Night Elf, it's like this. Versus Orc, it's like that. I always thought Blizzard didn't want to do this.
Me too.
AMS no longer dispellable by Devour. But it was needed for Undead Mirror matchup, which was stupid. I think
hell yeah, that was so freaking stupid, man. Undispellable anti-magic shield and Undead Mirror. Everything is green, everything sucks.
Most aware of this was maybe like Back to Warcraft.
Hey!
They're the only ones that have to watch Undead Mirror. Back to Warcraft casters. Everyone else doesn't need to watch it and therefore doesn't. But they're...
Undead Mirror is freaking awesome, man. I don't know why they have to. Undead Mirror is bonkers crazy. Best mirror there is.
Forced to watch. So I feel like this was for their sanity. AMS,
but yeah, it was.
So I cannot comment on this. It's okay to say when I don't know, right? I don't know whether this is good or bad.
Stop mirror discussions. It's a mirror. Good if you have any variety here. You don't have to balance mirror matches. No, but you have to take stupidity out because there can be unique interactions in a mirror match. Like destroyers can't attack each other, or the entire battlefield is green because of anti-magic shell, and that's stupid.
Change. This feels like Undead.
And then you can fix the mirror match with simple changes. So you don't talk about balance in mirror, but stupid elements can still be removed, right? This change was good. Yeah, very good. Very, very good change.
Nerf for going up against Human, mostly. Nerubian tower cooldown reduced from 1.3 to 1. Okay, so the slow tower can attack faster again.
By the way, I think this anti-magic shield thingy is a potential big risk for Undead versus Human and also potentially Undead Orc. But I'm not sure.
What was it?
I don't know how to deal with... Like, this is going to be weak against Griffins. It's going to weaken against Wyvern and Bats. But I don't know if we will see Mass Air anymore. It's a risky change. I think this could use some compensation. Mana cost or something. At the moment, it's crazy strong. I totally see that. That makes it significantly weaker. And while I don't disagree with the value, I think there can be a compensation.
I feel like that nerf was fair, actually. When I play Undead, in the previous attack speed, I used Nerubian to slow 5-6 riflemen at the same time.
Yes.
By constantly switching target, you could reduce the movement and attack speed for 5 to 6 units, which was insane.
Yep.
Just
I think
keep going.
it's 4.
Tap. It was.
Is it 4? I mean, it's like splitting hairs, but I think the slow duration is 5 seconds. You take a second to attack, and when you attack the 5th, the one is running out. It's 4, right?
So crazy. Because how long is the slow effect? 5 seconds. What was their attack timer? 1. Okay, I guess 6 is an exaggeration. 5. 4 to 5, not 5 to 6. 4 to 5 units. So with the 1.3, what it did is it brought it to 3 to 4. 3 for Torrent. Yeah, 3 for Torrent. So it got buffed again. Cooldown goes from 1.3 to 1 on the PTR. So they're reverting the nerf of attack speed on the Nerubian. It could still be 6 if you consider the 6 rifleman's attack speed. Yeah, maybe. This is a return to form. It's not just a buff, Helios Fanic, but I think this is too good. I think what are the best towers in the game?
Agree.
Arcane Tower and Nerubian.
Agree.
Okay, by far, right? By far the best.
Agree.
It's insane. Slow and mana burn. However, you cannot just say they're the best, therefore they should be nerfed. How is it in context of everything else? How valuable is one Nerubian? How likely are people to make multiple? What is the effect of making one? And then the effect on someone trying to attack? What are the consequences? I feel like Nerubian single target barely gets changed. There's a damage change, sure. But the damage was barely a part of it. It's the multi-targeting at high level that this enabled.
Is this Blizzard's way of trying to enable undead expansions versus human without touching Water Elemental? Because for some reason they don't want to touch Water Elemental, which is something I don't understand either. That's the only reason I can think of why you would do this. I can't think of anything else. And then just change the water elementals. Everybody benefits.
That was most empowering about such a high attack speed. And returning to what it was, I think is too much. Maybe it should be 1.1, 1.2? Did you say Narup mana burn? No, Arcane Tower mana burn. Web is now available on tier 1. Okay, ignore the typo for a bit. Let's focus on what really matters. Typos are forgotten. Game changes really matters. Web is now available on tier 1. What? Can you use this change? What do you mean useless? This is one of the biggest changes of the patch. Does this matter? No one has era tier 1. It's not the fiend that flies, it's people that fly against the undead. I can't believe you guys are saying that this doesn't matter. This is one of the biggest changes in the patch. Let me explain. Recently, Haunted Goldmine. Okay, recently Undead got like 6 buffs to fast expansion. 2018 8 August, Blight Radius Reduction means gold mines sneak by your radar more easily. Cost reduction. There was a Necropolis cost reduction. Acolytes got more health. Acolytes got more regen. Acolytes got more move speed. Sacrificial Skull no longer needs Graveyard. There were like 6 changes at the same time that allowed for fast expo. Now, understand this. From the year 2003 of TFT's inauguration until 2018, Tier 1 expansion for Undead was a meme. Nobody did it, and rightly so. The cost was too large. You couldn't tower up until the Necropolis or Goldmine finished because you couldn't afford making a graveyard as part of your opening build, because that's minus 225 gold that can now not be put towards a seamless expansion. It was too easy for everyone to come and cancel it. The cost was just too high. With the 6 buffs, and with our rather stubborn top Undead Happy finally following suit, we finally see the best player of the game, the best Undead of the game, Happy, starting to expand. And by now it's ubiquitous, it's everywhere. He's expanding in every matchup, everyone is doing. Before Happy switched, in between 2018 to 2022, all the lesser Undeads with worse APM, worse micro, worse game knowledge, worse MMR, people like me, people like Xlord, people like Hazuops or Edo Boy or Enta, everybody except Happy is fast expanding. Everybody is fast expanding because it's a
Labby paved the way, a lot of people followed.
reliable way to leverage the new buffs and tools. Happy was slow and stubborn, he was very practiced with his one-base builds. However, once Happy followed, finally, It's finally justified. It's vindicated. Yes, this is a real good build. Other races, other players struggle at dealing with it. Now Tier 1 is a fact. And this is the history that I've given you, how Tier 1 Expo for Undead is now a fact. Everybody else already knew it, but once Happy did it, it was finally fully entrenched in the zeitgeist of the race. So what does that mean? A Tier 1 expansion puts down a gold mine anywhere between the 3-minute to the 4-minute 20 mark, protected by an early Nerubian tower. The Necropolis in the main base will produce 4 additional acolytes once it looks like the gold mine is going to finish. This doesn't have to happen at the same time the gold mine gets planted down, but soon after. Acolytes take 15 seconds, a gold mine takes 105 seconds. That means that you can make them in a minute. So if the gold mine gets to 40, or let's say 20 seconds of build time, it's been built for 20, 30, 40 seconds, you can make 4 acolytes. They go to the expansion, they saturate it, and then anytime you have enough gold and lumber, you can go to Tier 2. This is probably going to be around the 5-minute mark. Could be 4:30, could be 5 minutes, could be 5:30 or 6 minutes. You get to Tier 2 when? Well, let's say 7, 8 minutes. That's when your web can start. When can an orc get wyverns? 5 minutes. So there was this significant period of 3-4 minutes where the undead cannot possibly have web, and fiends don't shoot up, neither do ghouls, only towers do. Cryptlord doesn't shoot up, Death Knight can only coil. If it happens to be a lich, Nova, and can shoot up. But mostly couldn't deal with. So, web available in Tier 1 bridges a 3 to 4 minute gap where an undead has all the money in the world. He has to protect 2 bases, but the only thing he can do it with is troll mercenaries from a merc camp, if the map has them, or towers, static towers at an expansion. It means an orc with wyverns temporarily rules the roost, and an undead has to turtle down, buckle down, weather the storm, and make fiends, but don't use them and don't lose them. You pre-make fiends, and then once you get to Tier 2, boom, 45 seconds later, or 30 seconds later, whatever it is, you've got web, and suddenly, boom, the pendulum shifts. Undead starts webbing and instantly killing all the wyverns. Game over. But Orc had that window. That window is...
So, that's a pretty good explanation. I gotta say, I would never be able to explain it that way. I think I was a bit hesitant to call out this buff as super strong yesterday. But I spent like 5 hours talking to people, right? So I learned a lot. I also think this shouldn't happen. I also think not too many people are playing Fiends because it's a pretty clunky unit, and Gargs are just always better. Aren't they always better? They're almost always better than Fiends are as anti-air. So because of that, Fiends are not a priority choice. But yeah, it will be very strong and will surely incentivize Fiends, but doesn't make the unit better per se.
Isn't going to be there anymore. Why am I talking about Orc? Is it the same for Night Elf? Does Night Elf ever do a 1-base Fairy Dragon Rush, Hippo Rider Rush against an Undead Expo? No. They have other means of playing. Does a human ever Dragon Hulk Rush?
Well, I mean, Night Elf could play Mass Air with hunts into fairies, and then it's a similar-ish thing.
No. Not against an Undead Fast Expansion. So this is specifically impactful for Undead with Gargs, which is pretty rare, but it could happen. Or specifically Orc Wyvern attempted counter. It's a counter for Undead against Orc. It's a buff for Undead against Orc. And it's not just for expansion play, but it's mostly for expansion play. Because non-expansion play gets their own tech at a pretty decent time, and they're bridging a tiny gap. We're not talking about a 3-4 minute gap, we're talking about a 1 minute gap or something. So a small buff to 1v1 base, but it's mostly a big buff to an Undead expansion play against Orc. And by the way, not against Orc in general, it's against Orc that doesn't expand.
Very good point by Say So. I feel this helps a lot versus Zeppelin harass. I did not think about that. Thank you, Say So.
I think this is wrong for that reason. I don't think an undead should be allowed to counter everything an orc does to try and stop a fast expansion. If the orc lets the undead get expo and tries to all in with wyvern, that's a risk. If they miss the window, they lose. If undead holds the window, they win. But now there is no window, so it's just a free win, I think.
A free win?
Keep in mind.
I mean, you get faster expo, Tauren, Witch Doctor, free orb, etc. Free win is maybe a little bit drastic.
That this is specifically 2 versus 1 base. Some people are like, yeah, but orc can expand faster. Okay, if orc
that'd be me.
Expands faster, their own expand timing and their own tech timing is also slower. So then it doesn't matter anymore if web is tier 1 or not. So I don't super support this change. I don't think there's good reasoning for it. Carrion Swarm level 2 damage increased from 125 to 135. I think that's fine. Dreadlord is not that common.
I still don't know if this breaks any key points. Hard to say with all the orc buffs, but Cryptlord Expo vs Orc would be crazy strong. I agree. By the way, the Carapace I learned, the Carapace upgrade is not in the game, and it's not going to be in the game.
He's kind of the worst undead hero among 6. Pitlord, Dark Ranger, Death Knight, Lich, Cryptlord are all more popular.
About the Carrion
he doesn't
Swarm.
get played a lot. Dreadlord Expo.
Stop. About the Carrion Swarm, does this change anything? Does this have any breakpoints? Wisp already get one shot, and then they continue to get one shot. But maybe due to the damage distribution, when you hit multiple targets, you might kill another one. I don't know. So it doesn't really matter.
Is generally worse than Cryptlord Expo, and Dreadlord as a second is extremely rare. We see some Dreadlord third, in particular against siege tanks and flyings, and Carrion Swarm is particularly good against flying machines and steam tanks, because it hits mechanicals these days. I think it got buffed. It didn't used to, now it does.
It's
Dreadlord Carrion Swarm.
That was my change, by the way. Love that change still.
Ground base damage reduced by 1. So, a buff for Elf against Undead. It mostly affects Elf. What is Gargoyle base damage to ground? 19. So that's a 6% nerf? That's a Undead Night Elf targeted change.
Yep.
5%? No, it's 6%, isn't it? I mean, not 6. Yep, Grubby, you're right. They'll still murder Wisp. Well, Wisp got a huge buff as well recently. Plus 5 health. They used to be 120, now they're 125. So you take this 5, and you take the 1 damage from Gargs. Pretty big change. This barely affects Orc, Gargoyle. This barely affects Orc Undead. It somewhat affects Undead Mirror, but it's Mirror, so it doesn't matter. And it somewhat affects Undead against Human. Sometimes you rush Gargs to break expansions. Usually against Mountain King Fast Expo, Garg becomes an option.
Okay, yeah, I mean, whatever. It's
I don't think this
damage.
is needed. Spiked Carapace.
Wait.
By the way, I don't think this is needed.
Okay, here I am. I think it is needed. I think it's very good. I think it's a warning sign. Gargoyle play becomes more traction versus Night Elf, and it's fucking annoying. I hate it. It's not fun for anyone, really. It's annoying to watch. People should not mass Gargoyles versus Night Elf. If that lowers the chance that we fall back to 2008, Hasuops placed 80-minute games on Twisted Meadows, then please give me more of that. It is so bad.
Spiked Carapace damage return goes from 15, 30, 45 to 25, 50, 75. No. This is crazy.
Yeah. I skipped this because this is already not in it anymore. This was a mistake. It's not in.
8, 12 armor, and 45, 90.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy.
25. This is not need
It's
a
out.
buff. 40-20. Impale destroys Headhunter. Risk 1 Rain of Fire increased from 700 to 800. The range, I guess. This means that a Pit Lord can cast Rain
Not even Levy plays Gargs now outside of TM. He did on Secret Valley last week.
of Fire from out of the range of Arcane and hit the Arcane Tower, plus repairing Peasants. Instead of not being able to do that. It's fine. Rain of Fire is his worst spell anyway. It's only part of an Undead third hero cheese rush against Human. This will help Undead against Human a bit. Happy used to do this in 2018. He would go DK Lich Pit Lord, or maybe it was 2010. DK Lich Pit Lord, Rain of Fire rush, Mass Destroyers, or Fiend Destroyer, Fiend Statue, and then rush the Mass Towers. Dark Ranger drain life can now transfer life to a friendly unit. Excuse me, what? So the Siphon mana treatment then. Sovietico Sas, come back! I got some double suck for you. Dark Ranger drain life can now transfer life to a friendly unit. Okay, how would you use this? This is insane. Undead, DK Lich, Dreadlord, DK Lich, Dark Ranger. Death Knight drops to 200 life. Liability. Simply life drain the Death Knight. And then coil the Dark Ranger. Don't need any points in Death Pact. However, you would need a point in life drain, of course. It means fewer Black Arrow or fewer Silence. This is particularly good on Undead. And it is like Pala Rifle essentially, but with health. I will point out that Siphon is still a better version of this, Siphon and Holy Light, because controlling mana in battle is more important than controlling health. It's more valuable. It's 50 mana, Dark Ranger Rifle. Dark Ranger Rifle. Dark Ranger Archers. Archer gets attacked. You life drain it to keep it alive. Kite it backwards, life drain it. Dark Ranger loses health because of it. You focus Dark Ranger, she starts life draining you. But it's 50 mana per proc, and Siphon is 10 or 15. I believe.
And you have free mana because you get mana all the time. I said this yesterday. I think this change is only implemented by Blizzard. So Night Elves can finally kill their own heroes. Instead of having it done by the enemy. And to trigger me even more. I'm open to this, man. Let's watch this. Let's people experiment. Let's see if it's broken or not. It's fun.
If this will never be as problematic as Blood Mage Siphon. It is interesting because it's a new play toy that everybody can use.
Yep.
However, even though it's a neutral Tavern Hero unit, as you guys probably know, all things are not.
It will make it very hard to go Warden versus Undead. Yeah. But I mean, Night Elf is removed from the game with these changes anyway, so does it matter?
Equally used by all races. The greatest users of any Tavern Hero are Night Elf because of Moonwells. And because their own heroes sometimes suck. Like Keeper gets Dispel countered. Bottom is just a damage buff. It only
I mean, for that to be really oppressive, she needs to have mana. She needs to have enough HP to be able to transfer mana. You could also silence her somehow. There's counterplay, I think. It's not that because there's one interaction, a special interaction within one matchup, we should stop experimenting with this. Can be strong for sure.
Demon and Warder
I'd love to see this with the Pit Lord, man. Hell yeah.
Are really very special. And Night Elf has very bad anti-air heroes outside of Orb of Venom. Like Fan of Knives is not enough.
It only matters for the initial tier 3 push where she's immediately bored. Wouldn't you still go silent? It's worth experimenting no matter what, I think.
True Shot is not enough. Mana Burn and Hawk is not enough. So they need the Panda, they need the Tinker, they need the Alchemist from the Tavern. Elf are big users
yeah,
of
because
the
of Dispel you won't. Yeah,
Tavern.
true.
Orc doesn't generally want to give up a hero because Orc heroes are so good. They don't want to give up Orc hero to get a Tavern hero. We can't use Dark Ranger the same way that someone else can. Human sometimes uses Tavern hero second for momentum and because they can buff their expended mana with Brilliance. So Archmage Panda, Archmage Alchemist are not uncommon at all. They're quite good. Archmage Beastmaster has been very common in the past. Archmage Firelord. Not a lot of Archmage Pitlord or Archmage Tinker or Archmage Dark Ranger. It's possible, but those are really rare. Now, when it comes to the neutral undead heroes, Pitlord and Dark Ranger, undead, unsurprisingly.
How much healing is this really? Like, is it worth investing 400 gold and blocking the hero spell forever instead of buying I don't know, a potion? $35 hit points per tick. How many ticks? 8. So it's 240. If uninterrupted. 240. If it's cancelled after 5 seconds at the heal pod. That's one-time use though. And there is mana for 4 of them. Okay. So that's like 6 heal potions perfect. In a perfect world, that's like 6 to 7 heal potions. Yeah, I can see that being strong. But you give up on Black Arrow and Silence and you occupy that slot forever. You can't go Naga, whatever, Dreadlord, Firelord. We'll see, we'll see.
Users of it because of coil synergy. Pitlord can be used as a second hero in a meme build where you go Necromancers. Just like that Suxor or Roxor guy does against Tyler all the time.
How do you interrupt it with a warden except killing her? Detonate against the DK, and the warden gets rid of her HP, and then you kill her. But?
And then you've got Pitlord 3rd as part of a real meta build, DK Lich Pitlord,
Don't see the problem.
which gets used against Orc. But we're talking about Dark Ranger. DK Lich Dark Ranger gets used in many matchups. It gets used against Elf, Orc, Undead Mirror, and Human. Dark Ranger is a very widespreadly used 3rd hero. However, it's never with Life Drain. If it will get used now, you will need to give up points in Black Arrow or Silence. That is not a absent sacrifice. It matters. But being able to heal Death Knight against builds that attempt to focus fire the Death Knight without sacrificing coil or unholy aura level is like getting Death Knight death packed without needing to invest in it. So you use your 3rd hero to get skill points on your 1st hero, who is higher level. Not bad. I would do that. If I could get another point of crit on my blade by picking a 3rd hero that now doesn't have an ability but gives crit to blade, not bad. I think it's a cool change. I think it's fun. It could be broken as long as they iterate and don't leave us forever.
I agree.
Then I'm willing to see where this goes. It sounds fun, and fun is good. This shows vision, and it shows creativity. Only nerfing broken things will leave a game in a more impoverished state than it is, because you keep removing Tome of XP. Okay, let's remove Circlet. Okay, let's remove this. It's too strong. Let's remove this. You keep making the game poorer. Before
I don't want to be harsh or anything, but he says like it shows vision and creativity. I don't really like. I don't want to sound mean to the dev team, but I don't really see the vision. It's more like, hey, let's try this. And creativity, I mean, it's stealing a concept from another spell that's already there. And this is something that was mentioned across forums. So it's not something revolutionary they came up with, right? So it's a bit of wording. I think he wants to give praise to the dev team. That's totally fine. But overall, I am personally not blown away by any of these changes. And I don't see a vision and I don't see creativity in these changes.
Before I go on to creeps,
But I understand
let's
the
look at
sentiment.
what has not been changed. We see what we see. We've had an opinion. What is missing? No changes to Huntress, Hippo Riders, and Talents. You could call this a change to Huntress. Maybe this as well. Hippo Riders, not that good, right? Glaive Throwers, Huntress, Druids of
And
the...
sorry to interrupt this, but I've been saying this to the Stormgate devs because they took inspiration from a lot of other things outside their game, and then I feel like it's just fair to apply the same standards here.
The talents sometimes, they're good sometimes. For Orc, Demolishers had a previous buff of movement speed, some other siege units as well. Doctors and Wyverns, Tauren, a lot of lesser used unit for Orc get looked at. Would like to see the same for Elf. I fear that Night Elf looks at this and says, there's not a lot of fun stuff happening for us. Night Elf right now are mostly pigeonholed to play Archer, Dryad, Bear every single game.
Yep.
And they don't get to play with some more creative and fun units,
Yep.
like Mountain Giant, Fairy Dragon, Hippo Rider, Chimera, Huntress, Glaive. So I feel like they're missing some toys, some morale boost. For Undead, Necro are somewhat playable for the first time in forever. Somewhat.
Yep.
And we've seen it some, from Happy even.
Yep.
Banshee are playable. Destroyer. Frostworm, they're in a tricky spot. They kind of suffer from the Witch Doctor problem. Takes too long to get to them. Have counters.
I mean, we can play them versus Night Elf, but we can play anything we want versus Night Elf.
They're decent, Frostworms. They're pretty good. We don't see them a lot. They have some counters.
Sounds like a big wyvern to me.
Abomination, we see them. We see some Meatwagon. We see...
So worms are good, but we don't see them because they're counters, but wyvern are bad because we don't see them everywhere. He's trying to gaslight you guys. He's trying to gaslight you into thinking wyvern are bad. Don't fall for this.
See Fiend, Garg, Ghoul, Destroyer. I feel like Undead have pretty good variety where there are niche situations, be it counter or proactiveness, where they can play various things. It does feel like they get nerfed more than buffed for the most part with this and this. Nah, is that true? Look, if everything goes through, I think Undead are actually getting buffed. If all of this goes through. I've given my opinions. I'm not going to repeat them. I'm now just saying as it is now. Orc buff, Elf buff, mostly, though arguably the two most important ones get nerfed. So you've got a bunch of less important stuff like this. You got 5 buffs, but they're not so important. And 2 of the most crucial things are nerfed. I would say, actually, over the whole, Elf nerf, human nerf, Orc buff, Undead buff. Over the whole. If we look at ELO rankings, this is always a tricky thing because ELO is determined not just by how strong everyone is, but to what degree the strongest, most talented players have quit the game, retired or not, or are still playing. So we see Undead, Human, Undead, Orc, Human, Random, mostly Human, Orc, Undead, Night Elf. First Night Elf is at rank 10.
I do this as well. You can screw this any way you want. You can look at this and say, there's no Night Elf in the top 9. My race is so bad. You can also say like, oh, in the top 16, we got a perfect race distribution. It's the same list. It's 2 sentences. It's the polar opposite message. And it's both facts.
Orc, elf, 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 elf. A lot of night elves in top 15 though. Human, orc, human, night elf, night elf. So we have only 2 undeads. Oh, Labyrinth is higher than Eero. Okay, we have 3 undeads in top 10, which is a statistical overrepresentation. 2 orcs. 1, 2. 2 humans. 1 night elf and 2 randoms. Not that bad in general. When I look at their games, I feel like Happy, Fortitude, and Lin and Starbuck are perhaps playing the best right now.
Yep.
If that's true, then Lin is a little low. That would mean Orc is weak. But focus.
No! What the fuck? No! Is he like... Is he for real?
This is higher, so statistically he's doing better. I think Happy and Fortitude deserve their spots, regardless of race.
He's not memeing.
That's how much better they're playing. And the gap isn't that big between rank 12 and rank 3. 25-71, 25-20. So, I don't think Undead and Human are strongest per se based on this. I think Happy and Fortitude are the best. The next 10 are really close. Like, they're all really close in MMR. Everyone from 14 to 3 is really close in MMR. In terms of ELO ranking on this website, anyway. So, not that bad. Pretty good representation.
So, okay, this sentence is like... not good, I think. Because Lin is the best orc and he's so low, that means that orc is weak. Lin is not playing his best right now. At all. Like, he plays pretty bad Raspberry Rifle. And he faced that a lot. He is surely underperforming. He's a little bit demotivated. Just comes back from a break where he didn't play for 2 months. All that. He had a match versus Happy where it was incredibly close. He made 2 mistakes. If you make 2 mistakes versus Happy on this level, you're dead. That happens. And that cost him quite some elo. That's alright. Orc still got top 2 at the Korean DWCC qualifier. Is still doing fine. Lin is a little lower at the moment. Happens to the best.
From all races.
That's it.
Yeah, cool. Okay. Well, I think more fun toys for Night Elf would be cool. Moving on. Poison Treants no longer have Entangle.
Okay, I'm
Spitting
not
Spider Armor
necessarily
Type.
too interested in that. So yeah, what I said at the beginning, we have a very different view on the game. As was noticeable. I think his review is pretty orc biased and doesn't point out the dangers of game-breaking buffs. I think it is a bit unfair towards Night Elf. That I think needs a lot more help than he wants to give it to them. I also think he oversells the nerfs to Human. Because I think they go I think the nerfs to Human are not meaningful. And they're wrong. So, yeah. Very, very, very different vision on this. And I will follow this up with a video with my complete summary after like 1 day of thinking about it. I just got news that our Dach Inferno cast can't happen the way it was supposed to. So I have to do a little bit of crises management right now, and I don't want to do that on stream. So hopefully I'll be back in an hour. And hopefully we gotta find solution, or we gotta cancel today, I'm not sure. But we'll see about that. This is gonna be fun. Yay! So thank you for tuning in. That was fun 7 hours. Shout out to Starbuck. Shout out to Foggy for qualifying. And we see you tomorrow or later. We'll see about that. I'm gonna rate you to someone. Who can I rate you to? Knopf. Knopf gets the rate from yesterday back. Let's go.